tomorrow's 2 days behind. I'm on borrowed, ain't wasting time. You run like you chase a high. The sunlight in your face and eyes. Sunlight in your face and eyes. When all alone, don't say a lie. All your foes can't wait to die. Fuck, I don't know how they survive. My tomorrow's 2 days behind. I'm on borrowed, ain't wasting time. You run like you chase a high. The sunlight in your face and eyes. Sunlight in your face and eyes. When all alone, don't say a lie. All your foes can't wait to die. Fuck, I don't know how they survive. I'm deep and going, ain't my weakness showing face. I need ways to say that I'll help you. We're the same, but blame on myself. So see, I'm going places. Need time, open spaces. Please take home the things that I tell you. They stay close to me when I felt you. And love, and knowing, and some shit just don't hit like it used to. There's some shit wish I could get used to. Inside this one, it's been months since the witch job. Brand new drugs, give a fuck what it's called. Don't act dumb, you love when I'm pissed off. I'm so numb since young I was involved. Then grown to a brick wall. I signed you in your lip gloss. Tomorrow's 2 days behind. I'm on borrowed, ain't wasting time. You run like you chase a high. Sunlight in your face and eyes. Sunlight in your face and eyes. When all alone, don't say a lie. All your foes can't wait to die. Fuck, I don't know how they survive.
Sunny Vega.
彼強くなったね。
I've been afraid of dying. Place I can take my mind. When pick up the beats we left in your car. Like day of the week we were driving far. And I've been afraid of dying. Place I can take my mind. When pick up the beats we left in your car. Like day of the week we were driving far. And everything's changing. Oh, you don't say. I'm Mr. Raging. Are you okay? Don't spin evasive. Maybe most days, nights in your basement. You and cocaine. Standing inside the sun. Damage dies in lungs. Man goes blind from gunshot wound. Dies young, life's cruel. White blood, red room. Like drugs, flesh wound. Strange clothes, ride the high again. Same clothes, I spend nights have been. Stay close, nice and high again. Might just fight to live, I survive again. Whatever it takes to hurt me, I'ma be okay, don't worry. Used to this, man, losing friends is way too common. And the mood's intense and the roof is missing. I can race to God and on. And everything's changing. Oh, you don't say. I'm Mr. Raging. Are you okay? Don't spin evasive. Maybe most days, nights in your basement. You and cocaine. Standing inside the sun. Damage dies in lungs. Man goes blind from gunshot wound. Dies young, life's cruel. White blood, red room. Like drugs, flesh wound.
Yo, hey, whoa, hey, whoa. Yo. Yo, what's good, everybody? How y'all doing? Are y'all excited? Are y'all ready for today? You know, say it was it actually wasn't as difficult to make this happen as I thought it was going to be, but today is finally the big day, and I'm pretty excited to get into this, so hopefully you guys are as well. But y'all already know what y'all pulled up for, but before we get into that, Rambler, thank you for the 36 months. Holy shit, that's 3 years. Tier 3, welcome back to the Asakura clan. I greatly appreciate that. But yes, today is the big day. The matches you see on screen is just that we have something on screen for the first part of this stream while we're all talking and stuff. So it's just there as just background noise, essentially, even though I have it muted because we're all going to be talking and stuff. But yeah, man. So today, if you aren't already aware of what's going on, I am going to be doing a giant group discussion with a slew, a plethora of different Dragon Ball FighterZ players from not only just all over the East Coast, not even just all over the country, but from all over the world. So today I'll be joined by Cloud, The Killsage, Inzim, Jake Ryan, Cali Mac, Pred, Nitro, Zane, Obi Assassin, Kasuga, Wade. So we got a lot of people here today to bring you guys a big group discussion talking about what we want to see in the patch, what we expect to see in the patch, what characters need to be adjusted, who needs to be buffed, who needs to be nerfed, which characters have bugs that need to be fixed, so on and so forth. There's obviously even more people who I could have invited onto this, but I just felt like I got a few people from the East, a few people from the West, even some of the European players. Obviously, having some of the Japanese players would be really cool too, getting into contact with some of them. And then obviously the language barrier is one thing though, so that's kind of why I kept it to the ones that to people who I know are familiar and speak English and whatnot. But yeah, it seems we have most of the guys already here in the Discord. You can hear I don't have streamer mode on, so you just heard someone's stream start up. But yeah, mostly everyone is here except it looks like for some of the European guys. So we're probably just gonna sit here and shoot the shit for a few minutes while we wait for them to pull up. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and undeafen. It seems like most of the gang is already here today. And this will be a video. I don't know how I'm gonna do it as videos, but all of this stream will end up on YouTube in some form or fashion. Alerts will be off during this stream, but I will thank you guys when I do get the chance. Obviously, I'm probably not gonna be super attentive to chat while we're doing this. But yeah, Sloppy Magician, thank you for the 6 months. Greatly appreciate it. And yeah, I'm certain it's with this many people, it's gonna get chaotic, but I think it'll be really fun and really funny. So I'm saying let's go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and unmute.
We'll start at Dibs.
Yo,
Get him out the kitchen.
Oh, he's
Had the
he's
pizza
here.
boys.
Oh fuck, where is it there?
What's good?
So, are you
Alright.
streaming this, or is this off the record until
No,
YouTube video?
No, I'm live.
I am live
Oh,
currently.
okay.
I was saying,
I'm
Alright,
about to
like,
boot up my
we-
stream.
we
I'm
gotta get
I was
practice
to say
Mario
if
Party.
y'all are all welcome to also have your streams up right now if you
Yeah,
want.
right.
Yeah.
Yo, Lotus, I'm about to smoke nice on this Vesta one real quick.
Yo, Pride is about to lose first round, and it's gonna be
What is
amazing.
this?
We're playing Mario Party.
Are you sharing the screen?
It's up. It's up.
They're playing
Alright,
Mario
Yo,
Party.
Pride.
Yeah,
Imagine
so-
how
you're
embarrassing
doing
it'll
this?
be if you
Oh
lose
my
first round, bro.
it.
Wait, how much
You
money?
lose
How much
first
money?
round,
How much
big
money?
blast.
Imagine how embarrassing that would be.
Wait, Nitro, how much money?
I said 30.
Oh, 30? I bet. You know what? I'm so good. I don't even have to move.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
good.
Pride, don't.
If I
It's gonna be
lose,
very
I'm
embarrassing.
leaving the call, bro.
See?
Both think you the pro tag.
What character are you?
I'm Luigi. He's
Nitro?
Peach.
I'm
Peach,
Peach.
alright.
I want to see this
alright,
nonsense
I-
they got going on here. Hold
I
on.
got 10 on Yoshi, dude.
Oh, I know
That's
you're
nervous.
racing right now.
Taking a while.
Yeah, no, I got 10. Yeah, I got 10 on Yoshi between the both of you, dude. Shake my hand.
But yeah, no. You bet on the expert bot. Fuck out of
Yoshi got
here.
hands, hold on.
Oh, they reset. They reset.
Okay, wait,
Howard.
wait.
Alright.
Listen.
This is a
So,
detention
I'm Luigi.
section.
I'm usually green, but I'm going red today.
You're dead.
R.I.P. Bozo.
Oh.
Look at me, bro.
So I have a
Wait, who's
question.
Peach? Who's Peach?
What is your
I
question?
have a question.
Nice
If
job.
you, so let's say this next round happens, right?
Uh-huh.
And you explode. Does Nitro just win, or does he have to
Yeah,
still
he
guess
just
one
won.
more time?
He just
He
won.
doesn't have to
Exactly.
guess one more time.
Nah,
Yeah,
you just
yeah,
win.
That's
Yeah.
going first is worse.
But it's
Neither-
okay, because I'm
I
me.
mean-
Wait, it was. I told you. See how last time it was green? Look, that's why I ain't pick green. But they ain't gonna double dip. Actually, I'm pussy.
Dude, going first is
Oh my god. It's
Brother.
scary.
How has no one died yet? What the hell?
Bro,
It's
listen.
scary.
Hold on, dude. They know the money's on the line, dude.
I'll keep it
Oh,
young.
no, you're fine, you're done, you're done, you're done.
Oh, I'm living live.
He knows
Nah.
the seed, dude.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
yeah.
You know, I knew it was purple. You know what's crazy? I knew it was purple. I was like, I can't go purple.
Oh, wait, but look, now Nitro gotta take a 50-50.
It's fine. It's fine. It's
Instantly.
fine. Because you're not making it past this round.
I ain't never seen you block a 50-50 a day in your life.
That's insane.
Cat.
Oh,
Oh,
you're taking a 50.
It's just you and me now, bro.
Alright, so like Nitro.
No, it's not
Uh,
50.
no, he is because look.
It's 30.
I
30,
would
33
pick
for
yellow,
Fred, though.
but I would pick purple, and actually, I ain't pick
Fred,
green all
what-
day.
Fred.
I ain't pick green all day. I ain't pick green all day.
Clap,
Like-
clap. All right, Fred.
All right, fuck it. I got you.
Wait. All right. Fred.
What up?
Okay, Fred, run it
What
back.
up?
And I'm gonna pick my colors through Nitro because I don't have Farsec. I'll do it for 10.
Oh, you want? Okay, we can do that.
Bro, we can't
gotta do
prevail
it.
at his podcast, bro.
Oh, true.
Podcast can low key. Nah, let me stop.
yo.
Dude, I got a fun Street Fighter duel, man. Okay, I need to get more reuse. Not reuse.
Right.
more
You see, I
fun.
told you my luck was crazy today, Fred. You know what
All
I'm
right, we'll run it back later.
saying?
Also, I just want everyone to
We
know
definitely will
that,
not. I'm not gonna be home.
I have no idea how long this is gonna go on for, but I don't want anyone to feel obligated to stick around. So if y'all got stuff y'all got to do at some point, if y'all got to take off, feel free to start dispersing like as this shit goes on.
Do you want us to give you a cue or something? We could just bounce. I don't want to just leave in the middle of your recording.
I mean, I'm in my head, I'm already established and already prepared that this shit gonna be chaotic anyway. So when one of y'all got a dip or bounce, be like, hey yo, homie, I gotta head out in this.
Judging from the fact we started this with Mario Party, I think that's a good sign.
I already knew what I signed myself up for when I decided I was gonna get like 12 fucking DBFZ players all pull up to one stream.
Whoa.
What do you mean by that?
10 DBFZ players. Me and Sage, different games.
Wait, I don't.
Nitro, I have some bad news for you.
What you mean by that?
Sage is a fighting game player. You are still a DBFZ player.
Nope. I won't stop.
Personally, that's crazy.
So wait, what does that make me then?
Cloud.
I mean, you're predominantly a DBFZ player. You're one of us now, Cloud. You're a content creator.
I'm a commentator.
you're right.
I'm fucking. I'm a different breed.
Jake's a commentator.
Any proud DBFZ players? No,
Once upon a time. If you'd asked me a year ago, yes, I was. Nowadays,
so true.
We're literally all in the Street Fighter waiting room right now, pretty much. So
I'm in the Tekken 8 waiting room. Thank you very much.
It's a much longer room, but hey, those trailers are kick ass though.
Dude,
Every
I wish
single
I
one of
was
them has been
going
fire.
to Evo Japan so I could play the beta.
I was supposed to be, but I'm a fucking idiot who can't get his passport. So all right.
You're trolling, brother.
Well,
why didn't you get your passport like last year?
So I was supposed to I should have gotten it because Damascus and Reversal, they wanted me to come to UFA. And basically, that was right after like that really bad Vegas trip I had. And I was like, yeah, fuck it. I'm not traveling anymore right now. So I didn't go. And I should have got my passport then anyway, just because I needed to have one. And then I tried to get my passport like a month or two ago. And it was, long story short, there's not a single facility within a 100-mile radius of my crib that had any appointments within a 2-month span. So I just couldn't get one in time.
Damn.
Did you set one at one point? I mean, at one point though, or no? You just never set it up.
That sucks.
So you left me alone with Acoustics and Daniel then.
Look, man, it just is what it is.
I still cannot get over Acoustics trying to give Zane advice, and then he checks his phone, and I gave him the opposite input, and Acoustics was like, "Yeah, I coached him, man."
I can't get over the reversal video that skips the part where I told him his advice didn't work because I did it in the first set.
Well, he told you to play Lapco Point, right?
So what you're telling me is the media is twisting
he
narratives.
plays the Masu points after I almost got 3-0'd playing Zamasu points.
Yeah, that is truly.
He's having Lapco. It's just I don't know.
You play the best team in the game, bro. Shut up.
All right, so I think we just wait around.
You're just Fender. You will never be Fender,
Fender,
bro. You'll never be Fender. Stop talking.
Yo.
Can we get Fender in here instead of him?
I don't think any of us will ever be Fender. To be fair.
I would love to have French in here. I don't think French speaks enough English in order to.
It's okay. He
really doesn't. But yeah, if you literally just have him put the camera on, have him smile at the camera,
just have him smile and nod the whole time. I was just telling the stream that I was like, I would have loved to get some of the Japanese players in here, but I was okay. Yeah, so I should have hit Taco. I did not know until World Finals that he speaks really good fluent English.
Nah, yeah, his English
that shit's better than mine.
That shit blew my fucking mind when he opened his mouth. I was like, bro, what? You speak what?
I'll still never get over his face though when they announced the balance patch in Japanese, but none of us knew it. He was freaking out before any of us.
He's like, no way.
That should have been our first clue.
That boy was pumped.
No, but what if that was like a sad hype? Like, you know, like, God damn it, they're not doing it again.
It's like, oh man.
It's like what you were hoping for that could still been true.
Man.
Yo, Sage.
What's up?
It's good, man. You was awfully quiet over there. I just wanted to make sure you was alright.
Oh,
Why he's like, what was with the monotone
gotta-
voice?
yeah,
You trying
come
to
on.
seduce him?
I mean,
This is
that's
kinda-
Nah, that's crazy.
that's just
Nah,
how
that
I
shit was
sound.
crazy. He started to try to seduce Sage.
Nah, he definitely said, "Yo, what's up?"
How you
I just have a deep voice. I don't know what you want from me. Where are Obi and Wade? Yo, Casca, what's good with you, dog?
Oh wait,
Bro,
yeah.
Where you
Yeah,
people?
nice to run the double or nothing while we wait for Obi then.
Wait, all
Why you don't run the double or nothing?
all the hit players are gone. Quickly, let's start the discussion about hits.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Wait, you're not gonna run the
We are,
favorite
literally,
though?
we are literally missing the hit players. I mean, I got a pocket hit. I like that character. I'll defend him.
Bro, fuck that character.
So true.
Thank you, Kasuga.
Bro, chat, stream. What have I been telling y'all for the
Yarnia?
longest? What have I been telling y'all
Hell,
for the longest? Top players,
Dude, I
ain't
got
it.
Nah, I don't mind hit. He's just the biggest Rob character in the game.
No, but
Besides
he's
Lab
The
Coat.
biggest
don't-
Rob character.
I just
is
don't know if
kinda
that's
crazy.
true.
No,
I
besides
think-
Lab Coat, yes.
yes,
Nah,
he is. I agree with Spread.
Hit the
And
biggest
so it
Rob
begins.
character?
The
No,
Rob
the
character is
thing is-
crazy.
I just don't agree with that. But
Wait,
I
okay,
agree.
wait.
How?
You know,
Wait.
that's I don't know. I feel like you're.
I mean, I feel
But-
like Lab Coat exists, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta
No, I
exists.
said not counting Lab Coat.
Okay, even still, I'm putting Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta over because that nigga can
Like, I
literally
feel like
level
you could
You
be
7
like
think he
a better
robs
Rob
you
character
more
than-
than hit? Like
Gogeta?
I'm losing. So like
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like Rob is like I'm losing. This character comes in. Damn, I'm better than you now. That's crazy.
I don't
Yes.
think that really applies to hit. Like,
I would say I don't think hit is that
Really?
character, no.
yeah,
Nitro,
I
we
don't- I
literally money matched Ovi, and we both came to the exact same conclusion
No,
that we
I
kept
ca-
winning.
I
Hit
kept
came out, and we lost.
No,
Like,
It
I
sounds
came
like
to
you
that
niggas need to
conclusion.
learn to
I was
match up, is
getting
what it sounds
blamed
like.
out. I don't know where you came to this conclusion by yourself and then added me to it.
No, no,
but
no,
I
You
was
wait,
actually
wait,
not
wait,
just
wait, 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 wait,
concluding-
wait. You were the one who started it. What?
No,
He's
No,
capping
I
for the
would-
camera. guys. He's
I-
oh God,
no,
he's
I
I
capping
would-
for the
literally
camera.
was
Oh,
like,
God.
damn, he's
Oh, God,
laying
he's
me
capping
out.
for the camera.
Bro, Pred was with us.
On.
What?
No, wait, no. What I will.
Nah, chat got you
Now.
niggas. Chat said you niggas can't block high. Like, what's the problem? Like,
I'm literally
No,
sitting here
the
like, I
damn,
can't fight him because I keep getting lamed out. That's literally like the whole thing
oh
you're saying.
shit! There
No,
go the man. There
you
go
said
OG.
you said I'm beating him, and when hit comes out, I start losing because I can't check his DRs.
I'm getting laid out.
That's
I
literally what
got
you
like
said.
2
Wait,
feet by Janumbo.
how are you getting lamed out when you have 2 beam assists?
This
I don't
stream's
have
gonna
two
be
beam
fucking
assists.
great.
You did
Because
when
he's
you money matched
capping.
him?
This is already
He's capping
No, I didn't.
for the
This
stream.
is gonna
That's
be
why.
interesting.
I
since
played
we
the Gohan team.
card yet.
No. You played him. No, he said Obi. He said when you played Obi.
Wait, I play Obi?
Yeah, that's
Yes, this is the money match against Obi at Combo Breaker. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Wade this whole time.
No, you were so
all
quick
the
to cut me off.
same.
You didn't hear me.
They're all the same.
No.
I think is that racist? I think that's
I ain't
racist.
gonna lie,
100%
OB, me
racist,
personally,
yes.
I wouldn't say that.
Jesus.
Oh, ain't gonna
Also,
be no
like,
subtitles.
Hit
It's
as
like-
an assist to be Robin too. Like I feel like
No,
Red Gogeta doesn't do that.
Lotus. When Hit have meter, you can't touch him at all. Like that's the thing. Like he's playing his own game. You need to respect that.
yo! I didn't realize
Everyone-
everyone. I mean, I kind of did, but I didn't realize that people wanted to focus so much on Hit specifically as a character.
Fuck that
This
character.
gonna be
Nah,
this
I
gonna be a
don't.
great
Fuck that
discussion. With
character,
you.
like,
Yo,
fuck
Obi
you.
Assassin, my nigga, how you living, dog? How you doing, bro?
Started yet? We're already going in on a character.
Oh, Bassinator.
Yo,
Go back, nigga.
hold on, is my mic working? I don't know.
Yeah,
Yes.
we hear you.
Nah, it's not.
alright,
No,
alright.
it's not
Okay,
working. It's not working.
Hold on for a
Said
second.
it.
Hold on for a second. I
think
just
it's
joined for a
nice.
second, and all I heard was hit.
Yo, they was going in on your character, bro. We ain't even
Obi, I was
started
trying to
yet.
defend you,
I'm
bro.
trying to
And then-
wait on Wade before we get started, but niggas is ready to eat it alive.
To be fair, that's my.
I like the fact like you guys jumped straight to hit, not even the
Right, you're
I don't
right.
even know how
I
this
feel like
happened.
there's so
Like,
many other characters to talk about before we
Like, I
get
didn't know
to
how
it.
this happened.
There's so many
I was-
things wrong in the
I was
game.
like,
and you
whoa.
guys jumped straight to hit.
No. I
I blame
will say.
Casca.
No, I
I blame
will
Casca.
say. No. I will say no one was talking about hit, and then Kazuga joins the call, and he's like, "Oh my god, hit!"
No, that's cap.
That's definitely cap. That's definitely cap. I got you, Kasuga. That is definitely cap.
That's cap. That's cap.
Kazuga didn't say that.
Bro, I was quiet.
I jokingly said, "Dead players aren't here. Let's talk about them." And Kasuga jumped in immediately.
That's what happened.
I said, "Fuck that character." I said, "Fuck
Alright, I respect it, but
person to
besides that,
respond
is
as
everybody
soon as
okay?
you
I
heard
really
it.
miss you guys.
Yeah.
Bro, he
That's
lives
what
in a
I'm-
region we have to fight 2 hit players. We live in a region we have to fight 1.
Yes, and yeah.
Dude,
You can never understand what he's going through.
I haven't said anything. I haven't said anything.
Speak your truth, my brother. Let your truth be heard.
I haven't said anything.
Finish that thought.
I would love to hear the thought because I definitely spoke over you and could not hear what you said.
No, I'm not gonna lie. Naito did it the same thing. It was
What'd
him.
I do?
It was. Nah, he said, "Yo, they got 2 people to fight, and he got 2 hit players to fight in EU, and we have 1."
Listen, I'm doing my best here. I
I mean,
could have said
one
it
is
on the
enough.
right.
One is all you need. That's what you guys need to understand. All you guys need is one hit player to know how to fight him, and you
No,
guys.
I've actually been saying that for so long
Alright,
that
but you know what's crazy?
and they just needs another
our
hit player.
is not nearly on par as for hit as you two are, right?
Thank you.
So when I'm fighting hit, I'm just like, oh, I don't really gotta worry about this. And I'm gonna do this, and that because I'm so much better.
Right,
and
but
I
let's not
play,
sleep.
I
Neo
play
is
Obi,
nice though.
and I play Obi,
Oh,
and I'm like, I'm
he-
still so much better than him.
dropping word.
And then I play Obi, and I'm still so much better than him. I'm just like, but I don't know how to fight hit. You know what I'm saying? So like,
So what is
I
it
mean,
that that player is doing?
I ain't gotta
that-
say
what
nothing.
is
You
that
guys
Obi
got
is
the hit
doing that
player.
the
You
player
guys
is
got the
doing?
experience that
He's
you need.
using
What's
EX.
Obi doing? I don't know.
He's
Losing.
finessing them. That's what.
He's using EX while Neo doesn't use.
Because I
EX.
mean, I know
You
the
guys
exact
play Android
difference.
18 and you're complaining. But enough said.
Like when
How
I
you
played
guys-
against,
Who is that?
like, so when I played against
Out of
the,
here. How we complaining about 18?
I don't know what the difference
Hey, chill on 18. Chill on 18. Chill on 18.
Bro, hit wins that matchup. I don't know what you're complaining about.
Hit literally wins the matchup.
I'm talking about the game. Like I'll chill
Yeah,
about 18.
Heat
I
literally
can
has
go
a
on all
matchup
day.
against 18.
What was that?
Heat literally
wins
has the
the
matchup
matchup.
against 18. Like literally,
He
he
can
has
have
the
that.
matchup.
You can have that.
Everyone's freaking out over hit, and as soon as 18 gets mentioned, everyone shuts up immediately.
Yes,
because
18
she's
is fair.
a perfectly
Because who brought
fine,
her
fair.
there?
She is a
18
perfectly
not fair.
fine, balanced character. Shut up, Pred. No one asked you.
She's fair. She's
Nah,
fair.
bro.
Fred, shut your ass up.
Brad, you're trash.
Listen. If you
lose to
niggas
18,
get
you're
18
trash.
nerfed, if you niggas get 18 nerfed, I'm personally hunting you niggas
Let's
down
go.
and beating your ass.
I'm
She deserves to
not
get that.
even gonna lie.
No,
For what?
she doesn't.
Okay, if she loses anything other than her level 3, which I hope she keeps anyway, I'm hunting you down.
Nah, bro,
So
she could keep it at minus 21. Keeps gets her back.
She don't
They-
need
they-
hers.
fuck
She
that
got
bitch.
steals and plus 18.
Plus 18, by the way.
I honestly think
It sucks, to be fair.
Do we? It seemed like everybody real anxious to get into this. Do we want to wait on Wade or?
Nah, we
Wait,
gotta
you
wait
know
on
what?
Wade,
Let
bro.
me-
Because if we
let
don't
me
wait on
text
Wade, we're
Wade.
racist.
I'm
Nah,
gonna
we-
text him. I'm gonna
We
text
got
him
until
real quick.
6:30
Alright,
to
for
wait
sure.
for Wade.
Let
bro.
me know if he hits you back.
Bro, that's
Yeah,
like
bro.
3
Yeah, bro.
minutes, bro.
Yeah, 4 minutes.
That's like 4 minutes.
All right, nice one. So you're running me back. You're running me back.
You're
my
not gonna
money
run it
and-
with Jake?
I run it with both of y'all. What's up?
You can't.
Can't do it at the same time.
You have
You
4
taking
minutes.
2 of them at the same time, Pred?
Hey,
Wait, are
Hey,
you gonna bet?
yo.
Bro.
yeah, Lotus, no cap, bro. You gotta run my money mask now.
I ain't never played that shit.
Wait,
a day
are
in
we
my
gonna
life.
just build bet
Bro,
against
wait,
him?
do you not? Bro, all you have to do is pick a color and hope it's not wrong. That's it.
Wait, what?
I said all you
It's
gotta do
basically a
is
guessing game.
yeah, you pick the color. So 1 out of the 5 are bad, and then if you pick the wrong color, you lose. That's literally the game.
Talk about the Mario Party shit you just did with Nitro.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do I actually have to play or do I just say?
All
it
right,
out
here.
loud?
I have an idea.
No, you gotta say. You gotta play.
No, I have an idea. Okay, so you're gonna load it up and you're gonna play against Nitro, and I'm
Bro,
gonna pick. one
I
of the
try to boot up a
computers.
match against somebody and someone just says, I hate playing Jack. I hate this game.
That's tough.
Going back to where you belong, where it's cozy. Go
I
ahead, boot
think
up the
he's
old
coming.
dragon.
It is not
Tell me that
cozy
you
over there. I
forgot.
keep getting spun on and losing money.
Nigga, you're the one spitting on people and taking money. What do you mean?
Yeah, but I do it with Gohan, so I'm cool.
Bro, you
Fuck.
play level 7 going is not finesse.
Yes, it is.
I mean,
if you lose to Gohan,
all I gotta say is
it wasn't-
it
now,
wasn't finesse.
All right,
when-
if it's not fit, hold up. First of all, nigga, you was a Gohan player, so if you feel
Yeah.
why don't you pick him up? Because if it's not finesse, then how come it's only 2 niggas who done it?
Bro,
if I play a level 7, that's over. What?
Do it then, nigga. Drop Team Gohan.
Let him know. Let him know, bro.
That shit is
You can easily swap out Team Gohan for Adult Gohan and do the same shit. Then if that's how you feel.
All I'm saying, bro, is if you lose to Gohan, you're trash.
I don't know about all that.
If you lose
all
to
I gotta
solo,
say
if you,
is
if you lose to solo Gohan, you're trash.
This wasn't his opinion until he started playing the character. When he was getting finessed by the character in the same regard, it was
same
fucking broken. It doesn't make no sense.
No,
he breaks rules.
No. What I said was level 7 Gohan. I always said level 7 Gohan is the best character in the game by far.
Nah, that's lab coat still, brother.
I disagree.
Trash.
I disagree.
It's still like, man.
See, there's a lot of discussion and debate and conversation to go on here. I hope y'all are ready.
Bro, Cloud, if you right, listen to me. If we went offline, and I can 1v3 your whole team with level 7 Gohan.
Oh wow, and there's a character finessing, by the way. Finesse.
Because I'm better. I'm just better.
Bro, you run at people.
You are garbage, bro. Stop talking to me.
You're
trash, bro. Stop getting finesse. Stop getting finesse, bro.
And
it's finesse.
But now I'm finesse because they run at people with a full envelope move.
Bro,
we literally talked about this like a week ago about how everybody just sucks at the Gohan matchup.
Yeah, but I'm the GOAT.
I was just about to say that. I was going to say that because I've seen Nacho spam DP so much and none of you up forward. You just hold it.
Listen,
I'm like,
bro.
Well, I don't. You're watching him play on net play. That's different.
Look, I can't take your opinion on Gohan serious because you got hit by DP legs back fist. I can't take your opinion on Gohan.
Wait, DP legs back fist is RPS?
No, it's not. Hello? If he did light legs,
if he does a light legs, and you try to challenge to take your turn, and he backfist you, that's RPS.
All I'm saying is
you can't react to the start of a backfist and be like, you were going to press, be like, oh, he backfist, let me kill this instead, because you can delay it at any point in time.
I agree with you, dude. They suck at the matchup. Shake my virtual hand.
Hold up forward,
bro. Literally, he does it to catch your jump frame. He's making you guess.
All I'm saying is I finessed living.
Gohan's backfist is not gonna. Shake my virtual hand, OB. These guys just suck at the matchup.
Oh my god.
Well, why are you, someone who has a full team, 2 characters alive, gonna go for any committal option after?
That's
DP
not the
legs?
point. Oh, so here's the thing. Like, by that logic, any comeback character that existed in this game, it's like, why are you taking risks against them? Because usually they can't really hit you, and if they can hit you, they have to work to win neutral. So like that logic against him is so like use that against everyone sucks at comebacks at that point.
Let your assist do the work for you. Work smart, not hard, dude. Come on.
I know, but that's the point. Like if you
smarter.
get to waste your assists, eventually you're going to have to interact, even if it's in a passive way. Like that's just not how this game works.
Way's not here. We can't start it like this.
You can't have
he's literally right there. He's literally right
I think Wade is here. It's just everyone's just going on.
Wait, when the hell did you get here?
Gohan matchup.
In the middle of you niggas arguing about whether or not Gohan is finesse.
5 minutes ago,
bro. Wait.
I'm gonna be real.
Wait. If I 1v3 your team with Gohan, is it finesse?
No. I don't think Gohan has ever been finesse ever until season 3. Except like the beginning of season 3. Literally, that's the only time he was.
All right. Wait. Shush. Listen. We got the gang all here. All right, we gonna go ahead and officially kick this thing off, and then y'all can go at each other's throats.
Oh wait, I got a boot on my stream. Can we wait until after this Guilty Gear match?
Nigga, why you ain't had this shit already? But this is why you can't take DBFZ niggas nowhere. How your stream went already?
Hey, just know I didn't do that, so don't group me in.
Go ahead, Nacho. Do your shit, man.
Yeah, I got one more round, so like
can't take
like
unbelievable.
2 more minutes.
This nigga's in the middle of a Guilty Gear Strive match talking about Gohan is finesse.
Bro, he is though.
Pre-show going crazy. Hopefully y'all enjoy, man. This part's not going on YouTube, so
he's not. You're a hater, Wade. I'll never trade you again, brother. Even though you kind of whipped my ass.
Bro, that content is brain dead right now.
Oh, okay.
Brain dead is insane.
No, it's definitely
bro.
brain dead.
That's brain dead.
No. But that's why I said he's only been finesse 1 time in his game lifespan.
And when
I'm playing him, exactly.
And during that time, you niggas swore he was like a bottom 5 character, but I didn't.
Yeah, and he was ass.
Bro, saying he was bottom 5 was the biggest.
No. It wasn't bottom 5, but he was ass.
He did not suck.
He was definitely like a mid tier.
He was still okay.
Okay,
bro.
we got to get
Like,
over
it-
this
it
idea
was
though
okay.
that if a character is mid tier, that they're just fucking awful or unusable.
No, he was mid tier. He still had some of the best block strings. You know what I mean?
All right, I just finished my match.
All right, now hurry your ass up.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait,
but
Yeah,
no,
we're supposed to do is like a half
No,
hour.
listen,
I have to go
Axice,
Final Fantasy on the
listen.
side.
There's a ton of people, you included, that I would love to have on here, but I can only have so many names before it's too chaotic. Like I would like to have you, Bum,
Wait, can I have
several
my dad,
Japanese
Shakes?
players. You know what I'm saying? But
It's already gone over that limit.
you know what I'm saying? I knew this nigga Daniel was gonna pull up too and be like, "Wow, no." But listen, niggas feel y'all gonna be alright.
No, Daniel can't be in here, bro. He's too chaotic.
Oh God, no! If we talk about anything, Daniel
He is too chaotic.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Having Daniel here,
tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll have way too much.
Yeah, that is too much. But we should get Shanks. Shanks.
Oh,
I mean,
hit him up right now.
like I said, there was a ton of people I would like to have here. As this, like, the more the merrier, but the more the merrier also means it's more chaotic. So I mean,
Go get rhyme style, bro.
Oh man, these guys are supposed to be friends. Even Lotus sounds evil and hostile. Nigga, what? I'm just
That's what
black.
we're
This is just how we talk.
I don't like any of them. I hate
literally everybody
fuck
here,
these
except
niggas.
Wade. Wade and Obi are cool. And Kasuga.
Damn. I never let you borrow money ever again.
Actually, nah. Sage is cool too. Fuck the Cloud.
I'm reading Lotus's chat. And there's a
can't
bunch of
believe this,
Zamasu talking there, and I'm scared.
Oh, you should be, bro. The internet has been trying to convince me that Zamasu is top one, so you might be in some trouble.
It's all Cloud's fault. It's clearly all Cloud's fault.
It is actually Cloud's fault.
Brother, Cloud and Acoustics have been trying to convince me that Zamasu is top 1 or 2.
Bro, okay.
Cloud does think
First
that.
thing I want to
Kinda
say.
wild.
By the way, I booted on my stream. First thing I want to say is just because characters play the game different doesn't mean they're freaking top 5, bro. Like, let's get that out the way first.
All right. Well, if you got your stream booted up, let's go ahead and officially kick this thing off. Let me go ahead and do my little intro shit. We're gonna introduce everyone. We can get into the talk about the game, and
Final
then
Fantasy 15.
eventually we're gonna move on to trying to make this little tier list joint, which I'm sure will be interesting. But anyway. So what's good, everybody? Hopefully y'all all having a wonderful day today. As you can see, I'm joined here by several guests. This is pretty exciting, and I think y'all are gonna love this, and I think I'm gonna love this a lot as well. So I'm gathered here today with a bunch of notable Dragon Ball FighterZ top players and creators. So going from left to right down to the bottom, you see we have Cloud, The Kill Sage, Enzim, Jake Ryan, Cali Matt, Kasuga, Legendary Pred, myself, Nitro, Obi Assassin, Wade, and Zane. I don't know if I can make these names down here permanently on screen. I don't think I can. But, you can go ahead and make a mental note of who's here. Some of these voices and names you should already recognize. But today, we're going to be talking about our hopes and expectations for the upcoming Dragon Ball FighterZ Balance patch, which was recently announced, hopefully coming soon, sometime before EVO. They said they want to see that happen. So we're going to talk about what we want to see. And then that'll be like the first portion, people trying to talk about what we kind of hope to see happen in terms of like system mechanics or overall game changes, overall roster changes. And then I think the even more fun part of this discussion is going to be when we come together and try to make a tier list of who needs to be buffed, who needs to be nerfed, who should be left the same. And there's a few characters in the game that kind of have some bugs that need to be worked out. So with all that being said, I'm going to go one by one. Everyone say hello. Yo, Cloud, what's up?
Yeah, how y'all doing, man? Hope y'all doing well.
Sage.
What's good?
Enzim.
Yo, what's cracking?
That is not your voice. Jake.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Callie.
Yo, Kelly back on the channel. Welcome back.
Oh my.
Yeah, you know the vibes. Yo,
you know the vibes. You know the vibes.
Again.
Kasuga.
What's good, everyone?
Fred.
Yeah.
And then there's myself, Nitro.
Yo.
Obi.
Yeah, what's good?
Bit of a delay. That's that delay-based netcode kicking in.
He was definitely
Wade.
rolling up that side, bro. He was definitely rolling up.
I was.
Wait. Wade.
Your boys, how you doing?
There you go. Zane.
How's it going, everybody?
All right, so I'm going to try to start this off with as much structure as I can from the start, and then it's slowly going to devolve, I'm sure, and become more chaotic. But I asked everyone beforehand, I don't know how many people have, but I'm sure a lot of you guys can think of one off the top of the head if you haven't, to come to the conversation with one thing you would like to see be changed to the game. Not necessarily about a character specifically, but it can be. But, whether it's like, I know a lot of us feel certain ways about sparking, for example, and DPs or certain assists and whatnot. So this could be like a system change, a mechanic change, a new addition you'd like to see to the game, something you'd like to see removed. So again, I'm gonna try to go on down the list, and if other people want to chime in, they can. But so I guess we're gonna start with Cloud.
Yeah, dude. No empty vanish post spark. At least to level 1.
Please.
So this is actually something I agree with as well. But my only thing is like, so how long do you like lock someone out of it, right? So
the entire level 1 sparking, dude.
Oh, you just feel like level 1 sparking.
Your reward, your reward is not getting their.
Oh, you're going way more extreme with it than I thought.
Come back on me. Your reward is is you getting me off of you, right?
So
that's your reward.
I was of the mindset, right? Because I also feel like maybe like, you know, empty vanish after spark should be not necessarily removed, but like you should, once you spark, you shouldn't be able to vanish or at least hold vanish for like 60 to 120 frames. So that way you can't like, you know, empty vanish and then block string or combo off of it. But you're just saying in level 1 spark, you shouldn't be able to do it at all.
Yeah, exactly. That's your reward is, we go back to neutral, right? Your reward isn't, you sparked and then now you're just winning. You killed my character because you built 5 bars and then you level 5'd me and TLD'd me. That's how I'm looking at it, right? Level 2, higher, short, empty spark. But level 1, your full team's still intact. We go back to neutral. That's what you get from sparking, right? Defensively, not defense, offense. You're just winning now. You go from losing to winning. That's just too strong.
How the rest of y'all feel about that?
Yeah, the way the game makes it is, why are you rewarded for losing, right? They already has limit break. It already has different levels of sparking, right? Longer time. Or,
personally, I feel like they should remove limit break, but I feel you.
Yeah, same. But we know that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen.
Right.
So I just think purely level 1 spark, you can't empty vanish because your reward is your team's intact. You go back to neutral. You can still jump cancel. You get your assist back in block strings, but you have to earn the hit again.
I honestly never thought about taking it to that extreme, but I don't hate the idea. I actually like it.
Yeah, I wanna add something. So right, with nerfing spark, I think this is gonna be for sparking level 2 and 3 because like you're gonna have empty vanish, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think spark should be more negative, like on block and on hit.
Yeah, I'm block, especially on block.
Because sparking right now is -1 on block, I think.
I think it's 2, but still, it's not that much.
Yeah,
you
so
save from the spark, you still get hit. You still in an RPS situation.
And then if it is more negative on hit, that means they can't like get a free empty vanish, right? You just like you attack and then they would get the empty vanish out. You know what I'm saying?
Makes sense.
So I think that'd be a pretty good change to add on to what you were saying.
I was gonna say, I think that's one that we kind of all universally agree upon, that it kind of needs to be changed with sparking and empty vanish. It's just a little bit OD, maybe something that shouldn't be in the game. But does anyone disagree with that, or no?
I agree 100%. If you disagree, you're
I think that's that.
I
I definitely like Lotus's approach on it a bit more. Like just like take away the immediate empty vanish, because I do think I like the idea of being able to empty vanish in neutral, and mix-ups, it creates pretty strong situations. But at the same time, like if it's like if I get hit by your sparking and I'm just like immediately screwed, I'm just like, well, time to lose my character. That's corny.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if you just can't do it for the first few frames. After, I think it should be able.
Yeah, I mean, when I was thinking about it, that's the idea I came up with. I'd be fine with it either way. I never thought about taking it as far as Cloud did, but I wouldn't hate that change. Because it would also feel like it just makes more sense for sparking to have like different properties, I guess, like as it goes further in the level, outside of just a damage increase. I mean, obviously there's more than just a damage increase with sparking, but yeah, I don't know. I ain't mad at the idea.
I also want to say, like, what if we made sparking level 2 like the highest timing? You know what I'm saying? Like
14 seconds.
Yeah, it's like
so just like level 3 spark doesn't last as long.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like
I don't hate that idea either, but I just don't think that's something that they're gonna do, because they seem to be interested.
No, of course they wouldn't do it. I was like, you know,
increasing the power of these comeback mechanics as opposed to, you know what I'm saying? But
yeah, they definitely love it when I get 1v3'd 8 times in a row.
I actually don't mind. I don't mind the character having it longer if they're by themselves.
Of course, you're a scrub. Anyways,
all right. What about you, Sage? Do you have anything in particular you'd like to see change with the game?
I still don't know what air guard cancel is for, other than getting
so real.
Like, the only thing I could possibly think of is that they were like, yeah, Gohan EX is kind of powerful. Let's just go ahead and introduce this mechanic to deal with that specifically, and then no one uses that. And like I guess Ghost Oki and like Hellzone Grenade, which they nerfed anyway. So like I don't.
The problem with it too is that it nerfs a lot of characters' offensive options. Like Kid Buu EX mix is completely useless now because of Vanish Guard cancel.
And the thing is, so like I feel you on that, right? But I feel like no one ever actually uses guard cancel anyway, unless it's by accident. And when you do that shit accidentally, you die.
Nah, he
Like
he
air
said
guard
vanish
cancel
guard
or
cancel.
vanish guard cancel?
Talk about air guard cancel.
Oh wait, did Sage say vanish or air? I'm tripping.
He said vanish. He said vanish. He said vanish.
Oh, I'm
Wait, he
thinking of
said
air
air.
guard cancel.
I think
He
he
said air
I
guard
thought-
cancel.
Yeah, he said air.
He said air.
Oh, okay. No,
Yeah,
I got
yeah.
mixed up. Then that's my apologies.
It's all good.
I have,
No,
I have a-
vanish
I have-
guard cancel, I think, is okay.
Yeah, I have a question for
I
in
think
general,
vanish guard cancel is
for
a whole
everyone. Has anyone ever done an aerial guard cancel on purpose?
No.
Yes. It was the highlight of my career. I
It's
promise.
only
You did it
useful-
once on purpose and were like, oh shit, I'm nasty.
I was like,
and then
I'm
never
the
did it again.
GOAT. And then I forgot that it existed.
I'm gonna be honest.
So
I'm
real,
like
so real.
100% sure they put that in the game for lab code. Like I think it was actually lab code. Like they knew they were gonna put her in the game and to deal with her spins. They gave it to
Yeah.
us.
Okay, but
I
I'm
use
pretty
all
sure.
lab
I'm
code.
pretty sure they gave it to him for Gohan.
Yeah,
Like,
going on.
That's what I'm saying. I thought it was also for Gohan.
Maybe Gohan.
At least during the fighter show, they specifically mentioned Gohan at the idea of aerial guard cancel.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was.
I mean, I know that's what Apology Man said, but like they don't usually, as far as I'm concerned, he usually just figures it out himself and it was like, oh, this is a good use for it.
And then,
but
like,
maybe.
granted, it was like 2 years after or before Labco came out, so like
They definitely had
and
that
it-
idea for like that
and
early
it-
for sure.
nah, they actually Gogeta 4 was supposed to be the last character for the game, and then they were just like, oh, might as well milk the game some more, so let's
Yeah.
party, and then
I
they
mean-
partied, and then
I think we all pretty much agree though that if they removed it from the game, I don't think anyone would miss it. Like it
Yeah,
is-
I highly doubt they would remove it, but at least do what they did with the quick tag option and
Where
everything.
you
Just
can
give us a switch
toggle
to turn
on
it
and
off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would like that a lot because
Or, like, a
I have
different
I have
input.
done it maybe like 3 times ever, but those 3 times it was definitely on accident and I died for it. So you can keep that.
No, I don't mind it getting rid of. The only thing like Enzim said, I use it a lot against lab code because if she ever does like EX anti-edgement, you could get out of it.
Mhm.
That's the only time I would be like, damn, I can't do this anymore.
wait, Fred, you actually use that mechanic?
For lab code, you get a free guard cancel. on
moly.
this thing.
I'm not gonna lie though, like I've definitely seen some sets, like some heartbreaking things. Like I remember at Evo Grand Finals, it was the Nitro vs Wawa one. Like
Huh.
Wawa was up 3-2 characters game 1 with the UI team, and he got air guard cancel on his Vegito, and he just perished.
Yeah, you know he deserves that, right?
Like,
Because he's just busy mashing.
like his
Vegito
entire
assists.
character got
you-
killed immediately.
yeah,
I was like,
good.
Jesus.
Good, because you're mashing Vegito assists.
I
Every
was
opportunity.
saying, you know, that one might have low key been deserved, but
Damn. So it's like that.
100% like that.
I mean,
love that.
he undoubtedly was just sitting there bashing Vegito assists. That's
Mashing
why that
Vegito.
happened.
So wait, so what happened is I think he like jumped and called the assist, and like Nitro aired him, and he
Yeah.
thought he was gonna switch sides, and he accidentally called the assist while holding forward, and
Yeah,
GG's.
yeah.
Vegito
Because he's
perished.
mashing the assist. Exactly.
Anyway,
Like things like that is like really unfortunate and definitely should
Nah,
be
it's actually
addressed.
really unfortunate. Good. You deserve that.
They do deserve that.
I
will
see
say
we got
that.
some strong feelings about
Very
that
strong
one.
feelings.
When
All right,
the
what
Vegito
about-
players match assist, they gotta die for that. I'm sorry.
What about you,
So
Enzo? You got anything you'd like to see change with the game?
Realistically, I do think they should, for the most part, just get rid of the defensive assists. Or
Oh,
at least
yes,
the ones
thank
that
you.
do extra things. Like I feel like traditional DP assists like Team Gohan are fine, but like the assists like hit that like spawns behind you, happy birthdays and autocorrects, or like 17 where it's just like it's a barrier, it absorbs hits, then it wall bounces, and it's a mix-up assist, or like the
Okay,
Vegito
so-
where it's like a trap assist combo. It's everything. Like you need to get rid of those because I feel like it's unfair.
Now, when you
for
say
other
get rid of them,
characters.
you mean like change the assist entirely, or just get rid of some of those properties? Like elaborate on
Oh,
what you mean by that.
just dial them down a little bit. I don't think they should actually just get rid of any of the assists because that kills the support value of the character. But like dial it
Right.
down a little bit so like they're like not having all those extra properties.
So my
Like,
thing
maybe
with
have,
that
like,
is
hit,
right is
not
that
autocorrect
we've
or something.
seen that when they have nerfed assists in the past, and it hasn't happened to all of them, but with some of them, they like gut those assists, like 16A or GTA was the one I was thinking of, and Roshi B. I mean, like some of those assists are still good or usable, but significantly worse than they used to be. And then the characters themselves, oftentimes in those cases, also got really worse, so or a lot worse. So it's like you're completely losing the value of the character. I also just feel like it's for so long early on in the game's lifespan, right? People were saying we need more assists that are strong, like more characters with really strong assists and more options. And then when we started getting those, people were like, whoa, but not that strong, and right? And then so they like take a step forward and then 2 steps back on some of the strengths. And if they do tone some of these down, I just hope they don't go overboard with it, right? Like where they just Like, okay, we're gonna nerf hit A. It now has 10 frames to block some. Like what?
Yeah,
huh?
like that's.
But they definitely know how to nerf us is because the first step for Roshi was good, and then I don't know why they
Yeah, then
So
they
that's
did
my
another
thing.
one,
It
yeah.
feels like too often they end up going too far, whether it's in one patch or in two. Like, granted, this might actually be the last one, so they only have probably one chance to do it. But if they do that one thing and they take it really far on that first step, then it's.
It'd definitely be quadrupling down, 100%.
Well, they've shown that they do enjoy quadrupling down on some shit. Do y'all also feel that way about the defensive assists? That some of them are just a little bit too crazy?
Yeah. Yes, they need
Yeah,
to
100%.
change that.
It can definitely get smoked on a level.
I think the craziest part about the assist that nobody talks about is the immense hit stun that it has.
Wait, which one?
That's all these assists have. Like,
oh yeah,
Baby's first hit
I be
confirmed the
talking
game.
about it personally. I don't know about y'all. I make sure to mention it every time I get hit by one.
It is literally Baby's first hit confirmed the game.
Yeah, well, but that's the problem is that, or part of the problem is that it feels like that's just the design philosophy of the game in the first place. Where
No, yeah,
they want the
to
skill
that
floor
point,
as low as
right?
possible so that anyone can, you know, and that's why C assists are a thing as well.
Right.
It's just like, oh, I can just run up from full screen and confirm this into a full combo. You know what I'm saying? So
Pretty much. If you look back when the game first came out, remember compare adult Gohan's assist hit stun from then to now.
It's like triple.
Like the hit stun now is like triple what it was in season 1. They have dumbed down the ability to confirm off assists by so much.
Hey, those of y'all who watch my videos out there, y'all know every time I get hit by Gohan A, I'm like, yo, why did they buff the hit stun so crazy on this assist? I bring it up every time.
It made sense before where you'd get hit by it and you're like, oh fuck, I'm back to neutral, right? Because that's what it looks like. He like punches the shit out of you, and it's like, oh shit.
I'm back to neutral. I have to do a really preemptive confirm.
The only reason I can see them doing that is because they were like, okay, we took your full invincibility away, and Team Gohan still has it, but we don't want to take
so
away
it doesn't
from
make
him,
any
so let's
sense.
give him something extra that makes him a little bit different than Team Gohan. So like, oh, let's just give it the hit stun. I think that's
No,
the train of
because
thought they use.
Gohan has the hit stun. Like he has.
King Gohan?
He still has
No,
amazing hit stun.
they're not the same.
They're not the same, but
No, but I
they're
meant
still
like I said like I think they looked at it and thought it was unfair for him for like other style of assists like his to like also have that hit stun, but
I
like
mean-
he didn't have it. Like UIA had it, but they're both anti-air assists and he didn't have it, so they're like, okay, I guess we'll just give it to you. I'm not like trying to say like what they did was right. I'm not defending. I'm saying probably
that
what
you're
they
not
did.
defending it, just
it's
explaining it.
because like I'm thinking like about it, right? Because Cooler's fully invo, right?
Yes, this is full.
Yeah,
I don't know how much like how much of a difference two assists are. It's too strong.
Only the
Um,
anti-air ones have that much hit stun. The truly invincible ones don't.
Oh no,
Okay.
but the thing is about Gohan, it did not need more hit stun because it's also like 6 frames faster
Talk to him.
than the invincible one. So like it did not need anything extra.
Then the invincible one?
Yeah.
His is 19 frames. Team Gohan's is 20.
No, Gohan has like I think his is actually 17.
No, his is 19. The fastest physical assist startup in this game is 19. It's tied with like Krillin rocks and stuff.
He's
Like
18.
Yamcha
I
A,
think
Krillin
Gon is
A,
18,
stuff
right?
like that.
Wait, I'm
We
about
got
to
like, we got like
his is
8 different
19.
numbers, fellas.
I think
I'm about-
Ideal Gon is 18, if I
I'm
remember
about-
correctly.
I'm about to boot up this game. Hold on.
I was like,
I'm
surprised you don't already have it on.
Training room.
He's like, I gotta check this shit.
we also
You know,
got
the
Dustin,
fastest
fellas.
assist in this game is definitely 19. I'm pretty sure that's the rule.
Alright, so wait, what's Team Gohan's? And
I
the
think
20.
Rocks
I
is
know.
the fastest, isn't it?
Team Gohan's is 20.
Is Rocks faster than Yamcha or are they the same?
No, Roxy and Adult Gohan are the same. I know that.
Yeah, like I think they're all titled like Beerus, Adult Gohan, Rocks, and Yamcha. I think
Oh,
are all 19.
Seihan actually said it used to be 15,
Oh,
but
his
they
is
nerfed
18.
it to
Wow.
19.
We doesn't count barrier, right?
So he does have
You
the
said it used to
fastest.
be what?
He said it used to be 15 actually until they nerfed it to
That's
being
insane.
19.
Oh, yeah, what's good,
15
Toby?
frames is
Who's
insane.
The
who's
Swedish
is
black?
15?
Oh shit.
No, Adult Gohan used to be 15 frames.
That's fast.
They slowed his down.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
See, I wasn't there for that one.
He's supposed to be
shit
fully
is
invul
fast.
at one point.
Yeah, he used to be fully
is that back?
info and 15.
Something about the defensive assist that I think is frustrating now is in the beginning of the game, obviously DP assist was Kazunoko's bread and butter, right? Now it's back in a certain sense with like defensive assists, like you do light DP on fucking Blue Gogeta, call Vegeta assist, and you're like, it's still my turn, or you call a barrier and you're like, oh, I get out of dodge for free. Like I don't like that. Like that shit is annoying. Please get rid of that.
I feel
Is that the issue with how light DPs work, or defensive assists with them?
I think it's light DPs.
I think it's both.
That one specifically, I think, is light DP. The fact that you can do it's not fully invincible, but might as well be pretty much with the way it works, and then you're able to call an assist, which makes no sense. It's literally season 1 days again.
I would say, do we not feel like you just shouldn't be able to use an assist ever when you do a DP?
Yes.
Yeah, I just feel like no matter whether it's light, medium, or heavy, you just shouldn't be able to call an assist.
Light DPs already have the advantage of it doesn't cause full blue health. Why do they get to call an assist as well?
Don't forget the medium starter.
And it's a medium starter. You can get TOD from a light DP.
What a fun game we play.
Yeah. What a game we play indeed.
Right, so I just got back, but when you guys talk about light DPs, are you talking about frame 1 or even frame 4?
You're talking about anti-air DPs. Those are not DPs, bros. I'm sorry. Like, those are not DPs. It's the same.
The frame 4 ones, right?
Those are anti-airs.
Yeah, frame 1 anti-air they're talking about.
So then lab coat's light, anti-air is pinning both sides, TLD starter, happy birthday is fine. Sage into assist call. Or EX into assist call.
Oh, I'm pretty sure we're all going to get into that one. I'm pretty sure we're going to get into that one pretty quickly after this.
That is the rule of the game. That is the move having too many properties on it. That is like characters with that other than Gogeta and her, they can't do it in the fucking air. So if I pull up and I jab you or you're in the air, you're not anti-air spinning me or hitting me with an anti-air like that. You know what I'm trying to say? Lab Coat's EX spin shouldn't even be
a thing.
That period. It should be like at worst like an actual DP, not an actual anti-air projectile invo move.
I agree.
The way
it should lose its projectile invo property. I always say that. Like, there's no frame 1 anti-air and key blast invo being on one move shouldn't exist in the game.
As if she needs it with the neutral she already has anyway. So
yeah, she doesn't need the key blast on it. But you also lied to me in them. They said it's definitely 18 frames.
Yeah, that's what
I said.
said.
No, I said it. No, I said that. I looked at it. I was like, wow, it actually is 18.
Yeah, and T going 21. You lied on both.
So there's a big frame difference.
Yeah. Unreactable to unreactable. Wow.
All right, well, moving on to the next one. Jake, do you have anything that you'd like to see change with the game in particular?
A couple of things were already touched by everybody, but I want assist recharge to go back to the way it was before.
Interesting.
One frame gap.
What?
Right.
I don't know if you actually want that.
The pitching, bro.
Do you?
I disagree with this
want
one.
level 5 adult Gohan?
I was about to say I don't want to have to deal. I'm already struggling against Gohan as it is, and some of these characters that have really good staggers and block screens like Jiren, Janemba, especially Janemba.
Level 1 Gohan is a nightmare with that change.
Yeah, he does fucking 5L, 2L, delay, 3L when he gets to the
I think you go back to something like that, a lot of stuff has to change with some characters before you can
imagine fighting Red Gogeta. He does 6H, he gets his assist back. It's like, well,
Vegeta is a I don't want to deal with it a lot.
Red Gogeta, Blue Goku, Adult Gohan. Oh god, no! Please no.
How many frames is it now? How many frames is it now?
20.
20 frames? Maybe meet in the middle. Like meet in the middle a little bit. That's I don't know. Make it a little bit.
Blue Goku says no. Please don't.
Yeah.
So like you want the like right now you have to leave like a 20 frame gap for your assist to come back. You want that to be 10 frames?
Maybe like 12.
12? But like you also got to face the issue of like if that is the case, then mashing assist on defense gets even stronger.
And we also got to think about like how strong assists are. So,
but
like,
is that an issue
least
if the assists that we say need to be changed get changed?
All right.
Not even just those assists. Every assist will start to be changed.
Contingent with the assist changes. Otherwise, because that's like my for fun, like that would be fucking nuts to have that.
Yeah, because this game needs more chaos.
Yeah. I want them to give us double supers back and make characters in their strongest forms. Like give us that. Give us like, hey, here's peak GT Goku. Have some fun.
Yeah, that sounds fun for a YouTube video. Yeah, I don't know if that's healthy.
Bro, we got that. You got the DBFZ mod.
I feel what he's saying. I understand. I actually kind of agree with it a little bit. But
I've actually seen a lot
some
of people
characters
say that
returning
where they want the Prime version of every character to come back. So like
Prime is crazy though. Like maybe give them back some of the tools that at that point in the game was unhealthy for it because it was unfair to the other characters because they didn't have it. Like they did that, but then they were like later on they're like, okay, so we're gonna give these tools to other characters because we kind of see how we want to do this now. But then those characters who had them before, they didn't give it back. So pure examples like Bardock, them taking away all of his mix and then dropping a character like Red Gogeta with his level 3 mix. Is like, okay. So like at the time that was unfair because Bardock was a bit too strong. But like now that the game strength got like risen a little bit and like
Yeah,
they were
everything
okay with
caught
giving
up.
certain
Power
characters
creep.
it.
All right, there's
Yeah,
some
like-
characters that I wouldn't hate coming back if Servala coming back, but I don't think characters like 16 and Gohan need they hard knockdown mid screen to come back.
Yeah,
That's
no,
just-
Nah, give it to 16, bro.
that's-
16
that
type.
shouldn't
16
exist.
type.
That shouldn't
Sage is like, let me 50-50 you on any
16 is not
interaction.
hype.
That's
But no,
16 was like
No,
another-
that knockdown shade doesn't need that. If you really want to make 16 good, you give him two things, which is projectile armor on his heavies, because he used to be able to go through beams with that shit. That was
OD.
crazy. That was
that was OD.
And his auto combo.
He had a projectile lariat before projectile lariats. Like
Yes, they nerfed that shit in the first patch. Also, he could do jab, and that was a built-in 50-50. He's either gonna grab you to MU, and you had to hold that. So if you give him that, now we're talking. Hard knockdown like doesn't help me with anything that's happening in the game at all. Doesn't matter.
I was saying, he's just gonna do hard knockdown and then just get mashed on.
Yeah, or like you can meet it with IDJLP anyways. It doesn't really matter. That change like didn't affect 16 at all.
The hard knockdown
Yeah.
over the sliding.
Yeah, there is no difference in competitive play when you do the old knockdown and the current knockdown. I mean, the old knockdown is obviously better, but it's just like I knock you down and I do IDJLP. I'm just like, well, I'm still plus, and it was meaty, and you can't mash on that.
But
So
like,
there's no difference.
he had like you have to deal with delay tech and stuff now and whatnot. He just kept putting you in a strike throw, like no extra variables over and over again. I think that was like really strong.
Delay tech does not matter in that scenario for 16.
Virtual
Thankfully.
Why not?
Mix.
Because if you don't delay tech, you get meaty, and if you do delay tech, you still get meaty. So it doesn't matter.
All right, well, you've always played this game at a much higher level than I have, because me personally, I was just getting mixed left, right, and center every single time I got hit by it. So that's all I know. I knew that you still could like meaty and stuff now, but as far as I was concerned, there was a big change when that happened. But I guess for someone of your caliber, maybe not so much. But
well, it's because, sorry to cut you off, but back then he had way more options outside of just the hard knockdown. He had solo tick throw, if you remember that. That was
right. Yeah. I mean, yeah, no, 16 was getting mixed off everything off jab. Obviously, command grabs, everything. His level 3 was ridiculous. He had he had a lot going on there.
Everything. I think the only other thing that I would like really want as a like this would be the top of the line would be give characters their level 3 Oki back. Like even if it's hard to execute, like just let's make getting level 3 feel a little bit scarier across the board.
Yeah, I agree. I like that.
Yes.
So I'm seeing a lot of people say bring back level 3s, right? And I'm not opposed to that change. I don't really feel like I ever had a big issue with getting mixed off of a level 3, right? And I also feel like that's something that speeds the game up a little bit more, because despite the changes that they've claimed they tried to make in order to make the game faster, we're still the game that takes the longest of any to play. Like I think Evo went on to like 5 in the morning Eastern.
Not
time or
Evo's
something.
fault. Not Dragon Ball's fault.
Well,
MK was the longest.
that was all MK's fault.
All right.
MK
Fair,
and Grand Blue
fair.
went over on time.
Fair.
So that's
However, our
Dragon
game
Ball
does
took
still
4 hours, man.
Our game does still
It's
take
also
a very
Dragon
long
Ball's
time.
fault.
It does.
But I don't know. Like I'm personally surprised to see some people say bring level 3 mix back, because I feel like for so long people were upset that certain characters had level 3 mix. But if all the characters that have had it all get it back, then maybe it's not that big of a deal. Because then you're not.
My issue is less that some characters have it.
Characters anyway.
Yeah, that's really the issue, is that it's not homogenized across the board. Like everything shouldn't be homogenized in general, but you can't give it to some characters and some characters don't have it, and then some have it on DHC, so you can just bring it in whenever for Oki. Like it needs to be on one clear page throughout all the characters.
Yeah, when we got 5 or 6 characters that have 50-50s off level 3s no matter where they are, and then 20 to 30 characters who got nothing, to mix things up, or especially like mid screen, some characters have legit 0 mid screen Oki. Then it becomes a bit lopsided.
Let me spend an extra bar to get that Oki. Let me give that Oki injection.
You have to be a bit careful with that though, because some characters are designed to like have them and some characters aren't.
Yeah,
I think it's a
like-
bit more fair to say the characters who are designed to have them but got taken away should look at maybe giving them back. Like the issue with is like this game is they like offense is kind of capped compared to what it used to be, especially with like them removing snap, delay tech becoming more of an issue, them removing level 3 Okis, and they tried to fix that by giving characters more damage so that your hits matter more. But there's still that one point of interaction which you still have to 2-touch that you still have to deal with, right? That's why you're seeing in this meta that like the defensive teams are just the strongest because offense was made too weak, right? Like all the teams that are winning are all defensive, like defensive characters, defensive assists. That's literally Wade's team's entire strategy. That's Yasha's team's entire strategy. Like it's really, really strong.
I blame Lord Knight.
Them taking away level 3s was like the only reliable way to have consistent situations. So like without that, it's just like running offense is still obviously strong, right? That's not what I'm saying at all. It's just that like it's not nearly as strong just having a defensive oriented team, and like it's unfair to the competition. Which is why I said earlier I think they should just get rid of the rest of the defensive assists because they already got rid of the majority of them.
I feel that. I felt like, and maybe you guys feel different because a lot of you guys have played this game at I'm probably the lowest level player. No, I'm definitely the lowest level player in here. But that's the point is, like, obviously I lean more towards the casual side, but I'm kind of in the middle of both because like I'm not a competitor for sure, but I've gone to some events and stuff. But I feel like from the more so the side I came from, a lot of people feel like offense was just way too strong in this game, so they begged and begged and begged for more defense. And now we got it. And now it's one of those situations where it feels like they took it too far while simultaneously nerfing offense and buffing defense. And now we're at the point that we are now. Do any of you in here ever feel like there was just too much, like the offense in the game was too strong and needed to be toned down, or do you always feel like there were options, there were answers?
Not really.
Nah.
I only started like
a little bit.
after that. No,
there was a point where it got really bad when you had 4-way GT Goku mix on a level 3 that did like 80%, and then
hold that shit.
Infinite snap loops.
I still feel like GT Goku. I feel like GT Goku.
The fuzzy was
the Unifuzzy was a little hair.
That shit was a lot.
That I'll say.
That shit was rough.
Okay, I felt like they needed to do something about Universal Fuzzy, but I was kind of sad they just completely removed fuzzies from the game entirely. But
that I agree with. Let me fuzzy.
It's hard though because fuzzies made a lot of characters just unplayable.
See, y'all say that, but
don't even say that.
Niggas say that, but I've seen Sage up there kicking everybody's ass with Broly, so I don't want to hear it.
Sage and Fenrir were out here finessing.
Now, did I see Goichi call GTA in neutral and then Fuzzy Fenrich mid screen? Yeah, that might have happened a couple of times, but that's neither here nor there. Okay, fact of the matter is, both them boys was out there cooking.
Bugged up by Tachikawa in the World Tour because of fuzzies. His Blue Gogeta was getting his dome piece of
let me ask this.
Jesus.
Do you guys think is it too much to make it where fuzzies is still gone, but snap timing, there's no longer delayed snap timing? It's always the same. Would that be too much though?
I don't think it would be too much. I think it'd be actually really good.
Yeah, are we lobbying to bring back snap? Because I'm here for that.
I'm here for that.
I'm actually here for it. They just need to make Snap not more worth it than level 3s, because that's what the original issue was. Like, there was like rarely ever a situation where you choose level 3 over Snap. Like, it was kind of, unless it was like a broken ass mix.
I don't know how you guys would feel about this.
People were picking Snap over killing characters. That was another issue.
So one thing I said is,
I just felt like Snap should have costed a resource. Like, it should have costed a bar.
It should have just costed a bar.
Yeah, and it should have had a cooldown on it. Like, after you snap someone, you can't do it again for however long or something.
No, not even. Just snap for a bar and then meter penalty for like.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know. Like, again, that was just one of those situations where I was like, where people, talked about it, cried about it, whatever. And they're like, okay, we'll nerf it. And then they took it to the extreme. I'm like, bro, did you just remove that feature entirely?
But that's common in this game. If you ever realize, like,
no, I have realized. I'm just always asking myself why.
Don't ask that yourself. Why ask whoever is in charge, bro?
If I could, if I could,
why she was wilding with a don't go hard.
If I could, I would. Callie, you got anything? Oh, I'm sorry. Go on, Pred.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think Snap just has to I actually am happy if they bring back Snap. I just don't think it should jail out for 2 jail block string assists. I think it should only be 1. And then that way it's not priority over level 3.
So Pride, this was like what I said for Snap. I brought this up like a while ago, like about a year ago. I said Snap should 1 cost the bar, 2 it shouldn't regen your assist, and 3 7-second lockout. Like 7-second assist lockout.
I think it's already. I think overall it's 10. I would just half it.
It's 10. Oh, then 5. Yeah. I thought it was 14.
I'll be like, it definitely Snap definitely was. It favored Gohan's more than everyone else, or anyone who could like true string block string like that. Like the one weakness that the legs are supposed to have, they like removes it for a second. And it's just like, well, I'm holding 4 50-50s damn near back to back. Is like. And then if you get past that, then the assists keep regenning. Like, it was bad. But, like, that's not Snap's fault. That's, like, all the other system mechanics with Snap doing that. Like, I feel like Snap wasn't the actual issue. It was, like, fuzzies, how the assists regened, how long the lockout was. Like,
because they definitely smoked the cooldown and then smoked Snap on top of it. Like, if they had just smoked the cooldown and then kept Snap, it would have been a lot more bearable.
That's my thing. I'm like, yo, they always make a change that was like, oh, okay, that'd be great. And then they take it a step further. Like, no, bro, you had it right. You did enough.
Yeah,
they overdo it like a lot.
Anyway,
100%.
Callie Mac, you got anything in particular you'd like to see change with the game that hasn't been mentioned already?
You definitely mentioned a lot.
Yeah. That being said, I mean, I don't know if we still want to keep going one by one because honestly, we already spent a lot of time on that, and I do want most of you guys just to be able to be here for like the community assortion of the characters and whatnot. So you don't have to come up with anything if you don't.
I will say one thing. I will say one thing. EX moves definitely need to be changed. They either need to go back to a bar, or they need a nerf on the damage. Something needs to go.
I don't agree with that.
No, the only thing I think every Lariat or like EX move, full screen move just needs to be light starters.
No, for me,
most of them, that's the thing.
Yeah, that's
most are, some aren't, and the ones that aren't are the top tiers, pretty much.
I just don't understand how some characters lost it and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta didn't, but whatever.
I don't get is why EX moves like multiple things with minimal recovery.
For me, it's not even the scaling the issue. It's the fact that the move is literally -4 or something like that, while character like SHJ Vegeta is -8.
Nearly full screen, combos by itself without having to spend extra resources. Like, bro.
Yeah, it needs to be like SHJ Vegeta where it's -8 or something like that, and you're forced to either think when you use it or call an assist, because right now you can just spam it and
I think it's not as bad now after the last patch, but there's just too many of the moves, and there's obviously some of the best ones in the game where the risk reward is just really skewed, and the characters who get a very large reward don't have a large amount of risk for getting that reward. Because like let's say Gogeta stays exactly the same, but like on whiff or on hit, it's like -10 or something crazy, right? Where you can easily like 5M punish it. It's like, okay, well then that's kind of fair now, because like he's taking a big risk by doing this move. The move is OD. If you get hit, you explode. But if I don't get hit, you explode. That'd be fair. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, that shit just shouldn't be a medium starter regardless of the change.
It also should not be a medium starter.
Like I'm getting jump. That shit has no travel time. The point blank full screen is the exact same speed. It goes through everything in the game, and if I get hit by it, I can lose my character. Nice.
Hey, we could always make it Yamcha and make it -50, right?
No, I don't need
Poor
that.
Yamcha. He got
You know what? Yeah, if you win,
Give Vegeta his rocket kickback.
Oh brother. Oh brother.
Frame 4 is cap.
Okay, it doesn't have to be frame 4 per se, but at least remove the whiff recovery, man.
If he does whiff that move, he's just kind of chilling there.
Yeah, bro.
Which
like
would be working
just
backwards.
Well, I mean,
at the same time, which is I'm hesitant to say he should need that.
Okay,
but like if they want to keep the game in its current state,
let's reduce the whiff recovery. How about that? It doesn't have to be removed and go back to the way it was. But God, they really went OD ham on Yamcha and Vegeta, and no one's even playing Vegeta when they nerfed that move except for me.
That's
no. Actually, no. A lot of people were playing base Vegeta. No one's playing Yamcha.
Okay, well, what I'm saying is people were playing base Vegeta, but competitively, y'all weren't, because when Vegeta was at his strongest, it was online, so people weren't playing Vegeta because playing Vegeta online is hell, right? And like people were picking the character up, but I'm not gonna lie to y'all, I really feel like that patch was the YouTuber patch, because that was the same patch where they nerfed Bardock B, right? And then Yamcha got nerfed, base Vegeta got nerfed. All the characters that were getting memed on YouTube got nerfed in that patch.
Pretty much, actually.
Bardock B was type crazy.
Anyway,
I think Bardock B actually got nerfed because of base Vegeta.
That was the silent assassin.
I mean, that I wouldn't doubt that. Kasuga, you got anything you'd like to see?
That's
change?
like
See, it was because of the memes actually.
Like I said,
I do think it was memes.
Yeah.
I agree with everyone, but like I said, yeah, I think they don't need to change the EX. It should stay like it is, but just make Lariat like -8 or 9, something like that.
Yeah, I can feel that. What about you, Pred? Anything in particular that hasn't already been brought up?
Honestly, I think moves that like full screen buttons that go full screen, like not normals in general. I think they should be more scaled, even if they're medium. So like Vegito 5M, Blue Gogeta 2M. Any move that goes full screen like that should not be medium scale starters. They should definitely be a little bit less than medium. Like Kid Booster, yeah. I think they should all be like Kid Booster, yeah, if you go full screen.
I will say that's a bit unfair because that shit is also disjointed. So like he's not even really taking risks for pressing that button compared to the other characters at all, actually.
Yeah, I was say I feel like it's a bit different from like 21 3M or Kid Blue 3M or something like that. Where
it's
like
the equivalent of your beam getting jumped. You're gonna get punished.
Yeah,
I think... but that's a lot different from like delivering yourself to their like open arms. Like you whipped in, just like, well, now you're
right,
just
because
about
like
to press 5M.
With any character's 5M, like you're advancing and bringing yourself toward that character. Whereas with like a character like Kid Buu, like yeah, you're still taking a risk, but
yeah, you also gotta think about it. Like every normal in this game is with cancelable with vanish.
But yeah, that and also the difference too about Kid Booth is like if you hit 3M at and they're too close to you, it literally just won't hit. So that has its disadvantages too. Like, if I do 3M and you move forward and you're past like the midpoint of like halfway, it's gonna whiff entirely.
I don't know, bro. Get your footsies up.
Yeah. All I'm saying is you're
mentioning
mentioning
normals.
you mentioned the change about the half screen normals because you want to fix the risk reward tied to them, right? But I was just pointing out that you use Kid Buu and like Majutuna as a reference, but their risk reward, they're even safer. They're taking less risk to do it. So if the other characters did receive that change, like they would just have the better version of it. Like I think the reason they might have only did it to them was because they aren't even taking as much of a risk, nearly as much of a risk as the other characters. Still a risk, right? Because they like moon jump at you as they're doing it. You might get punished, but like it's obvious to tell they're taking less risk than like let's say Blue Gogeta hitting to them, even though they go relatively the same distance. So like if you're trying to change the risk reward, then I'm just was pointing that out because you got to take that into consideration.
No,
too, right?
I agree, but the thing is, Kid Boo's has like I said, it has a range where it just does not hit. Gogeta, Blue, and Vegito, they move forward, but they don't have a spot that does not hit while it's active the whole time until it's done.
And they're medium starters.
Yeah,
that's
fair.
Yeah,
They're
that's
literally
what he wants.
like
That's what he wants them to change. Like change them to light starters if they do that. Which I'm
feel
not
like
gonna
they will not
lie,
do that.
I don't think that's necessarily that good of a change, only because of what I just pointed out.
I don't know. It's
I am not a
I like
fan
the-
of.
I think that
idea.
change is perfectly fine, personally. Mostly because, like, again, all are traveling half screen and have their choice of with vanish. So, like, yes, you are taking a risk, but like, you're also getting a full combo that you can get Gatling into another normal whiff.
Yeah, and you have no dead zone. While Kid Boo's and Android Turtle have dead zones, where the button is just useless.
See, that's one of
Like-
those things where I feel like how I feel about it depends on what other changes get made. Because I'm of the mindset, right, where even though I don't mind the length of the game and how long matches take, I do still feel like it's within the best interest for everyone that matches are faster. So I'm not super keen on the idea of changing a lot of different moves and normals and things to where they're doing less damage. Like EX moves like full screen, key blast, projectile invul like Lariat that's safe on block. And yeah, sure, maybe that shouldn't be medium scaling, but like when we start going to normals, it's like, okay, well, if we're like slowing down the amount of damage you do, that's slowing down the game, unless they do something like giving characters level 3 back, right? Where, okay, like this is a light starter, but I'm getting a level 3 off of this, and then I'm mixing you and I'm killing the character, so you're getting 2 touch, right? But if that's not the case, then I just feel like, it's just personally, I just don't want to see a lot of characters just doing a lot less damage.
Yeah, I can see that, but like the thing is with the skill starters, I don't necessarily need them to be L and M. I mean, I think if it would be good if they had like a good in between of L and M.
Isn't that just H? Because isn't H slightly less than M, or am I bugging?
You're bugging.
Yeah, I think H
Are
is
they the
actually
same?
no, I think H is better scaling than M.
Is it actually? My entire career playing this game, I thought H was in between light and medium.
No, I think H does.
Today I learned.
H is like getting 2H'd. Like it's one of those. Like
Maybe actually, you know what it probably is? It's probably just because I've just never done optimal combos off heavy. So
I don't. Is H scaling even a thing? I thought it was like light, medium, and unscaled.
No. H is the scaling too. I think H does like it's L then M then H.
Unscaled was whatever the fuck lab coat was in.
Well, unscaled is just 5-0.
No,
I thought
5L is medium.
I thought the I thought that was medium.
Wait, 5L is not the same as medium. So
It is.
No, I'm saying if you whiff
exact
5L and hit with the second hit of light, that's just medium scaling, is it not?
Yeah.
No, that's
medium
the depth, bro. I guarantee you. I swear, unless they took it out, it was different scaling.
No, bro.
Talking about 5LL, right?
Yeah. Like if you get hit by the second hit of auto combo as a starter, I've always been under the impression that's medium scaling.
That is Z Broly's only medium scaled.
Yeah, that's why we say that, you know.
Yeah.
Kurt's over there like,
Wait
a minute.
they're the same.
That boy in training mode right now. Like, hold on.
Yeah, no, I just checked. They're the same.
Yeah.
I have to do like. Okay, it's mad hard to deal with.
Bro is losing his mind right now. He's like,
we're checking his notes like,
give Broly
no, it
medium
can't be.
starters. Y'all want to rob him like that?
My man said it's mad hard to do 5LL with Teen Gohan. I'm about to leave this.
No. To go into the skill starter in the corner, it's a mad random.
Yeah, I think he's trying to hit the second L on Team
Yeah,
Gohan.
I have lost Evo to that exact situation. So
I was about
I'm
to say, I don't really know.
You too?
Yes, bro. I did an IED, and his first one walked him out the corner, and then I got hit with an instant cross up and got
Oh,
TOD'd.
I got
and I was like,
360 no scope by
nice.
Vegito.
360 no scope. First time type shit.
First time.
First time.
Wow. Hey, you know what I would like to see changed? Sorry to just interject. Yeah, anti-air third hit auto combos. That shit gotta fucking go. Looking at
Yes,
you.
I feel like I don't think anyone in the
Oh,
game
yeah.
should have an auto combo that anti-airs. I do agree with that.
Yeah.
That was actually going to be mine. So I'm glad you mentioned it because I was going
That
to go
was
next
actually going to
anyway.
be my point as well.
I wouldn't be mad if they took him out. I think the only one who actually deserves one is actually Red Gogeta. I don't know why everyone.
No,
else
he's
has
the
one.
main culprit. He's the biggest culprit.
No. Listen.
No, he's public enemy number one as to why I don't want this. He's got enough slices.
Hear me out before y'all.
Let me hear this bullshit he about to speak.
Hear me out before y'all assassinate me. From a design standpoint, no, I'm saying from a design standpoint, it would only like make sense for the character who's supposed to be the best up close to have something like that versus a character like
That would mean
like
Bardock
base
should
Vegeta.
have it. Like
No,
that.
but that's not Bardock's. That's not Bardock's entire
Bardock
design.
is the up close a brawler character.
No, he has a key blast. He is strong up
you have
close, but his
eyes.
entire design is not to be point blank.
You have eyes, bro.
Oh, punk ass key blast anyway.
It's a full screen key blast. Like, no, I'm not saying Bardock's not designed to get close, right? I'm saying Red Gogeta is clearly designed to be that. Like, they even in his introduction on the showcase, they literally said
Red Gogeta is
he's
designed
supposed to just
after
get
Bardock.
close. I know, but like, yeah, no, but like
Don't
characters like
nerf my character.
no, I said I wouldn't be mad if they took it away from him. I'm saying like logically though, he's the only one who actually makes sense to have it.
Let's pretend for a second that you're right.
Okay,
Okay, let's pretend that you're right for a second.
Y'all don't think that logic
He
makes
already
sense?
has a button that freaking anti-airs anyways.
JS.
5LL.
Or S. He has S. 5S.
That too.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
okay,
so no, I feel where you're coming from as to how you're applying the logic to the character, but I still don't think you should have it.
No, he has like no. That's why I said like I wouldn't be mad if they just got rid of all of them. But I'm saying
Yeah,
like
they should.
realistically, he's the only one that like it makes sense. Everyone else having it, I'm like, what was the purpose of you having it? I don't really see like Kefla being able to whiff it, then anti-air it. I'm like, really? Like, they gave Red Gogeta's the strongest one, right? So it's like it's kind of ridiculous. And even if he lost the anti-air property, it would still kind of do what it's supposed to do. But I'm saying as far as the actual anti-air property, I think it makes sense that like, or it would make sense that if the only one had it was the character who's designed just to be the best up close.
Yeah, I ain't gonna hold you. Fuck that nigga.
That's all I was saying. That's all
But
I was saying.
I feel where you're coming from, but just remove it from everybody, dog. Like,
Yeah, no, they removed it from everyone. I'm like, whatever.
Over his head, a 5LL that basically hits behind him, and a third 5LL that's an anti-air. He does
no,
not.
his
I'm
auto
not gonna
combo
lie, that shit is
legit
valid.
hits behind him. By the way, that is his
All I gotta say is, how did you let him get close to you? That's your fault.
What?
No. We not getting into it. We going. You niggas gonna stop pretending like he got bad neutral stuff. I'm tired of it.
I'm not saying you got bad news. How did you let him get under
Somebody go
you?
get
What-
Fenrich, bro.
What did you do?
First of all, nigga, it's a team game. First of all, second of all, I'm gonna beat your ass.
If you, bro, Sage, how did you
If I
manage
boot
that?
up this game right now and I hold forward and press M, I'm gonna fucking make contact with you. What are you talking about,
bro? Sage, please talk to this nigga, bro.
He's right. This isn't a game that has a fucking auto homing full screen move that gels into assist. He's right.
Or
Dude, there's
every
no win
character has
neutral
the
button.
same exact run speed.
Same exact run speed. Gogeta's got a double dash, a plus frame, 214H, a 2368 that ignores everything.
Wait, but hear me out. If he's standing full screen, he can't do anything.
Can you
still
mute
hear
him?
him out?
Okay, sure. If he's standing like at the literal edge of the screen, and then oh my god, I tapped L2, Vegito A assist, yay! Like
Now that's not his fault. That's
it's a team
Vegito's
game,
fault.
nigga.
I know,
Yo,
but like we're bringing Vegito A into the discussion. Oh my god! Like,
Oh, I mean, are most people who are playing Gogeta not also playing Vegito A?
Damn,
I know, but no one in
team-based
here
games and the
would
team-based
say
game.
no one.
Let me
I'm
put
like
this.
99% sure
let me-
everyone in here agrees that assist needs to be nerfed, including me.
Here.
So, like,
Let me put this on a very easy to understand basis.
doubt it.
I play Jake at Frosty's.
Yep.
Oh my god.
He hits Larry
it
plus
already
Lapo
comes out
assist,
already.
Yep.
and I lost neutral because I stood still for less than 2 seconds.
He had to move forward for that to hit you.
Inzum, for the love of God, if every character is full screen and they want to hit you, what are they going to do? They're going to double tap forward and then push their advancing full screen. But that fucking 5M goes like half screen, basically, bro. You do not have to go the whole distance.
It doesn't go
He said you have to
that
move
far.
forward.
Bro, are you kidding me?
He
Are you
tipped
serious?
forward. It's like the same as me hitting Goku 5M, bro.
It goes like
That shit
3
goes
character.
far.
I would say I used to think Gohan 5M was insane, and it is, but Gogeta goes even further.
That character pulls up on you in like multiple ways, and if you try to jump, and he just goes, "Well, I felt like doing my teleport," and you jump and you get hit by it, God forbid, you lose 50% instantly. What are you talking about, Inzum? And it goes to projectiles too. So the guy full screen can't even throw shit at you for more than half a second, bro. That is
He
not
can throw
weakness
shit
of
at
his.
you
That's not his
until he gets
problem,
like
bro.
80% of the screen. Then you can't throw shit anymore.
Oh my lord!
Oh my God!
Please, man. There's no way.
He has a holding EX flip kick that hits overhead that's plus on block. Like, hello, that shit goes like 90% of the screen.
Why are we even acknowledging this child, bro?
That's so confused. How many subs to mute Inzem, dude? I need to know.
Wait, what?
Bro, honestly,
you can't put a price on me.
Y'all know what's crazy? Everyone's got their torches and pitchforks out for Inzum, and I just put up a video today with Inzum that I recorded it like yesterday or the night before. Originally, again, just because I already had so many people who were supposed to show up today, and I'm super thankful and grateful y'all did pull up, by the way. But Inzum wasn't on the original list because I took a few people from the East, a few people from the West, got a few European heads in here. I was like, all right, cool. And I was like, I just feel like Inzum has like a really valuable opinion though. He's like one of the better players. And I bring him in here and I was like, yo, get this nigga out of here.
My opinion is very thought out.
I'll
Now
drink to that, dude.
We need another valuable opinion. Inzem, how do you feel about Videl? Can you talk to us about that character?
Oh my.
We can get to that later. I think Vidal's really good though. No. We say this for later. We say this for later. Nitro, you have anything that you want to see change with the game that hasn't been mentioned already?
Damn, just throw the whole thing away. Holy moly. But I actually, the one thing I want to see, which is like, I'm surprised nobody's mentioned this, is we need some true character expression in this game. Like,
elaborate.
Yes.
If this imagine this. I'm gonna show like look at a clear canvas, right? Look at a clear canvas, and imagine we see Blaze Blue Central Fiction.
Just go
and
play
we just
W
strapped it onto Dragon Ball.
W game.
We just strapped it onto Dragon Ball.
Okay, so here's the thing though, that the idea and the design of DBFZ is never going to cater toward what you would probably consider true character expression because the game's too homogenous, and that's by design, right? There's too many things that are going to be too similar and universal across the entire roster because that's just how the game is designed. Because it's meant to be able to basically anyone to just be able to pick up and play any character and have fun. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's why they keep making certain changes that they make. And I feel you. I'm here for character expression, but they're only going to make characters but so unique because of all the universal things that every character is going to have, or most of the characters are going to have.
Oh no, I 100% agree.
Yeah, I think we should have known that was going to be the case when the game first came out, and no matter the character, everyone had the same movement speed, health, and everything.
Same health, yeah.
I think
the characters had the exact same normals, same key blasts.
Instead of like a rework from the ground, I would just rather them not take away the character expression that the characters already had, and they were just scared of set potential. Gotenks, for example, and just let them rock because this game does have a decent few characters who are pretty different from the rest. Like you have Ginyu, you have like Nappa, you have characters with level systems like Gohan. Like there's a few who actually like are sort of a little bit like
there are definitely characters that still have their own identity.
The thing about that is it took them a few years to even hit that nail, right? Like
Yeah.
I think the closest character we got to being unique for the first time was Bardock, right? And then GT Goku.
I mean, Bardock definitely changed the game entirely, and he was unique in some ways, but I feel like Teen Gohan wasn't that far off from that character in certain ways. It blew Goku too. But granted, they get a lot more similar the longer the game went on, and then also different again.
I mean, granted, like everybody was
Roshi,
pretty much based off of Bardock. So
yeah, I feel like a majority of the DLC characters that came after Bardock were like designed.
Not even just the DLC, the normal characters.
Well, yeah, because like that's what I was saying. Like even Teen Gohan, because I remember we used to call Blue Goku like Great Value Bardock, and now Blue Goku's better Bardock. But yeah, a lot of characters ended up being designed around what Bardock brought to the table with the lariats and everything, and then they took him to a whole other level. But yeah, he's a game changer, man. He the GOAT. Bring him back.
True. I will say that I think that when they came out with season 3 characters, though, that was the most unique season we've ever gotten.
No, bro.
Kefla, UI, Super Baby 2,
Super Baby 2.
Master Roshi, Gogeta
Roshi's
4.
probably like the most unique character in the game.
You know, I can actually see that. I can see that actually.
They
did.
at least gave all the season 3 characters outside of like Kefla something specifically for them, like Master Roshi with his Master's Leap. Gogeta got the Dragon Ball / level up system. Baby
And the
2
double air dash.
everything about him, and the double air dash. UI Goku got all the crazy flip stuff. Season 3
had 16 extra defensive options. Yeah, that was fun.
Hey,
Why'd you let him get in?
About the characters themselves.
Why'd you let him get in?
I'm just saying that was the most unique season we had gotten.
You got in because I'm bad at the game, Nitro. I don't know what you want from me. Anyway, OB Assassin, you got anything left that you'd like to add? Because I know you said you were also talking about the anti-air auto combos, but is there anything else you'd like to change?
Yeah, there was actually 2 points that was actually covered, like the anti-air auto combo and that. But there's actually one thing that I've actually wanted back. I don't think the community will agree on this. Well, there's 2 things actually. One of them is, you know how they nerfed all the good assists? I think every character that had a good assist, well, broken assist, should just get it back.
I agree.
Including Vegeta?
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, I think somebody said that earlier.
Yeah,
But
why not? Even if you put Vegeta at his peak performance, he still sucks.
Well,
yeah, exactly. So why
he
not
just
just
becomes
give him
Doom.
I would say then he's actually a support character, like Sonic was saying
Yeah,
way
but
back
not
then.
for Baby B.
It's just
No,
like
yeah, we can
they
get back
won't.
BBB.
I actually agree with that completely, but like I'd
Like
actually
Baby
rather
B,
that
like,
over
why
them
did they
getting rid
not
of the
enough
rest.
Baby
Like,
B for?
Because the scrubs like Kasuga.
He
because
can't
he's
2H your
Brazilian.
air to air Baby B, dude.
It's
Yeah, I
simply
actually think
air.
Baby B was probably one of the
So many ways
lesser
of punishing that.
good assists
So
we
many
had
ways
over
of
the
punishing
wall.
that.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with
I
you.
think Baby B is still pretty good anyway, but it didn't need to be.
it's
nerfed.
good for the wrong reasons. It's good because it makes me whiff reflect.
It's good. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
good because it sucks.
Bro, it's a 50-50
Okay, but
for the
there's-
person using it. Just
There's
go
a, there's
ahead
a
and,
few, like GTA used to do that shit to me all the time.
Well, I mean, you got to remember with GTA.
Bro, bring back GTA. Why not?
Yeah, GTA lived in a world where everybody's movement was fucking
Well,
garbage.
so that's my thing too. Is like I don't, and that's why I never understood why they nerfed GTA, because they nerfed the assist and then made it so that everybody could use the counterplay for it very easily. So I don't.
Nah, you know what's crazy? They nerfed a character, then they nerfed the assist.
Yeah, he was already fine.
That's
They
my
they
fault,
actually
dude.
did a drive by on him. Like they.
That's my fault.
They
I'm
spun the
telling
block
you,
on his
dude.
ass. Real talk.
I was like,
Somebody
what?
had a-
Like, that's
They
actually
really did
one.
spin the block on GTA. I mean,
Somebody had
if,
a
if,
hate
thought we were
bonus
done.
for me at Arc Sys.
if we're living in a world where everyone has their old assist backs, like 16 gets his A assist back, Vegeta gets his A assist back, GT goes back, Roshi goes back, Bardock B goes back. I mean, then you just have
Yo,
like
wait. Gotenks A goes back.
no restance, no restance.
Damn it.
No restance.
Why not, bro?
Just
expression, bro.
Honestly,
Just saying, remember this
I mean, the character's
conversation
bugged,
right
so why
now
not
when we
give
get to
it to him?
Beerus. Just saying.
So y'all saying there's not a single assist that y'all wouldn't want to change back?
I mean, if
No,
if-
actually, I would want all of them back. Damn near. Fuck it.
Yeah,
I don't know if I
That's
necessarily agree with it, but it is
That's
a,
how
it's
I
a
want
fun
them back.
idea.
Just want Bardock be back, bro.
Why not? No one plays the character.
It's like I
Yeah, I
realistically
thought I
though,
wanted back.
I don't think they'll do that only because they, for first things, they kind of been going out of the way to nerf the support values in this game, especially with season 4 change. And then second is that they don't like admitting they're wrong for the most part with changes.
Yeah.
like
I would
this.
say realistically, something
Good
like that would never happen because they don't like going back on changes.
Japanese devs, dude, can't admit they're wrong.
It's like in a perfect world though, I would rather all the assists coming back. Like the reason I said I wanted to get rid of the defensive assists now is only because it's unfair for the other characters who are good with the other ones or just any strong assist in general that isn't in the game anymore. It's like while some characters like Blue Gogeta still has Vegito A, Base Sheeta doesn't have GTA, so he can't really
What-
fight back anymore. Like,
One thing I noticed is you keep saying it's unfair. I think that is the point of like, fighting games in general. It's like not supposed to be fair.
Exactly.
It's supposed to be
yes,
very
but
unfair.
at a point in time, it wasn't like that. Is the only thing. Like if it was never
Yes,
like that, then I
but-
wouldn't argue that. But at a point in time, like they had their support, and no one was really complaining too much about certain things. They were just like, you know what, I'm gonna get rid of all of it. And so there's only like a few left.
No,
So
yeah,
like
I
you,
mean, they definitely keep taking
that's my
things
issue.
away, but
there
again,
has to
that's
be
the
a-
point of
There's
the
got to be a proper
unfairness.
balance of fair and unfair, right? Like Krillin Rocks is unfair, but Krillin himself kind of sucks. Right?
That's cap.
But then,
That's cap.
Bro,
I-
they nerfed.
okay,
I can't block that character.
My man has
Krillin's
solo super dash plus assist.
He's okay.
I think Krillin's okay, right? But like, let me finish before you interrupt me.
All right, my fault. Go on.
But then you have Vegito A, right? That's tied to Vegito. That's fucked up, right?
Okay, nah,
That's fine.
I feel you. Right, strong point character, strong anchor character. Like the character itself is strong, and then also has like a really good assist. But I also do think Krillin is a really solid character that's underplayed and underexplored. But that's just
extremely. Krillin's insane.
Yeah, you would know.
I think Krillin's.
I would, yes.
Zane would know. Cloud, you should know too.
You do realize that if Krillin does air key blast and you react to it, right?
Yeah, you just super dash, but that's okay. But like you super dash anybody's
What
key
if
blast.
my
like,
brain is tiny?
No, but Krillin can't do anything. He's smoked. He vanishes, you air dash, and you punish it. Trust me, next time you fight a Krillin, if he does
so the
air
existence of
JS
counterplay means the character isn't that great.
Well,
Wait,
I'm just saying.
does he have
I'm saying in
such bad
comparison
recovery he can't
to
even block?
Vegito's assist.
Because
To
he had
the
no.
character.
Yeah,
Okay,
he had
yes,
no
Krillin's obviously not Vegito. I mean, very few characters in the game are. But
if you're low to the ground, then no, he can recover before you get to him, and you will be 2-H'd.
Oh, so it's just.
I literally did this to Garlic when we played, so I'm calling lies and slander.
What if Garlic just messed up? What if it was just like
Every time for like an hour straight?
I mean, it was online.
He's a child.
Do it again when rollback come out.
He's also like our best Krillin. I have a question for you fellas, if I may.
Go on.
How would you go about nerfing the defensive assist? What would you do to like Vegito A specifically?
I
Or,
would
Make
like,
him pop out in front. Oh,
No,
please.
I would just take the hit stun away.
I was also
Yeah, the hit
saying.
stun
I
needs to
was
go
also
off
gonna say
all of
nerf
That's
hit
literally
stun.
all it needs. Motherfuckers should not be confirming off this invul assist spawning from behind you.
Full
Bro,
screen.
they have enough time to heat up a kettle, bro.
Yeah, that shit is ridiculous.
I'm not gonna lie. Either change its hit stun or change the property on the assist so it doesn't force guard cancel reflect. I feel like the assist doing all that and then it's just like, oh yeah, I'm about to mix you with this shit too is crazy. Like if it functioned like Janemba A or SJ Vegeta A, or like maybe they reduce some of the hit stun a little bit, that would be fine. I don't think they should change the spawn position though because all trap assists work like that. That'd be kind of unfair to him.
Only 2 of them work like that right now. That I know. Of
Out of
it's
all
just
the
hit
trap
Vegito
assists?
and hit. Trap assist? I don't know what you
Yeah,
mean by
like
trap assist, but
SJ Vegeta, Janemba A, the assist that purposely spawn behind you and shoot a key blast at you. Like
I
those
think
style of assists.
Cell A also spawns behind
Yeah,
you.
yeah, Cell is
right?
drop
yeah,
assist, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like they all spawn
Make
behind
Cell
you
great
like
again,
that.
bro.
Well,
It's just
at least
Vegito's just happens to be the most broken out of all of them, so it's too much.
because he's got freaking 70 frames pretty much compared to everyone else, which doesn't
And it's
have that
also
long.
to Vegito.
That's funny. They didn't like that. That was
Give them
weird. In the
everything.
season 4 patch, they kind of showed that they wanted to get rid of most of the support out of the game, right? You nerf things like Baby, Roshi. That was kind of like very obvious, like blatantly support characters. You got rid of their support qualities, but like buffed them on point. But then they looked at Vegito and did the same thing, but they didn't get rid of his support. They just buffed him on point. It's like, yeah, you can have this. And I was like, Jesus. Like,
Wonder why.
Yeah, that's just the French one. The French asked them to buff it. That's all.
But
I wasn't
Yo,
gonna say
they
anything.
OD buffed y'all niggas.
No,
Right
no,
before the
that-
fucking world, was it right before regionals or whatever?
Hey,
they did it twice.
yeah, but to be fair, I didn't start making that joke until the buff or until the patch before the World Finals, where they buffed the 2 Gogetas by a little bit.
That was crazy. I remember
Ridiculous.
that.
Actually,
That's
ridiculous.
that's when I started making the joke that the French were the ones making it. Before that, I said Apology Man was writing it.
They just love Wawa and Yasha. That's it.
Bro, I'm telling you, bro.
you say
Loki
that
was-
like Wade and Obi isn't in this conversation right now.
Oh yeah, they definitely have buff hit. Yeah, they love Wade and Obi too.
Yeah,
To be
they
fair,
love
Wade
me,
has
bro.
been very well. Yo, my man Wade, are you still there? Actually, he has been OD
That's
quiet the whole time.
I haven't heard Wade talk yet.
He
He's
is
chilling, bro. He's
muted.
just here.
Homie might have fell asleep. It's like midnight over there, right? So
Yeah, he's
That's
definitely
tough.
not sleeping though.
Bro, Wade said, I'm just here to listen.
Obi, did you have another point you wanted to add on, or did you get yours off already?
Yeah, I've actually had another point. Like I said, people may not agree with it, but I don't like moon jumping for neutral. I think it's made the game really stale.
Really?
I
Really?
think the fact they made a shortcut is the problem.
I agree on
I was
that.
just saying, so you feel like the mechanic should be removed, or the shortcut should be removed?
No, because the mechanic, the mechanic of moon jumper was actually there from the beginning.
Right,
And
but
Gucci
that's what I'm
showed
saying.
that
So
in
you
season
don't
two,
like
right?
it at all, or you just don't like that it's so accessible now?
I don't like the way they made it easier.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, no,
I agree with that
that was
100%.
I absolutely
Yeah.
hate it because there was a like when you were able to move, like you your movement actually mattered. And I remember I was money matching Posey,
Yeah,
and it's like,
exactly.
I'm so happy that this macro is here. I just hold S and I'm flying around, and I'm like, that
Yeah,
shit's
that's what I'm trying to say.
annoying.
It's made the neutral in this game really, really stale. I'm
Yeah.
surprised no one's actually mentioned that in the beginning. It's
I
made the
I
neutral
mention
really
that every
stale.
day.
It's actually crazy too because
I'm a
we had, like,
hitbox player, so I never noticed any difference with
Oh
or
my
without the macro.
god.
Yeah, we get it. You
Cheater,
play on a
you still got
keyboard,
it.
fucking
He said I'm a
typewriter ass
hitbox player.
combos.
Like,
I'm just saying, dude. I
Yeah,
never
'cause,
noticed
like-
it, but now that
And
you
I
mentioned
never
it makes
noticed.
sense.
I don't
Now
see
that he mentioned it, yeah, it makes sense.
No, like really think
Yeah.
about it. Like the neutral in this game is just floating around, cool Vegito assist. Heck, even me, even hit A.
Okay,
just
but
fly
so
in,
here's
cool
my
hit
thing though,
A.
right? At your guys' level, does that matter? Because all you guys are doing that
Yes, it
anyway.
does.
That matters a lot for someone like
It does.
me who's playing against
No,
like
because
intermediate
I mean,
players online.
certain
but-
situations.
The
it
thing
starts
is, everybody
mattering.
wasn't doing it, even
But-
at
but-
the highest
Okay, but a
level.
lot of you already were.
Thank you, Nitro.
But put this into
Ah.
perspective, though, Lotus. You're in a block string, and
Uh-huh.
instead of having to do
Okay, yes,
down,
because I
up,
already
or
do
super
that,
jump,
right? So I just
you're
hold
holding
S
S
during the blocks. Yeah, so I get
And-
that. That makes
yeah.
sense. That's fair.
Like, for
Like-
example, when Vegito does 2L vanish, you just hold S and super jump, right?
Right.
The skill check is gone to get out of his, post vanish options.
That
But if
that's
you had
fair,
to
that's fair.
Exactly.
manually time it, would make Vegito. In
It
this
makes it a lot
example,
more. It nerfed offense inadvertently as well as made like neutral. Like
It just made
I
it
can't
easier
believe-
for people.
It made it easy.
Dry. It made neutral in this game so dry. I'm surprised no one's noticed it.
Like
I've
the fact
noticed
that they keep taking out the execution of the game. Like the execution of the game wasn't really like that big to begin with.
Yeah, and
then
they've
they just
continued to
kept
make it even easier and
smoking
easier.
it. Like
Yeah. Like I said though, that's by design. They keep trying to make the game, which I don't understand because I feel like at launch, I thought that this was like an incredibly well-made game from the standpoint of like making it accessible to beginners. And obviously, you had a lot of beginners and first-time fighting game players, or like not normally fighting game players playing the game because of the Dragon Ball IP, right? And it's like, wow, they did a really good job with this game, so having some depth and some complexity. And obviously, it's a fighting game, so the more you dive into it, the more difficult it becomes, and the higher the ceiling goes. But it's like anyone can just pick up and just mash some auto combos with their friends, and Super Dash is the thing, which has its own quirks to it. But
Yeah.
regardless, I thought for the most part that DBFZ at launch was a pretty good balance between it being a fighting game and despite the issues or the qualms
DBFZ
it
at
had.
launch was not a fighting game.
Well, I just mean
It
in
was
terms
something.
I just mean in terms of
Bro.
like it being easy for people to pick up and play, but then also obviously at the higher levels still becoming more difficult, and they just continue to make it more and more and more accessible when I don't think
Yeah,
that
it was supposed
necessary.
to be like something you pick up, play with your friends, go crazy. You don't really have to put much time in.
Right, but if you do put in the time, then obviously it becomes a different game. But I
Yes.
just feel like they've continued to harp on making the game more accessible, When I think y'all already had it from the start in terms of that, but I digress. Anyway, wrapping things up, Zane, do you have anything that hasn't already been mentioned that you'd like to see change with the game before we move on to trying to decide which characters need to be buffed or nerfed?
This might be the me fighting against Krillin talking again, but I want the people or the characters that can do beam cancel on whiff. I want that.
Yes, bro.
Oh, yeah,
yes,
that's
bro.
I don't care if they can do beam into super dash for more combos, but you should not be able. The one thing that's left in this game that can still be punished, they should not make that basically unpunishable.
There's no
Yeah.
spitting, my friend. Yes.
wait, what did he mention?
He said beam
Up
super
ball
dash
and
on whiff
Super
should not be a
dash,
thing.
super dash whiff you can cancel out of it. You should not be able to cancel out of a whiffed beam.
I
I
agree with that. I'm gonna start doing that.
That's true.
If you're talking about super dash and things like that,
Voice said, I don't want peace, I want problems always.
what do you guys
Problems
think about
always.
this? One of the strongest mechanics since the game's beginning, right? Raw tag. What if your raw tag is blocked? You can't do anything out of it except just block.
Yes.
You can't jump, special cancel.
I think the
vanish.
raw tag and super dash should be like that.
Yeah.
I don't
agree.
like
That was actually
I
gonna be
don't
my
know.
next
I
point as
don't know
well.
about that.
only
You get-
because raw tag already has it already has checks and balances to punish the player on a bad raw tag and even a successful raw tag. So like
You do realize that ratio is not 50-50. You get more successful raw tags and
no, I
deflect
understand
raw
that,
tags.
but getting raw tag, even especially at the highest level, actually gets punished a lot.
And then
funny enough,
you-
so
funny-
there's
funny
that,
enough-
right? And even if it's not punished, the game still punishes you for doing it because it puts your assist on raw tag recovery instead of normal, which I know isn't the craziest
is-
punishment,
yeah, that's
but
not very
there
big.
already is a check. So like, like you as a player is taking a huge risk raw tagging. That is just an undisputable fact, right?
I do not
There-
think
there-
that
no,
is-
no, no.
a
It
risk
is a
for
huge
sure.
risk because
I
if
do
your
not-
opponent checks you lose the game. You could just lose the game immediately, right?
Yes,
it'll
but
be a
you
very
have to
hard
also
situation
think
to come back from.
the
So you think
counter is also there, where if the raw tag is successful, the game literally makes a 180.
No, the
Yeah.
game punishes you even then. It doesn't make a 180.
So you think raw
Yes,
tag
it
is
does.
perfectly fine
It's still,
exactly?
it's, hold,
Because
no, wait, hold
think
up.
about it.
It's
You're
not.
you're
It's still
you're
a.
losing, right? You're losing. You get the raw tag off. 90% of characters get a full combo for raw tag.
Into
You're
level
gonna
'3.
get- and then they get a level 3.
So wait,
Yes,
you mean
exactly.
hit raw tag? Like you get hit by it,
You
not
get hit by
blocking it?
you get hit by raw tag.
Oh, I thought you
it
meant
changes the
blocking it.
game. You block raw tag. It doesn't really change the game.
Yeah.
But it's still a very
Yeah,
annoying
you're
situation.
still in.
where
You're still like not in a perfect situation, even if the
you're
raw
not.
tag
Of
is
course, you're not in a
blocked.
perfect situation, but you're in a way better situation than you were before.
Yeah.
So if that is the
Holding-
case, instead
Kinda
of
cringe.
changing what happens on block, how about we just change the amount of damage you get, the scaling on it? I feel like changing the actual way it works, like on block, is like like when you raw tag, you literally say like you are now putting your life in the opponent's hand. Like, is it hard to check sometimes? Yes, it is.
If you're holding raw
but
tag in a scramble, dude, especially if like on defense you're blocking, right, and then there's a gap in the string. You know, they put too big of a gap. They hold raw
So
tag.
glad
You
I
get
brought
blown
Enzo
up
in
in the
here.
middle of the gap. Oh shit, that's crazy. Oh, anyways, hold this 4K combo until level 3. Guess for character. Oh shit, you sparked. Oh
Yeah,
well, yes, I got to
so
spark. You're
the-
sparked.
so the
Oh,
change- so the
So-
change
just
would
give
be
it
the
landing. How would we just give it
reward
landing
on successful
recovery
hit.
then?
I think if you block
No,
it,
you can give it
right?
landing recovery.
If you block it, you should be put in a situation where you just can't move and you're forced to hold. You're forced to hold a block
So
string.
I feel like that would be bad only because like there's already like a pretty big risk at raw tagging. A lot of people like the memes like, oh, it's so unpunishable. No, it's not. It happens. Like if you realistically like look at like a lot of grand final sets, people raw tagging, that shit gets punished. Maybe not a 50-50 time, but it happens more often than people like to say. A lot of people try to act like it's a 1 to 10 or sorry 1 to 9 ratio of it being punished. Like no, that
See,
like
my-
especially at
my-
the higher level, it happens more, right?
My perspective of check and balance is 50-50. This doesn't sound like 50-50 to me, dude. It's 51-49 in the house of the casino.
I would say, so you think it's too
50-50,
skewed in
but
the favor of
the
the
issue
reward?
is
too skewed
the-
on the
the-
defensive.
Too skewed in yeah, too skewed defensively.
Like
yeah, no, I agree with that. So which is why I'm saying you should maybe change the reward on hit. But as far as like when you raw tag, this is like an undeniable fact. You are literally saying it is up to my opponent to check me for this now. Like once it comes out, there are no inputs you can do. It is up to them, and they can kill the entire.
You know,
character. Like, that
90%
risk
of games.
is there.
You know, in 90% of games that when you raw tag, you know, it's like if you get hit, you go back. Sometimes you go back to neutral. When you block it, you die.
Yeah, this game is completely different from those.
So
games. It's
I
very different mechanics. I feel like
and
that's
then
a
we're
very
keeping
weird
it where you don't
comparison.
die, right? Raw tag is incredibly fast. We're keeping it where you don't die, but we're forcing you to hold block. And I
Raw
think
tag is
that is
slower
perfectly
than
fine.
super.
So hold on,
dash, as
my
long as
question
they're
for you,
not in the
Inzim, is
corner.
you feel like raw tag is completely fine exactly as it is and doesn't need to be changed?
No, I feel like the only thing that could be fixing with it is the reward on successful hit on raw tag.
So what does it
Like
need?
if,
Like more
if
scaling,
so, like
or
by
you
raw
locked
tag
out
and
of
I hit
your-
you, yeah, enough scaling to the point where 2-touching would be pretty hard. Like maybe it forcing a 3-touch situation is fine. As far as like on block, I feel like it's pretty perfectly balanced because you're still put in a weird situation, right? Like where the RPS and usually like, especially if you're blocking on the ground, depending for the most characters, whoever blocked it is in favor in that situation. Also, the game punishes you by making your assist come back even slower, which does play a factor. Like the game already has balances set in place for like raw tag on block and the actual concept of raw tag with how punishable it can be. Like usually get TOD'd for doing it potentially, or get put in against your character. Like those are already balances set in place. So like I feel like the issue with it, if it's the risk reward, is just changing the reward, not the risk. I feel like the risk is fine.
I keep trying to make that end up being the happy medium. I guess how about we freaking do on guard cancel if it hits, or on raw tag if it hits, it works the exact same way as a guard cancel. You get sent flying back. It's fine. But if they block it, you can do it the exact same way. It's the exact same way it works right now. You're not going to die if your raw tag gets blocked.
I think that's probably a good middle ground, honestly.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. So I was thinking.
I don't think a raw tag should be considered the same way as a freaking guard cancel in terms of you're just going to die. But if we're talking about if the main issue is that you're getting 2-touch because you're getting knocked down into a level 3 situation off for raw tag, just make it a guard cancel situation where if you get hit by it, both players get flung full screen and then you're back in neutral.
Is it like, do you want it like
Yeah,
season
we
1
said
guard
that
cancel where you can vanish and have a combo, or no? Not even.
No, No, as in right now, guard cancel. Everything
Good
goes
times,
back
by the way.
to full screen, not freaking vanish, not down. Because again, exact same situation we were talking about. Not down, guess for character, and the way the amount of damage some characters have nowadays. Even if you only do freaking 2,000 damage on a raw tag into vanish, you're still some characters will still kill you off that next touch.
Yeah, like I feel like they should just change the scaling so like almost no character can just two touch you from it would be fine, but that can also work.
They'd have to scale multiple characters that can do that. Zamasu being
I was sad. There's a few
being
characters in here who I just feel like
there's some who could be like a weird exception. Like Azam says 7 fucking bars, maybe he'll two touch you. Like, come on. But like, it's like for the most part, like I don't like when people say adding landing recovery because that literally means you can get punished on a successful block roll
but that's
attack.
not adding landing recovery. You
can only block.
completely like that is completely different from what we said.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
no,
no,
no.
it's the landing
I'm saying like
recovery.
I hear the landing recovery argument a lot. I'm like that one's terrible in my opinion. Like even removing your actions completely on a successful block roll tag is bad because it's just like
It's not removing your actions. It's just making it more negative, so it's hard for you to move.
what do you mean more negative?
So,
So like
raw
the
tag,
super dash
you're-
on block would be like -5.
yes.
So you just can't move.
If I
Yeah.
check you, you cannot move. Yes.
I
Okay,
mean, like,
but
I feel
would
like
you-
that
I
hap-
check you, right?
now. Doesn't that
Not-
happen now
not-
with like the majority of the cast when they roll
No.
attack and you block
Not
it?
necessarily.
If they have a
'Cause
5L,
when-
they
when-
can't super
There's a
dash
5L.
maybe, but-
Yes.
If you got a god
if
like
if a
that-
certain character has a 5L, that is how it works. But like, let's say 18. What does she do to check you?
You have the post super dash RPS. And usually if
That-
you're the one
but-
blocking
but-
it on
but-
the
but
ground,
that's
you
the point.
you
I'm
are
playing-
at
you raw-
advantage.
You raw tag at me, and then I'm playing RPS.
Yes, because you didn't
'Cause I
punish
blocked
it.
the
You
raw
could have
tag.
killed his entire
Yeah.
character for that already. Like
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
like for you fucking up, you still have a good situation. Like you fucked up by letting him do that, right? That's an incredible risky option, like realistically. But like even if you fuck up, the game still rewards you by a favorable position. You think that's still not enough? Which
That's
is my
crazy,
point I was making.
Because then you backdash later, you double backdash depending if you're playing Gogeta 4 or not. Oh man, what a risk reward.
Yes,
I mean,
said
obviously,
yes.
I mean, bringing up outliers in the argument like this is kind of pointless.
I still 100% do not think that's enough because let's say you were tagging someone like Lab Coat, and then she just like, all right,
Barriers up real quick, and you hit a button, and then
she's
you
like,
explode.
or she's like, I'm a spin.
So
Then what?
we're bringing out outliers, and even then, like
That's not outliers. These are
so
problems.
even
though,
no,
because-
so
because of these
even
certain
Labco
characters.
even Labco isn't in an advantageous situation in that spot.
She's not in
Actually,
an advantageous situation, but she is in a way better situation,
Than majority
especially
of the
considering
cast,
who
which
she's
is fair.
fighting. Because, like, if she'd fight, let's say the matchup between 18 and Lab Coat, my only way to check you typically would be like jump jab or 5M, and then since you're like what, it's -1, right? I think
that's usually not the check. The check is dash block. That's the first. That's the first
So
thing you're looking up.
So
I'm dash blocking,
You
and
made
then
a
I'm playing
terrible
even more
decision,
RPS.
and
So
I had the RPS. That's
Yeah,
what
but
we're
it's in
saying. You made a terrible decision, but it leads to an RPS anyway.
It's not a terrible decision.
I was saying,
in the scope of Dragon Ball, that's
decision.
in the scope of Dragon Ball. Inzum is right. If someone roll tags and I see it and I 2H you, like chances are I'm gonna hit you for 80%.
Yeah, 'cause
The
they
only
also buff
scenario it sucks is if you have no bar on a 2H or no assist. You can't extend.
That's still
then
against your
that-
character usually too.
Yeah,
Forgot
it's a
about
character
cross
too.
up super dash.
What super dash?
Cross up super dash.
I mean that is a thing.
That's
just-
unfortunate.
I don't think.
I would say that's not really anyone's fault in particular. It's
Yeah.
just a
It's like,
consequence
if you
of the
2H
fucking.
somebody,
So I just
That's
heard
the
roll tag, and I'm
exquisite
thinking,
super
how,
dash
how come
we
no
were
one
talking
mentioned cross
about.
up super dash? Why is that in the fucking game?
It's
Okay, my bad. I'm sorry.
It's like
No,
that's like the point, like the character's point interacting with the tracking of super dash being cringe. Like, how do you realistically fix that without it doing it
you take
in a
super dash out
different
the
way
game.
later? The game is built around. I mean, I
Take
guess maybe
super
not
dash out the
anymore as
game,
much.
bro.
Nah, I'm not gonna
Yes,
lie.
it's
The game
fine.
No, no,
the game
no.
would suck.
No, the game would
no,
not
no.
work
already
without
sucks.
Super- The game would not work without Super Dash.
No, no, no.
The game-
Let's
physically would not work.
take it a little far. I think Super Dash is, it's a little bit weird at times, but it's fine.
Super
Like
dash is
when-
pretty cringe, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
When we have to think of Dragon Ball, we have to think about Dragon Ball in the scope of Dragon Ball. So
Yeah,
yes, in another versus game, if someone roll tags on me, that's a
Yeah.
heavy counter hit into probably death. But in Dragon Ball, like the risk reward is like a successful tag still puts the person that blocked it in advantage in terms of positioning. But if I punish it, that's a free hit for me. You know what I mean? Like you gave me 80% on your character. for no
And
reason.
then,
Like,
and then you also get level 3 and then die.
Yeah, no. So if your raw tag gets punished, you either lose your character or get put in a guess your character situation.
It's
like
funny
you
'cause
will
we're
have your
talking about
assists.
this, but you haven't even considered. Oh, let me just call Vegito a raw tag. Crazy. Let me call Janimba a. Let me call an assist into raw tag.
I would say even then the game still punishes you for it, right? Because first, that can still be punished. It requires more precise counterplay, but it can still be punished, right? Second, if you do that, you now just put yourself in a situation where you have no assist on your incoming character. Like you're gonna lose neutral, damn near. Like that's gonna be a very hard situation. Like they're in a
Running
favorable position
away-
and you have no assists. In
Running
Dragon Ball,
away
like
in Dragon Ball is so easy. You literally did like 9 backdashes a couple weeks ago. Nobody did
running
anything
away in Dragon
against
Ball
you.
right now is damn near the hardest
Super
it's ever
easy.
been because
No,
of how
it's-
far.
it's
No,
no, it's easy.
You think running away is the easiest it's ever been?
My man said, "Oh, I gotta finish
Listen, I am of the train of thought that it's one of the hardest right now because of how far ground normals go. You can get your jump check.
Nah, you
very
don't. You
easily
no.
from very far.
I'm gonna cut you up. You don't get to say that because nigga, you wasn't outside shooting. Was at the gym? What do you mean?
So true, King.
You wasn't there. What you mean?
I definitely understand the game enough to realize what's happening in those seasons. I'm not an idiot.
Oof, man, it's a good thing this is an air-based game. Why are you on the ground the majority of the time?
Because you can't. You have to touch the ground eventually when Vegeta. So my thing is, so y'all are complaining. So y'all are complaining when Vegeta is walking y'all down and he presses 5M on your landing. Like if a character has a lariat, the second you jump, especially without an assist, unless your character has a way to like safely cover their landing, which most characters don't, especially if the other person is using assist, you kind of get checkmate. You get put in the I can either super dash or I lose.
You're funny as hell.
Like, you get put in that checkmate situation.
My bad. So there's no key blast, there's no specials to start your momentum.
I know,
Not
but
like
what?
you could
But
fast
again,
or
in the
flow.
context of the
It's not
situation
like
we're
you
talking
could
about,
vanish,
what if
it's
he
not-
just waits and on your landing he causes assist? What are you supposed to do about that?
Aye.
If you have no assist to use to negate the situation, what are you supposed to do about that?
Reflect frame
Majority
mode.
of the characters lose. They get checkmated. Which
Just
is why I'm
reflect
saying
your
even
assist on
if you
reaction
do
and you're
call
back
us
in an RPS.
reflect assist on reaction, then that's their turn. Like you're gonna get anti-reflected. They can use their other assist to secure the situation. Like I'm saying, like even if you do something like call your assist in raw tag, it's still punishable. It's harder, much harder, but it is still punishable. And even then, you're in an even worse situation because you don't have no resources to use now, which is what I'm saying.
How many do I need to make a montage of characters just using air EX full screen moves for you to realize?
I think
how
that'd be
bad
a
of
really funny
point
Twitter
this
clip.
is?
That'd be
I
hilarious,
promise
actually.
you, I promise you, especially against higher level players, if you don't have your assist and they have their assist, you're probably gonna lose neutral, even if you're
Dog,
using a character that's good at running
we
away.
have seen this time and time again where a motherfucker will just EX air special. Damn, that's crazy. I can't punish him. Well, he's full screen. Damn, gotta play neutral. Like, bro, come on.
But that is not in the context of someone roll tagging. That is just the
But
game.
that's the post roll tag. That's post roll tag. He's talking about post roll tag situation.
Post roll tag on block. If you dash forward and block, regardless of what they do, you can check everything.
Okay,
after
but
their
what if
landing.
the person's like, I still have my double jump, and remember, when you raw tag in this game, the game puts you in float, so you get double jump, float, random EX full screen move, get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, but you can still get your landing checked. Like even Vegito can get his landing checked in that situation. It happens to me a lot. I do it to other Vegetos a lot. Is he harder to do it to the most characters? Yes, by design. But two things. Again, you're naming an outlier of a character who's designed to be one of the hardest to do that to. And even set character, it still happens to him.
There's a lot of
because
characters
you
that
can
have
just
EX
simply
move.
cover. No, but at running away and stopping, like checking, like Vegito's one of the best at stopping people from checking his landings, like easily. JS, Banshee Blast, and legs are like that's his entire design, right? I'm saying you brought up a character, the outlier, who's arguably the best in the game at that, right? Maybe Labco, Regogito, but whatever, one of the best. And even that character, it still happens to him, especially in the situation if they have their assist and you don't have anything, which is the situation you're going to put yourself in if you do assist raw tag. Keep in mind your assist take even longer to come back, or the character you tagged from, so you have to run away from even longer. Like you act like it's a versus game. Like even if the character's doing that, I can just call my assist and wait to see what you do. You have more options, but you don't have that much options. You're not Zamasu. You can't just simply choose to not interact the entire time. Like
You blocked my super dash. You can't call assist. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about, I block your super dash, right? I do
you
dash
can't call
block.
assist.
No,
Okay,
I do
I get
dash
you-
block, right? You
you
do
dash
double
block-
jump like you said, right?
All right,
Double
air
jump start
dash.
floating, and then I'm just going to call my assist on your landing.
Again,
And then
that's what
I
I'm
EX
saying.
move and I cross you up and your assist whiffs. Like what?
No,
So many characters have options to keep themselves in the air.
Like I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example, right? Like let's say you're using like Pred, perfect. You just talked. I'm literally playing against him. There's situations where like something like that will happen. I won't have my assist, and I'm floating. I'm about to land. He's like, all right, let's play the mind game, right? Am I going to land or am I going to stall my landing? He would do something like call 21 assist. I would do EX legs. He's just waiting full screen. It just air airs it because it's just like he covered all the options. Like
Okay,
that
but
happens.
By
It's a
the
team
fact
game.
that there's an RPS after your raw tag gets blocked is just still too strong in my opinion.
Yes, because you named the outlier of the character who's arguably the best in the entire game at doing that.
There's so many
which is the
characters who
issue.
can throw in the air though.
Nowhere
GT Goku,
near as good as
Gogeta
Vegito's though.
4. What?
It's not as good as
GT
Vegito's.
Goku has better air stalling reverse Kamehameha. What?
Yeah, but even then, like that's just the point of this game, no? Like if you don't have your assist and your opponent has your assist, chances are you're gonna lose neutral. Like that's just how it is. Like
This is
like,
again assuming that you didn't even punish the roll tag.
Yeah.
Which
Definitely could have been a
like
scenario where the
80%
roll
of the
tag got
time,
punished.
even at the highest level, raw tag goes unchecked.
Nah,
At the
I will
highest
literally.
level,
I
see
think
that
that's cap.
I
That
see
shit
them
gets punished
EX
a lot.
spin
Yeah.
and block string and hit the roll tag anyways. Like in the highest level of the game, people's natural strings now beat roll tag. The only time roll tag is really good is again when you call an assist and you tag, or if you literally do it probably by accident in a scramble, where it's just like there is no way you roll tagged here. But like a defensive roll tag or like a roll tag out of desperation is you asking to die, and you calling the assist and then roll tagging is potentially asking yourself to die, but also putting yourself in a disadvantaged situation. This is of course assuming that we're 3v3. This could very much change if it's like 2v3 or a 1v3. Then roll tag is the GOAT. You're gonna have to hold that.
Yeah, I actually disagree with Satan and them on this. I think it's honestly just whatever, especially when they nerfed it where you don't get raw tag on frame 1 anymore and you get it after.
Wait, that was
like,
a
what?
thing?
Yeah, it was raw tag when you used to call your assist on frame 1, you could raw tag on
I
it.
was gonna say you don't remember the Goichi tags?
Yeah, so
I don't remember shit, bro.
You telling me if I did L frame trap M, I get tagged? Is that actually what happened?
Well, like it was just you
I
could just tag
guess.
and factually call assist, yeah.
Oh yeah, so that's
So
the game
yeah,
sucks.
but
Nice.
it's just being already slower
still
on like
sucks.
frame 20, frame 21 when you get your raw tag. I think it's already fine already. Like, cause when they also did that, they also buffed 2H, like they said earlier. It does way more damage now if you hit me with a 2H. And in the times I have raw tags,
I think it's
and I
like
get
200 more
2H,
damage.
bro, I literally lose 80% by every
Nah,
character.
like
you do.
initial
No, it
2H
depends. It
hit.
depends.
Yeah.
Continue.
Yeah, if
It's
you have
the
assists and
routing.
stuff. Yeah, like the routes, like just the routes and everything. I'm always in a position after that to get level 3 because they build like 2 bars in Dragon Ball to level 3 me, and then I'm guessing for my character and to die.
Guess your character or dead character, right? On successfully punish raw tag every time, regardless of who it is, for the most part. Usually, you always have your assist too because you're regenerating them because raw tag takes a second to get to you.
R.I.P. my son's
like imagine raw tagging Gogeta 4. He hits you, and then you're in a level 3 position, and you lose your character just because you wanted a raw tag.
Let's boot up the guard cancel vanish, bro. It's time.
I will say that one of the reasons why I'm really frustrated with the fact that they nerf snap is because it's really annoying when the target character tags out and I can't bring him back in on my advantage when I punish a tag. That shit is annoying.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, they're still kind of like free because like you can't like you did the right thing and you still don't get to take advantage of it.
You can't target team comps anymore. Like
Yeah, you can't
like you
target
still
characters.
can, but like you have to accept the fact that you are only taking a little advantage from a situation where you could have just took a knockdown into guess your character.
Yeah.
Which is why I feel like snap should come back. Right? Like
Exactly.
if you want to let characters like Adult Gohan exist or hit assist, let me get rid of them. Like let me target the team. Like you're an assist character that's broken with meter. Okay,
Man,
I'm gonna
I know
get rid
he
of
don't
you
play this
before
game
you.
no more. I should have brought LK here.
Nah, bro.
Oh wait, I did. Inzum's right there.
Hello.
Nah, that's disrespectful, bro. You gotta put respect on LK.
I don't take disrespect to it. I don't take.
How's it-
Wow.
No, 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 no.
Wow.
That's disrespectful to LK.
Wow. Wow. I should have known.
That's stupid.
Crazy. That's crazy.
You guys are so mean. I can't.
All right, but I think that was it was longer than I thought, but it was fucking great. I don't know about y'all, but I greatly enjoyed that part of the discussion.
I also want to add something. I feel like counter hit, especially like on Twitch or something like that, should be rewarded. Like I don't know, build a bit more of meter, something like that. Because right now when I have a counter, I'm like, yeah, with some character, like, wow, nothing else
Just
happened.
give me like half a bar for counter hitting with 2H. It's just like
Yeah,
also and
something
Genyu
like
B
that.
and shit. That shit just
No,
pops
bro,
up.
we need fatal counters,
I would
bro.
say I did always think
Jesus.
it's weird in this game that there's no difference between a regular hit and a counter hit. But
Like
I,
we need
Nah, it would be
fatal
broken.
counters in
It
this
would be
game.
broken.
No, but
It
some
would be
character.
broken.
Yeah, but you deserved it if you get your super dash to H.
Imagine
like,
getting whiff punished in Dragon Ball and the game punishes you for it a little bit more.
yo, crazy thought, right?
I'm not. No.
Imagine getting whip punished in Dragon Ball.
I'm not talking about the Kazuya point. I'm talking about Lotus's point when he said this is just be a difference between regular hits and counter hits. When most of the time in this game, when you get hits, it's almost always a counter hit.
Yeah, good. Just stop
Except for
matching.
mix-ups.
Yes, exactly.
No. But
I mean, wait, low key, the game already is designed to do that. If you think about it, because most hits, if you are matching a block string, is going to be a damn medium. It's like a hit a bottle
Yeah.
combo, your 5
Yeah,
comes
but
and
like,
shit. I feel like that's
that's
what's their way of doing it,
normal?
maybe.
You're giving
Like,
these devs too
no.
much credit, dog. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
like nah, bro. Like that. Yeah,
they just did
crazy.
shit. We're talking about the same devs, bro, that have quadrupled down. I don't know what universe you live in, but these
I mean,
devs aren't
we
as
already
funded as you
we
think.
already had this discussion, Cloud. I actually do think they, for the most part, know what they're doing, which is every decision they made, and a bad one, especially in recent
yeah,
times,
no,
was on purpose. Well,
I
I've been
actually,
here before.
I
I've
actually
been here
am
before.
with Inzim on this, where they
Like,
know
yeah,
exactly what they're
same.
doing and they're just doing it intentionally. 'Cause
Like, it's
Yeah, you're
intentional,
making
it's not
money off the
accidents.
game, Lotus. Of course you're with them.
Yeah.
Like, but we've been there. Like, let's
Nigga,
not
what?
say- we
You don't
talked
make
about
money
this,
off
though.
the
We talked
game?
about this, though.
Doesn't mean I'm with them.
I'm saying I'm not
Nope.
with them. I'm with Inzim, and
Nope.
with the
Yeah.
point that he's making,
Nope.
saying that
Bro, Lotus,
Nope.
you are agreeing with me while you're in the presence of Nitro. This is what's gonna happen.
regardless, I still stand by what I said. I think that they know what they're doing. They're just doing bad things intentionally because that's how they want the game to be. You know what I'm saying?
How they want
I just
the
think they
game.
don't know how to
feel
make
like they
games.
listen to-
Okay. I guess
Well, do you feel like they
what I
listen
should
to
have
top players
said
or
was
do you listen
that
to the casuals? Though?
Wait, say it again.
Do you feel like they listen to the top players more, or like more of the casual players?
Oh, the casuals.
I think they listen to the casuals
That
a lot more.
That shit is
But
Twitter fighter, bro.
I think they do take into account the competitive scene to a degree, but obviously we have seen the result of we've seen
Lotus.
certain changes come to the game because of the outcry on YouTube, on Twitter, etc., etc. Like things that have gotten memed or things that have been talked about a lot at a casual level have been nerfed in the game. So we can definitely tell that that they do listen
I
to
just
the
think
casual
they
side.
listen to
No,
YouTube.
hold on.
content.
Lotus, they don't give a fuck about us, bro. They
No,
put
but
lab coat in the
yeah.
game. They don't care.
Look at Goku 2M. I think that's the best example
Yeah.
we could give.
Yeah, because
right?
like no one like,
Yeah,
but the thing is, even
exactly.
at a
That
casual
was
level,
actually my point,
that proved my whole thing about memes, because no one actually thought Goku needed to be nerfed. We just thought it was funny to talk about his 2M. Like it was literally just memes. No one thought that character needed to be nerfed, and they broke his leg anyway. And then when we were like, no, we were just playing, give him his leg back. They're like, okay, we'll put a really
Give him the
big
heart
Band-Aid
virus
on it.
here. He
Like,
Why couldn't we?
They gave him a prosthetic, bro. They just gave him a prosthetic, bro.
If they broke Goku's leg, why couldn't they break Vegeto's arm?
real shit.
Wait, because it's a Dragon Ball game.
Bro.
Imagine a world where you're playing a Dragon Ball game
Inzim,
and a
shut
fusion
up.
isn't just
Shut up.
broken.
Inzim, shut up.
Wait,
Inzim.
y'all know I'm
how
spitting.
much
Everybody else
how
continue
much
talking.
to mute him, dude. My
No,
mom-
whoa.
Everybody that wants to
I'm actually so
not
glad I brought
defending
Inzim in here, because I feel like
but-
for the most part, majority of people in here are on the same page, and Inzim's actually sparking a lot of interesting and frankly entertaining
but,
discussion.
I mean, if y'all played any of the older Dragon Ball games,
Yeah.
fusions are always the best. Literally,
Yeah,
always.
they're definitely always broken.
Oh,
I would say,
name
yeah,
me
no,
one game that Red
Gogeta is a
Gogeta
god in
present
every
and
game
he
ever.
isn't
so.
just godlike, like the best
They,
game
they
for no reason.
are broken, but those are legit party games.
I know, but
No,
hear
so
me
is this one.
Cloud, hear me out, right?
Yeah,
Before
everything
a
is
world
broken.
tour, they gave the Gogetas a dramatic, and in the game where they nerfed
They
a lot of
always
things,
had a
they
dramatic.
Huh?
They always had the dramatic.
No,
he's saying
but like they
because of
they gave him a dramatic,
Yeah,
and
between
then
the
they
two of
buffed the ever living shit out of all the fusions. I think that was on purpose. They literally just wanted to sell things.
Oh no,
That was-
not both tanks, but yeah, I agree.
No,
No,
the
they-
main
they-
the fusions of Goku.
Well,
Vegeta,
you know
sorry.
what we say when we
Fusions
mean
of
when
Goku.
you say the word fusions.
Yeah.
Like that, I'm pretty sure that's on purpose. It's a Dragon Ball game. Surprise, surprise. They're the best again.
Dude,
Wow.
I don't know.
Even in the beginning, bro, when Kid Boo's broken in every Dragon Ball game, his character is broken in the beginning of fucking Dragon Ball.
And now
Yeah,
he's
but King
exactly
Gohan
where he
never
belongs.
Dragon
Now
Ball
he's in the
game. Y'all
perfect
happened to
spot.
him.
Y'all wanted to
How
attack me though
dare
for
you. We
saying
could put
that. That's
that.
crazy.
That King Gohan's broken.
Okay,
like
but
every Dragon Ball.
I do think with that, and with us starting to talk a bit more about characters, this would be a good point, a good part to wrap up this part of the conversation, and then get into putting characters where we feel they belong in terms of needs to be buffed, needs to be nerfed.
I do apologize because I cannot stay for that.
That's
I
fine.
actually must
Yeah,
go right now
gotta
to
go
make
to
that
prom.
so-called money that I make.
Well, I'm sure a couple of you guys are probably gonna have to back out, but if you do, that's fine. Actually, how
Nah,
many of you
they-
are gonna have to take off?
That these dudes got anything better to do.
I'm gonna go, but I'm not
chilling.
going to the tournament, so I'm gonna hang out for a while, and then I'll go after probably like another hour or so.
Yeah, that's the same thing where I'm doing the same thing as Callie. I'm
Wade
not
has
going
yet
the
to say
tournament.
anything.
I think
Oh,
I legitimately
he's
think Wade
sleeping,
fell
bro.
asleep. Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
definitely
I
sleeping.
don't know. He's definitely not answering me. So
All right. Well, other than Nitro, is there anyone who's taking off like right now?
No.
Not
I'm
right
staying
now,
for
but
now.
All right, bet. Well, then we can get on with the
maybe
getting
like
on.
half an hour
So
or something.
I'll go ahead and wrap up this
That
part.
sounded
Hopefully you
crazy, by
guys
the way.
over on YouTube, by the way, enjoyed this discussion, this conversation. As you heard me say, we're about to get into making a community tier list, basically placing the characters in categories where we feel like they need to go in terms of being buffed, nerfed, or if they're already kind of fine as they are. And then obviously there's some characters who have some bugs they need to be fixed as well. Let's talk a bit about those. I'm sure that'll be just as fun and entertaining as this
One thing I'll
conversation
say
was.
before I leave, buff UI Goku. All right.
I agree.
Anyway, let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below. Hit this video with a like if you enjoyed, subscribe if you haven't already so you can stay tuned for all the content I'm going to bring you. And with all that being said, that's pretty much all I have today. And remember, nothing can happen to you swing the bat. Later. All right, and for those of you on stream, don't go nowhere because we're not going nowhere except for Nitro bum ass.
Let's go.
I forgot that you are like such a huge coolie weeb.
That's my shit, man. That's
I'm not
love
gonna
it,
lie,
dude.
Lotus.
Right
Something
there.
that's like mad impressive is like, bro, you're so like good at YouTube. You know how many takes it takes me to do like an intro and outro?
No, you just send that shit
Yeah,
out.
he
I mean, I've
pulls
been
that shit up frame one effortless.
I've been
effortless.
saying
I gotta-
the same shit
I
You
gotta
get
tell you,
used to
bro.
it, man.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, dude, I gotta tell you, this shit what was so funny is the clip gets me every time. When I was telling Posey, I'm like, hey, you need to make your commentary real. We're opening up for the last set of the finals
no.
of Nitro versus Sonic Fox. Like, this is everything that Posey could have wanted to like have a perfect intro, right? Like all the stars aligned. Like that's the Blue Coup training partner. And I'm like, all right, yeah, just kill it. Little intro, introduce yourself, say what the match we're doing, introduce me, and then we go, right? So he goes up and he's like, hi, everybody. I'm Posey. I'm Jake Ryan. Welcome to And I'm just sitting there and I'm trying not to laugh. And I'd be like,
that's all you got, huh?
Jake Ryan's having a good time, man. It's good. But yeah,
You should have laughed. It
Comes
said,
with
"I'm
rap.
also Jake Ryan."
Yeah. I'm also Jake Ryan. Also, just complete sidebar before we get into this next part. Lotus, I wish I would have known you were such a Fooly Cooley fan because I got to see the Pellos while they were here in LA.
Must be nice.
Dude, they're so good.
They've never made a bad song in their life. Don't get me started.
They are.
If we start talking about Fooly Cooley and the Pillows, I'm gonna get distracted and we'll never finish this.
It's over. All right. No, wait. Podcast.
All right. So the way I'm gonna do this, for you guys here on the Discord, is I'll screen share, and then I guess I could just be the one actually placing the characters while we discuss it, and then I'll also have it on screen for you guys on YouTube and Twitch. So let me go ahead and get
Okay, yeah, so I can. That's
set up.
good.
Can we have buff scene going to in this tier list?
We'll talk about it.
If people agree with your reasoning,
Better be some good reasoning.
it's the buff nerf list, the reliable.
Yeah. So okay. So before we begin into this, how do we? I guess we got to agree on like what the categories are. Are we just doing like 3 or should there be like 5? So should there be? So there's gonna be buff. There's gonna be nerf. And there's gonna be keep the same. Do we need like a slightly buff or a slightly nerf? And there'll also be like a
bug fix category.
I think there is nerf assist character like 17.
Hey, we literally spent like 10 minutes talking about how we want all the assists to be back at their peak.
But that's not going to happen, so we have to be realistic.
Yeah, that was definitely in a perfect
I was saying that's just like an idealistic thing. The more realistic approach is.
One particular character. I'm not saying that for one character. I'm not going to say.
And like for 17, I don't think like the character will be dead even if the assist is nerfed because he built like so much meter anyway. He's still valuable.
Yeah, I think this would be a buff, slightly buff, keeps the same, slightly nerf, and then nerf.
Maybe
And
quality of
don't
life
forget-
changes. Is that one,
yeah.
or are we just leaving that?
Well,
one?
quality of life for bug
I
fixes.
would say
Yeah.
if we okay, well, I feel like quality of life or bug fixes could also just be slightly buff, because I don't want to make it
Yeah.
too complicated.
Yeah.
But
No, I feel like there's some characters that don't necessarily need a buff or a nerf, but just need something changed specifically. It's not necessarily a bug.
Adjustment,
right? That I wouldn't necessarily classify as a buff or a nerf.
I probably still would consider that a slightly buff though.
Okay.
I
But
will-
we'll cross
okay,
that bridge
so
when we get there.
We'll do buff,
fine.
slightly buff, stay the same, slightly nerf, and then I'll just make a separate category for bug fixes or QOL, I guess. But then if if something else comes up where we're like, okay, this doesn't really belong here, maybe we don't need this category, then we'll do that. But for now, I think we'll go with these 6.
If you want to make slightly buff also be a bug fix, you can just do a slightly buff / bug fix.
Fair. You know what? I like the way you think. I wrote fair instead of anyway.
Slightly buff / fair. All right, sounds good. First character that's fair. All right.
Wait, you really think this would be the same tier though? Because then some people are gonna be like, "Wow, you want this character buffed?"
Yeah,
Good. That's
I
makes
think
conversation.
yeah,
No, that's good.
Watch
That
the
makes
video.
conversation in the
I was,
YouTube
I was about to
comments.
say, like, if that gets me more engagement in my YouTube comments, that's fine. If they looked at the list and didn't listen to the conversation, that's their problem. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, you know there are going to be some people that are going to skip to the very end once everything is said and done, and then they're going to put it in the comments.
Yeah, your content creator food's weak, Pred. All right, go on, Lotus.
All right, go ahead, record button.
I'm gonna adjust. My fault.
All right. What's good, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the channel. I'm Lotus Asakura, the one never knows best. Bring you another Dragon Ball FighterZ video, and once again joined by a very large number of guests. We were previously joined by Nitro as well, but he actually had to take off. He's gonna go run some people's pockets in the game actually after talking about how much the game sucks. But yes, I'm here for basically. I'm calling this part 2, but that first part might actually get split up into 2 parts, so this might actually be part 3. But regardless, here today to make a community tier list, as you guys can tell, for the characters in the game that we believe need to be buffed or slightly buffed or need some sort of bug fix or change, characters who should stay the same, ones that need a slight nerf, and characters who should just straight up be nerfed. And so once again, you have myself, and I'm joined by Cloud, the Kill Sage, Inzim, Jake Ryan, Kalimac, Kasuga, Pred, Obi Assassin. We're pretty certain Wade fell asleep. And Zane. So yeah, with that being said, I don't know how you guys want to do it. I figured probably the easiest way is to just go in the order the characters are listed here.
Yes.
Yeah,
I agree.
We'll just go straight like that. So first of all, Android 16. How are we feeling?
He's fine.
Yeah,
I think it's
fine.
He's good.
Sage, how do you feel about 16 right now?
Is he dead?
Sage? Oh, he might have died too.
All right, OB, how do you feel about 16?
That's actually a great question because he currently plays the character.
That's true.
Honestly, he's really good. So honestly, I'll make him stay the same. I do want buffs from him, like 2 buffs, which to give his old 5H back because it's really needed in this meta.
I feel like that's a big buff.
It'd be a huge buff.
But it's really needed in this meta. It's really needed.
Wait, doesn't his
that's how bad it is.
Doesn't his command grab go through Key Blast though?
But it got
It does, but only the grounded version.
Gotcha.
Only the grounded version, yeah.
Having like
So,
all those hits of armor would be
be
kind of crazy.
I think that's why he wants it. So.
No, but I feel like in a game where Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta Layered exists and Lab Code exists, like I understand why he feels that way.
I actually think that that's something we need to discuss before we even continue the tier list. Are we talking in regards to the way the game is now, or
Yes, in the way the game is now?
Yeah, how the game is now.
Yeah, this is under the idea that the first part was just the discussion we just had. It doesn't necessarily fall in line with this. It's just about us having a conversation of like what we hope to see, what we expect to see, or what would be ideal to us. This is under the impression that that more realistic changes that we could possibly expect or how we feel the game needs to progress and that we think will actually happen.
Wait,
I have a question real
to
quick. Yeah, you go first.
Okay, Obi, do you want it to be like season 1, like he go through Beam, or do you want it to even beat Guard Council? Because if I remember correctly, it definitely used to beat Guard Council because the armor was like long enough.
I feel like the Guard Council is a little OD, but go on.
It did, but
yeah, that's
I was
why
actually
I'm asking.
talking. Yeah, but no, it's true. It used to do that, but it would be cool for it to go through beams now, in a silly manner like this. Like he really needs it when Lab Code can just spin.
But you do feel like
I
for the
wouldn't
most part,
mind
he's in a pretty good spot.
Honestly, I think he does. It's just like he needs to work a lot harder than neutral, but he's really strong. That's what I'm saying. He should stay the same. But the one buff I really want, and honestly he does need it, is his anti-hair to go through Key Blast.
The anti-air one?
His anti-air command grab?
Yeah.
The one that's a 7-frame low?
No,
what?
Yes.
or sorry, a 6-frame low. My fault.
It's a 6-frame.
Yeah, 6 frames. So.
My fault.
Yeah, it's a 6-frame.
I don't.
My one way to check that move is going to be going.
You know.
Also,
I mean, if he made his.
That move actually
What was that?
combos. It said that move combos on trade too.
I'm a firm believer anti-air and Key Blast both should never exist on the same move, realistically.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
the question I wanted to
guys
ask
talk about
before
that a
we
bit
actually
later.
like continued is: Are we talking about this in the context of the game right now,
Yeah.
or the context of the
I
changes
literally
to each
just
other?
said
No,
that
no,
shit.
no. Wait. So I meant like, if Vegito gets nerfed, do we want his assist nerfed? Are we talking about like, all right, so Gogeta as the game is right now with Vegito assist, he should be nerfed like this, or like, okay, if Vegito assist is nerfed, he needs these changes too. That's what I
That's going to be part of the conversation. That's something that I'm going to want to bring up as we dive more into this, because obviously I'm pretty sure the majority of us, if not all of us in here, agree that the top four, and again, there's part of a conversation, there's a tangent to this, are Vegito, both Gogetas, and Labco, right? However,
Yeah.
despite us considering those the top four, there are a few characters, in my opinion, that we'll get to, that if those top four get dumpstered, there's a couple other characters who kind of need to come down a little bit as well, even though as they are right now in the context of the game, I think they're fine as they are. But if Vegito and the Gogetas and Labco get gutted, then there's a couple characters, so I'm like, I might need to come down a little bit too, just to keep things in check. So as it stands, it's us talking about in the current context of the game, where the characters need to go up or down. Then I guess as we continue to talk, we can say, okay, but if this character gets that changed, then this character needs this change. You know what I'm saying? So it'll be like a dynamic, progressive conversation, like as the tier list goes on.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because my opinions actually change a lot if it's like talking about like, if this happens, then this character realistically might need a change too.
Yeah, and I feel that way as well. And like I said, there's a handful of characters that I know that I want to talk about in that way as well. But for the most part, I think we feel like 16 is actually in a pretty good spot. Obviously, and there's going to be characters in here that'll probably be and stay the same. Obviously, if you play the character, and this goes for Twitch, YouTube, all of you guys, and everyone in here as well, if you're a main of the character, yeah, you're going to want to see the character get buffed, right? But also, as it stands in the game, like, do they need it? Probably not. So there'll be a lot of characters in this tier who, yeah, you'd like to see them buffed, but they're kind of fine as they are. So I think for now, that's where we'll leave 16.
And that's exactly why I want the 50 to be the same.
Right.
I think something cool for the commenters too, because if you do play this character as a main, like, leave in the comments, like, if you think a buff is there and you have justifications, like, we want to hear
Oh
everybody.
yeah, but by all means, feel free to drop me as many comments as you guys would like, telling me, no, this character needs this change because XYZ reason, and this, you know what I'm saying? And whether you're biased towards a character or not, because I read all of my comments, or the vast majority of them. I don't reply to every single comment like I used to, because obviously brother ain't got the time to sit here and reply to 200-300 comments a day like I wasn't getting that many before, but you know what I'm saying. But I do definitely read a lot of them, so I'd love to hear you guys' feedback. And then, hey, maybe at some point there'll be some sort of follow-up to all of this. So, you know what I'm saying, hit that like button for your boy. Moving on, though, we have Android 17, and I think I already know where a majority of people stand on this one, because I've seen a lot of conversation, and
this nerf.
Everyone wants his assist nerfed. Am I
I think
correct?
that's only the assist. The rest can stay the same.
Yeah, I think he's fine. It's just slightly nothing about the assist, and everything else is literally fine about it.
Yeah, that's all.
So
Just
are we
assist.
putting assist nerf and slight nerf?
Yeah, that's my
Yeah,
issue.
I'm gonna call it slight nerf.
Okay.
Also, real quick, it's safe to assume that we're all going to say Vegito, the Gogetas, and Labco are all going to get nerfed. Can we just like openly just say more than likely this is just going to be assuming those four get the big nerfs that we're all hoping for? Then we're looking at everybody else. Is it just going to be easier to just put it like that?
That was my question earlier, though. That's what I'm saying. We're talking about the state of the game now, as opposed to what we would want it to be if certain characters were nerfed. We would say we were talking about the game as is currently, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So do y'all want to start with the top four? Is that what y'all asking?
I actually
no.
I want to. We can just go down the line here.
Okay, we can go down. Okay.
Let's just go down the line.
I see no problem.
Android 18, she needs to stay exactly the same as she is. No need for any nerfs of any kind.
think
So moving on to Android 21. How do we feel about Android 21? Okay.
All right. Let me touch on this character just because of my perspective. I've played just a lot of experience. I like that she is strong. I think that's great. With the state of the game, I feel like other characters need to have access to level 3 Oki like she does, just so that, like, you know, level playing field. The fact that she can get it off of like any active switch into that level 3 is very, very strong, which is good. We want strong characters. I like that. The only thing I would want to nerf about her is just the recovery on the fucking barrier calls. Calling her brother. They fucking swung that shit. You shut your fucking mouth, right?
You shouldn't be able to do barrier into barrier into barrier. Come on.
But the thing is,
that's it. That's the only nerf.
Come
That's
on.
the only
it
nerf.
wouldn't change that much
The only
because
nerf, bro.
No, but can I talk because I play the character, please?
No, you're not allowed
No,
to
no, no.
talk. We
Let
know
him
you.
talk because I think he has obviously very good insight as somebody who plays.
Let him in the
I would
kitchen.
say
It's not
he
going-
offers great insight as somebody who plays the
Bro.
character at the highest level. So I actually really want to
It's
hear what
not
he has
going
to
to
say.
change that much because literally that's her RPS because she either land with Key Blast and or that. So if you add recovery, it won't change that much. To me, if you want to nerf the move, just nerf the meter build from 17. So at least when you hit it, you won't build like 5 bar or 4 bar, something like that. It will be something like at best put a cap, put it max 1 bar. So at least you won't level 3 you every time and you will feel the change. But nerf the recovery is pointless because literally she put you in RPS with that move.
I think it's
in
both.
neutral.
Either nerf the recovery or nerf how fast his barrier actually activates. Either or.
No, they won't nerf the recovery because they literally buffed it last patch and they
I was
never
about to say
go
that
back.
that's them
They-
taking a
they
step
never-
back on a change they
we're
went out of their way to make. And like if
I personally think she stays the same, by the way. But
I also think she stays.
That would be the only thing I just a
No,
little more delay on
Is,
that barrier.
is there
Like a
anyone who
recovery.
is there anyone who feels strongly that there's something about her that needs to be toned down?
I think she is fine how she is.
Bugging. Anyway, you guys all play 18 anyways.
No, but the thing is-
I'm with Jake. That barrier needs to be toned
No,
down.
literally all you
Barrier
guys
needs to
that
be toned
stay the
down. Like I
same
said,
all play her.
for me-
That shit is crazy.
Okay,
feel like
so what needs to change, Brad?
No, I agree with Jake. I think the 17 assist code needs to be nerfed, and I also agree with Kazik. I actually don't think she should be able to get like 10 meters off calling her brother.
I mean, yeah, I think that's
the
fair.
thing-
Nerfing
wait,
the amount of
wait,
meter that she can
but-
gain off of it.
The thing from Jake is literally she has the same things as Vegito is like she can Kara JS into 17 and if you add recovery she will be inside the barrier so it won't matter like even if you
No.
put recovery she'll be fine like she's inside the barrier there is not that much that you can do.
But
yeah,
the
that's why I
thing
said
is,
the recovery won't actually do that much to her.
No, but,
realistically,
it does because the only thing it changes is like yes, now she has a safe option of landing and stuff, but now she also can't offensively do something while having a safe landing.
Yeah, I mean, she
don't think
doesn't normally offensively do anything.
Well, I don't think anyone is exactly worried about the Tiger Knee 17 call specifically.
I mean, I feel like you guys should be as people who have to fight Cossack and Nitro.
99% of the time when she uses barrier, she uses it to protect her landings because the barrier is so active. Adding recovery to it won't actually change the game plan that much unless you make the recovery like damn near towards the end of the barrier, which guts the move completely. So you don't do that. Realistically, the only time you get offensive pressure from that move is when somebody presses on the barrier. Like that's when that's when it becomes like a bad situation.
Which
like,
is your fault for mashing.
Yeah, it's your fault.
No,
So I
it's
do
not.
think she should have the chance to punish you for trying to press on the
I
barrier.
want a
That's
correct way to
only
approach
because,
it and punish.
yeah.
Like I
Yeah,
don't want it to be
wait, there
I
is a
timed
correct
this
way though.
perfectly, and I still don't get a punish. Like that shit's annoying.
Saying so the correct way is that her mid range, even with the 5M change, is not strong enough to the point where you're supposed to just stay away from her. You can realistically stay within like zone 2 of her and just stare at her every time she does it and like walk her down. Like the weakness of that move is if they keep retreating with it, eventually their back is going to be to the corner. And it does already have a weakness to teleporting normals or moves and anti-air moves. Like there's like specifically designed moves that will just defeat the barrier already. So
you mean anti-air grabs because she's going to
yeah,
build 5 bars.
Sorry,
off the
anti-air
spin.
grabs. So like moves that teleport, like Blue Gogeta's 5H and hits 5H will beat it. Moves that are designed to go through assists will actually beat it because 17 is considered an assist as long as it doesn't hit the barrier.
Also the fusions and those characters, those can beat it.
So hit Blue Gogeta, Red Gogeta, anyone with the anti-air grab, which is even more common, can do it. Like there is pretty set weaknesses of the move. Like I think I do think 17 how fast it comes out is
specific characters though.
It's so fast.
there shouldn't be a. I feel like there shouldn't be a universal answer to it though, because
I mean,
at that
UI
point it's just one of those moves where like they're gonna do it, but you can't really do much about it right now. Like that exists in a lot of fighting games. That's not.
I don't like
that's,
that you're not
that's not uncommon. That exists in a lot of fighting games.
I know.
In a lot of them. That's just a kind of a common thing. Some
So
characters usually just have
it's
that.
like, yeah, that's what I thought you said. I don't like
But,
it.
But
said, I
to
don't
me,
like it.
Lotus, to me, it's unfair to put like 18 in stay the same and 17 in slightly nerf. While meanwhile,
Yeah.
17
Yeah.
it's literally only the assist the issue. While 18 there is more issues than him. That's why I'm like I don't really agree on that placement. Like
So
I don't
what-
agree on 17 placement. 18 should stay the same, but we should definitely add assist nerf because 17 is
Do
fine.
y'all feel like
besides
we should just have a separate
yeah,
category for just
because
assist nerf?
yeah, it's weird to have 17 like on slightly nerf. Meanwhile, a lot of
I think
characters are going
adding
to
an
be in.
assist nerf assist buff section would be good.
Yeah,
We can do that.
I said buff. I actually don't know what it is.
I'll
You guys
say
want buff?
yeah,
Frieza.
maybe.
Yeah, no,
Frieza.
there's a few assists that need some buffs, like
Oh, I
Bardock
know
B
which
and shit.
ones. We'll get there. I
Let-
have my
let 'em-
cases already pled. Don't worry. We're good. I can't
Yeah,
wait
no.
to tell you about Cooler B assist.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Right,
but
what
her she should not be getting 3 bars off me
yeah,
shooting 3
like
key
to
blasts ever.
me that's the best nerf. Like literally, that's the best nerf. Put a cap on the meter build she got from that barrier, and that's it. Because other than that, you can't really nerf the move for like realistically. Because before it wasn't like that, and the move was really meh. That was like, yeah, why are you using it? It's not that good. And now it's too good, but just because she built a lot of bar.
Wait, but hear me out, Kasuga. She has infinite energy.
Shut
Yeah,
up.
that-
You know
that
what?
has
You're
no-
spitting. She should
No,
be
no, no.
passively gaining meter the entire time she's on screen.
Y'all think I'm trolling, but it's
Just go
surprise,
play-
surprise.
just
The
go
two
play the
androids
mod,
build
then.
a
Just go play
shit
the
ton of
mod.
meter.
No.
Wow.
No. I think you make a great point because that is something that is consistent throughout Dragon Ball games where they try to apply stuff from the lore
Yeah,
for
but
the characters
they
that enter
do.
the game, right?
No, no, no.
But
I'm
obviously,
not justifying it. I'm just saying it's clearly, it's
No,
very
no.
obvious why that's like that. Like,
no, and I agree, but obviously there's got to be some nuance to it and a bit more of a and well, it's just it's supposed to be competitive, right? So it has to be some sort of like extra balance to it where you can't. We're not still playing Budokai 3 where you can have all this goofy shit, right? Well, granted, it's not like Budokai 3 is like the most imbalanced game ever, but you know what I'm saying? This game takes a lot of lore and stuff into account. That's why certain moves do a certain amount of damage, like 18 doing 1800 damage or 21 doing a 21% debuff or 21% boost and shit like that. But it's not it's within the confines of the game, still trying to be somewhat competitive.
yeah.
And if I can ask for something, I want them to bring 18A like it was in season 1 and not that garbage assist it is now. Because they have buffed 17 startup and they have nerfed it for no reason, and now she's not winning meter when you use it, and before she was definitely building meter as an assist when you called her, and it makes no sense. It's not the case anymore.
Yo, wait, Obi, what do you think 18 should be? You think she stay the same or she get slightly
Bro,
nerfed?
please mute him, please.
No. I want to finish. All right. I already know he was gonna say something. Anyway.
Mike is moving, but I can't.
I would say his mic lit up, but I didn't hear him say anything.
Yeah.
For sure.
I didn't hear him laugh.
I will go on for days, but I'm just gonna say the barrier.
Okay. See,
Listen,
but
I'm
this is
just
what I'm
gonna
also
say
saying. Like,
nerf the barrier bullshit, man.
yeah, I think
Oh,
three people
I
wanted
was
to say the
to
same.
say, like, I'm not opposed to putting her in the slightly nerf category. I do want to mention that depending on like some of the changes, because we might agree that a character might need a slight change. I feel like there's a certain connotation that comes with being put in a category that says buff or nerf. So I do want to say that there's a character that we feel like needs a very, very minor change that they might just still stay in the mostly the same category. But I honestly, I'm not opposed to putting 18 in slightly nerf where there's some small adjustments to barrier. I do genuinely believe that she's fine as she is. Obviously, I'm biased. I play the character, but I don't think she's terrorizing people nearly as badly as some of the other characters that we're going to talk about. And I do think that there are characters outside of just those top 4 who are stronger than her right now, but we'll get to those when we get to those.
Another reason I say like to slightly nerf her is because her power, like if you leave her the same and all the other top tiers just go down a little bit, she becomes so very favorable. Like,
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I think there are a good handful of characters that are like that, and we'll talk about them because there's at least 4 or 5. Actually, for those of you who tuned into the video that I uploaded today, I talked about those characters a tiny little bit before I actually jumped into this live stream, so you guys got the sneak peek on my thoughts on that. But if you haven't checked that video, it'll be linked as a title card at the end of the video where you guys can check it out. I'll probably also have it in the description down below. And those of you guys out there on Twitch, you should have peeped that video as well. But yeah, we're gonna get to those. But moving on to Majin 21. I think a lot of us probably agree that she needs a slight buff, yes?
Slight buff or stay the same.
Slight buff.
Yeah, fuck that bitch, man.
Why you hating
No,
on her
let her
baddie, bro?
save jump at her level 3 at the bare minimum.
Bro.
So
don't want to give her level 3.
I'm with you.
Man,
I think Majin 21 is still very strong as she is, still a very viable, very, very good character. I do think I do think they went too far with nerfing her level 3 where she doesn't get safe jump. Give her back safe jump, and I think she's fine.
Bro,
That's a very
I've been
slight
dealing
change,
with
but
that
like
bitch
that's
for the
Yeah.
entirety of my
I mean,
DBFZ
what
competitive
else is there?
career,
What else is
bro.
there to nerf about it though?
Only level 3.
They did. Only her level 3 got nerfed. Everything, other things technically got buffed.
Literally.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
I
just buffed her
Yep.
frame data and
But
like nerfed
that-
the hell out
that-
of her level 3.
That's stupid that she can't even safe jump, and against some characters
Sure,
she
safe
literally
jump.
need to guess on her own Oki. Like,
right. I think they went too far with the level 3. I think they went too far with nerfing
They definitely
level
went too far with the level 3, but literally nothing else about her needs to be changed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think that's a fair assessment
Yeah,
of the character.
I was about
right
to say that. What else is there to nerf about her?
There's nothing. Like she's fine.
Nothing
She
really.
is
like she's
a
strong. Like
top
obviously
tier.
she's got great normals and really strong neutral and stuff, but like her level 3 was the biggest reason why most people were playing her at a competitive level, and they took that away from her. Let her still safe jump. Sure, she doesn't get the mix up anymore, which some of us would like to see that come back. But
here's my argument.
Give me
too.
that.
My argument, like, if we are going to be buffing a couple of these characters or slight buffs with level 3s, saying, yeah, they can have this Oki or they can have this back, I think it's okay to give her the level 3 Oki back, especially with some of the other characters coming down, because then it's, like, equalized, right?
Right.
Like, the
I
top
also-
lose something.
I also
and
want to
then
say
you
that
get this shit back.
as it pertains to the conversation and to where characters are placed, right? Even when it's not specified, obviously in the tier list, right? Like if we're saying this character gets this change, and it like we can base the next change or like placement of a character based on what we've already previously said about others. Does that make sense? I feel like I did a poor job articulating that, but
It's holistic. The list is holistic.
sure. Moving on, Bardock I think needs buffs.
Buff
Yeah,
him.
Bardock need buffs. Yeah.
Buff him.
I think this is
No,
another,
no, buff him.
I think this is another character who was hated on for so long that he got thrown to the wayside and neutered very, very harshly, and now he was toned down to a point where he was still pretty good, but it's just the game has evolved so much and other characters have evolved so far past him that he's now needs some help. And he's still like a mid-tier character at best, which is not terrible, but I think he is a character who needs some help. Give him some mix
All right.
back
I think
or
he should just be
something
put in
like.
buff, realistically.
I mean,
As a
honestly, yeah,
Bardock
I
player for
agree.
A million years. I think if they're gonna so there's two ways they go about this. They do the universal level 3 Oki and you're like, hey, here you go, Bardock, have some shit back. Or they go full send and they're like, we're actually partying, and they give Bardock Lariat the same properties as Gogeta Lariats.
Oh, hell.
Bardock Lariat
That
being
is
like key
diagonal.
last involved would be crazy. Okay, but I
I would quit. I would quit. You hear me here right now? I'm quitting. I refuse to fight that.
You hear that, Bandai? Do it.
236M it's just diagonal Gogeta 236M.
That's
nah, bro,
hell
you're crazy
no.
for that.
So here's my take on Bardock, right? So here's my take on Bardock, right? You can do a few things to him, and let me know what y'all think, right? So I personally think they've shown to be okay with like adding what they took from him to give to other characters, right? So realistically, I think they should just buff his B assist back to where it was. I don't
Agreed.
think that thing deserved the nerf, right?
Agree.
And you either do one or two things to him on point to give him the reward he's missing to hang with the other characters, right? Or to be a reason to pick him over the other ones. You either A, just straight up give him a level 3 mix up back, like change the positioning on the level 3 so they're closer to him, so he's allowed to enable mix up, or give him more frame advantage, right? Or change his 236M to have either 2 or 3 frames of land recovery. So if he does use that move, he can enable mix-ups, not truly unreactable mix-ups, but mix-ups with a 9 frame low or a 10 frame low, which will be like pretty hard to deal with, realistically. And I feel like that kind of
it would be basically go with Gogeta mix right now, pretty much.
yeah, which would either Gogeta mix or slightly worse at 10 frames, which I feel like will kind of in line with how honest they kind of wanted him to be, like not truly unreactable mix-ups, but you have to really pay attention. And if he 3-ways you with that shit, you're gonna get hit. And you're gonna have to hold that. But like I think that's like they need to give him some sort of mix-up back to change his reward, because I don't think his neutral is not the issue. A lot of people like to say it's his neutral. I don't believe that.
No, I mean, like, yeah, he gets. There's some. There are definitely some unfavorable matchups for him, but I think his neutral's fine for the most part.
Yeah, I think it's just his reward, right?
Yeah,
that they took away from him.
Yeah.
So that's my take on him.
I mean, if that's the case, he could probably get an EX buff too. Obviously, not to the extent of 4Gita, because that's insane. But he shouldn't have to spend a bar and a half to confirm
I was about to
while
say,
everybody else
just
is
let me get
confirming,
just let me get wall bounce off it so I can combo by myself without the need to
I
extra
think that'd be
resource.
fair.
There's a few characters, a certain sword boy we're gonna talk about later. I'm just like, bro, let me get a combo mid screen without having to spend a banish or something, and I think Gucci. But you know, that's just me. Yeah, I think we all mostly agree. Bardock definitely needs some help. Now, this next character, know it's gonna be some strong feelings. I got some opinions
Yeah,
myself.
my answer.
I don't know
That's my
how
answer.
all of y'all in here feel, right?
Be very
No, okay,
careful.
okay.
Be
No,
very
listen,
careful about what you say right now. Be very careful.
Beerus needs a nut.
I am personally of the belief that Beerus is one of those characters who is in contention for top 5 characters in the game. And this is one of those characters who I feel like if those top 4 get gutted, he might need to be toned down a little bit. And I think in the current context of the game, as it is at this exact moment, he's fine. But because we are almost definitely sure those top 4 are going to get toned down, he might also need to get toned down just ever so slightly. Not too much. Not too much. I just
what do you tone down on him?
That's what I want to hear. What the heck are you guys going to do to my cat?
Is
tone down
the-
Beerus?
Nerf the assist. That's it. Just nerf assist.
Yeah, I agree.
Yo, Beerus A is one of the most annoying,
assist,
underrated assists I've ever like.
It's just as bad or good, depending on the context, as Krillin rocks. And
Oh,
it's
it's just-
Okay, come on. Rocks are more so.
But we definitely
okay,
need to
Rock's
discuss
worse,
with Beerus A, bro, because I feel like that assist has been going under the radar for a decent amount of time now, bro.
Beerus,
It's on my
Beerus
radar.
is a very
On
strong
my
character.
fucking
Like,
radar.
I have no issue with Beerus. I'm fine with strong characters being in the game. I think he's in a great spot right now. But if those top 4 get gutted, he gonna be a problem. But I do think the assist could be toned down.
If you're changing the assist, put him in assist nerf, not in slightly nerf, because otherwise I want to hear what the heck you guys are doing to my cat. Besides that,
The only thing I would
take the
realistically
2M,
nerf with
double
him
the
on
length.
point
Fuck
is
you, Jake.
maybe not have that 5H just go through assist. I'm like,
Yeah.
that is kind of. I wouldn't be mad if he kept it because they
he
like
gonna
just
be real
adding
mad
shit
when we
like
get
that
to the
into the
monster
game.
too.
But like, I'm like, personally, I don't
I'm
even
more in
see-
agreement on the Zamasu than I am on the Beerus.
Like, as far as his assist nerf goes, though, like his assist shouldn't have that much hit stun. Like, brother, you have a double hitting assist. It's multi-hitting, so it already has more frame advantage than every other assist. And if I get hit by the orb, I have a heart attack too, and it's a 19 frame startup assist, and it's a combo breaker, or not a combo breaker, but it's not random, but it changes. It's not static with how it functions. It bounces
Right,
off
because
walls
the
and shit,
orb
which
is
can
bounced
create
off
very
and
weird
it should
hit.
not
bounce off the backboard.
It's a mix-up assist. Really?
It's pretty OD.
Like you either make it a 25 frame assist. I feel like high block stun 19 frame assists are kind of ridiculous. I don't like that idea.
I would say how you
Or
high block
at
stun and the
least-
fastest in the game.
Yeah, like come on.
Alright,
Like-
look. Bro, that assist literally gave the 0-50-50s, and I'll be back.
Bro said his piece is like, I'm out.
That's real though.
So do something, right? Like something, but like don't gut the assist.
Yeah, I would say I don't
tone it down a
want
little.
to see Beerus get smacked. I have been telling people for a while that I think he's a top 5 character, and I feel like people are starting to warm up to that. I feel like a lot of times when I voice my opinions on shit, niggas be like, Lotus, you tripping. And then I'm also a YouTuber, so sometimes people try to write me off anyway. But I think we're all seeing by now, right? And I think a lot of you guys actually agree with a lot of stuff I say a lot of times. But the character's damn good. Really good.
Yeah, there's a lot of characters who are just
He's
actually
not top 5 though. Come on.
No,
he's
okay,
not top
okay, no,
5.
but so for me, I feel like there's a lot of characters who are all fighting for that 5th place spot. If we're all saying that Fusions and Lab Coat are like the top 4, and I think Beerus is one of those characters, and I think there's like 4 or 5 other characters who are in that conversation.
And Beerus loses the matchup to all of them.
And he very well might, but that's why this will be interesting because I do want to have a conversation about this as we go through this. But yeah, I mean he might, but I think he's up there. I think he's very strong, like very very strong.
If we're talking if we're talking about a world where the top 4 are nerfed, then sure, Beerus is definitely an argument for him to be probably one of the main characters in the top 5. But as of right now, he loses to probably almost the entirety of the current top 10.
No, stop the cap.
No.
We will get to that because like I said, there's some characters on here that we gonna talk about. We gonna do this one at a time. And I think next DBS Broly, who I think is
that's light buff.
I think DBS Broly is I think he's really strong already.
He's an adjustment.
He's one of these characters like an old Gogeta or an old 17. I know it sounds weird. Let me explain. Where I feel like the character is already strong and you have to be careful about what you do with him because he will very quickly become too strong. Because obviously the main thing people always talk about with him, I feel like, is his frame data. It's like, okay, you give him these really good, like, first of all, he's already got huge normals in the first place. If you also make the frame data
one of the best
really good,
normals in the game too. Well,
yeah,
that shit's
well,
so good.
Well, and then you add on the crazy amount of damage he gets, and then the extra damage he gets, and the extra damage he gets. It's like, okay, it can very quickly get out of hand. I do agree that he could use some slight buffs, but I think for the most part he's in a good spot. And I just don't want to see things go too far with this character because he'll very quickly become too much.
The adjustment I'd want to see on this character is they like go into the whole fantasy of him being just like an anchor character, right? Like he has his assists are fine. You up his frame data just a little bit, but you reduce his damage, right? Because then limit break will kick in, and you'll have that opportunity. Plus, you get the damage boost, and it makes it so it's like, all right, this is a very like I'm putting up situations kind of like how normal Z Brawly did before. I always think about how like Sage terrorized fucking Japan. You just do that, but with Super Brawly. I think that
I'll never forget him pulling up to
to
Fighting Tuesday and just wrecking people.
The Fighting Tuesdays, the multiple. That's crazy.
Well, yeah, and I remember Junior was so proud about like, yeah, now you Americans not coming over here and just, oh well, until Sage pulled up.
It went crazy.
Yeah, that's like he's interesting. Like I think like personally, I think they want him to be a mid. I feel like the way like they kind of scream at you to play a mid, like the way he powers up on his level. They definitely don't want him to be a point. I don't know exactly what they should do with him. The only change I always said I think would be cool is the 2Ms. I feel like for each time you let him to him in a block string, it should just get safer and safer to the point where like one of the last ones are plus. And if you let him do that, that's your fault. You're gonna have to hold that. Outside of that, maybe
That's
a
really
very slight.
That's actually mad interesting.
Yeah, that's
cool.
I was like, that's actually I never would have thought of some shit like that. But I feel because like you
cool,
can
actually,
because you can get out of those 2Ms. So if you let him get that off,
Yeah.
like that is on you.
There's not that much reward for kind of letting him sit there and do that outside of him just having extra normals to throw you off of, which is pretty scary. But I feel like he would incentivize you to want to move
really
if
like
it starts
that
getting
idea.
safer and safer.
That
And
might
you're
be
like,
the
oh
most,
shit,
that might
enemy
be the most
5
reasonable thing you said all day, bro. That's it.
Yeah, bro. They hated me because I speak the truth. That's all I gotta say.
Bro, no, that's actually a really dope idea.
Real talk though, who else thinks that they're just going to buff Broly's damage again and leave it at that?
That's probably
They're going to give him the blue Gogeta treatment. I'm going to quit. That's what's going to happen.
But that's exactly why I made that comparison, because I feel like he's one of those characters where it's like he's in a good spot and they're gonna tweak something and then now it's like, okay, now it's too much. Like you went too far again with the character who.
I was saying that about Zamasu before they buffed him. I was like, the second they make this a good character, everyone is going to hate it.
I mean, and it's the same with Beerus as well. I feel like Beerus is another one of those characters where it's like he's pretty good. I mean, he's definitely got some things that are bad, and he was a lot worse in the past, but. Another character.
Oh, you think?
Couple of tweaks. Now it's like, you looking like one of the strongest characters.
A couple of tweaks. Every special and every normal has been buffed since the beginning of this game. It took that much because he was that ass.
Okay, but to be fair, what I'm saying about him now, I wasn't saying until
Beerus.
Like season 3. You know what I'm saying? It like obviously in the first couple of seasons, I didn't think he was anything particularly special, but that's just me.
Yeah, he was the worst in the game.
Well,
yo, Lotus, I gotta dip out, bro. But before I dip, could we just go over Nappa real quick? Because I need to
Oh my god.
keep my piece.
Yeah,
real
no,
quick.
for sure.
That's fair. That's fair.
So we already know for sure you're gonna have some things to say. He does have a bug, I believe. That
I
needs to be
only
fixed.
have one thing, and if anyone's been in my stream or spoken to me recently, you know exactly what it is. So when Nappa does 236H or 214H, that's his EX plant the Cyberman. They made it in the last patch so that if you hold down or down back, it extends the plant, and he keeps his hand in the ground like he's a fucking gardener digging in the dirt and shit, trying to plant flowers and shit, and it fucks up the recovery because there's situations where it doesn't have a lot of recovery. The move itself doesn't have a lot of recovery, so there's situations where I'll plant and then try to hold down back to block a low, and my hand stays in the fucking ground. I'm sitting there looking like an idiot, and then I take a whole fucking punish.
And then you lose 80% of your health bar.
Yeah, for no reason. When I could have easily blocked it, and Jerry could have saved the day for me. You know what I'm saying? So that's honestly it. Other than that, character's fine.
Yeah, I also think Nappa is very, very strong right now. Him and Majin Buu, who we'll probably talk about a bit later. There's a few characters in the game right now who I think are like specialist characters. They're underplayed right now. Obviously, they take a little bit more work, and in some cases, they need teams built around them. But Nappa's a very, very strong character, especially once it's his game plan, rolling some of the nastiest mix in the game, legitimate resets and whatnot. He's if you don't know the Nappa matchup, you are going to get steamrolled by that character.
Yeah, let me tell you, the amount of times that I done won a match just from Cybermen hoeing somebody out their ass, bro. It's a beautiful thing.
Be careful how highly you speak of him now.
Yo, all right, chill. He needs help. So.
But I do think Nappa's in a pretty good spot. But that is one thing that probably should be fixed for him.
Yep. That's it. He's fine other than that. But yeah, guys, I do appreciate the talk. Much love to everybody in here. Appreciate you guys. Much love.
And thank you for coming through, man. I actually didn't mention it, but part of the reason why this is even happening, he may not have been the first person that I saw do it. I mean, the first person that did it, but he's the first person I saw do it. When
No, I
Callie,
was the first. I was the first.
you might have been. I don't,
It's me.
I don't
It's
know.
me.
Yeah.
It's
So,
me.
so when Callie Mac posted his list like this of characters that need changes, it's what gave me the idea to get everyone together and then have this conversation and have this stream and do all this. So he's a big reason why this is happening, because I got the inspiration from him, and that's why I had to have him here. So appreciate you for coming through, bro. Hopefully you have a good night, and I'll see you when I see you.
Much love, brother. You guys already know. Take care, man.
Easy.
All right, later, dude.
All right. So next, Z Broly. How we
Stays
feeling?
the same.
Y'all
Stays the
think-
same,
you think
honestly.
Z Broly's
Kill
gonna
him.
lose?
No, I think it stays the same because if we
Oh.
Z Broly.
Z
Oh, I got
Broly,
some things on him.
What?
Buff him.
What?
I mean,
No,
I wouldn't
no,
mind.
no, no.
I go.
Give him the key blast back. Give him the key blast
I wouldn't
back.
mind
Do
either.
not
or,
give him the
but
key
you
blast
can't-
back. Give him his normals back, but don't give him his key blast
So
back.
here's my reasoning, right? Let me know if y'all can like vibe with this, right? In a game where zoning isn't even rewarded that much because there's no chip damage, right? That's fine. That's just the way they wanted it. His zoning existed, and then they added a lot of different things to the game to also counteract his zoning. Like, I won't say a system mechanic change, but an idea of like, oh, we want a lot of things to start going through key blasts and stuff, right? Like, they changed a lot. A lot of new characters got added. Existing characters got that addition, so that made him even weaker, right? Then Labco came out, and the idea of a debuff kind of really hurt any character who relies on a command grab to for damage, because it directly skews their risk reward, right? That hurt him. Them homogenizing movement to make zoning even worse hurt him, and they looked at him and was just like, nah, I still think it's too good. Get rid of it.
That's another
Like,
one of
really?
those things where they nerfed the character after making a change to the game that would have indirectly nerfed it anyway. Like we were saying earlier about GT Goku A assist, where they gave everyone the ability to float around the assist anyway after nerfing it. And that's just
Yeah, so what was the point? Realistically, what did that actually do? Outside of the people who generally just hated playing him because they hated the way he functioned.
And I say this as the
he
biggest
wasn't
Z
unhealthy
Broly,
for the game.
I say this as the biggest
all.
Z Broly hater of all time. I fucking hate this character. Him and Vegeta, with all my heart, I hate both those characters. But I'm not opposed to him getting slight buffs and them walking back slightly some of the changes he had. Plus, characters have like eclipsed him anyway, so
Yeah, like why nerf him that way and then put Janemba in the game the way he is? Not saying Janemba's too strong. Again, I like when characters are strong,
he
but
is.
what was the purpose?
He is the new Z
But
Broly.
he is,
though.
yeah.
Like even up to Janemba's like mediums being safe. Like, you took it away from Broly for what reason? Like, his tomb's not safe because of what?
And
But
now
then
Janemba's
you
got
gave
some of the best
Janemba
normals and
a
staggers in the
5L,
game.
2L, a 6 frame looping 0 and block, what, 4 times before he's out of space of it? With a
Four times, yep.
with a -5 5M and a jailing 5H, where Broly still, you know what I mean? Like, I'm like, what was the point? Like,
Janemba's kinda
realistically,
sick,
I didn't
though.
see the purpose of it. Like, so I'm gonna be honest.
You know, the
I think
point-
they should just revert Broly back to
the-
how he was completely.
The
Kill
point
him and keep
is,
blasting
the
off.
point is, Janemba has a sword and Z Broly's ugly, and that's why.
He's the legendary Super Saiyan.
And
Let
I
him
don't give a
rock.
fuck.
His power
He's like
is
really
maximum.
legendary though. Like, let him cook, bro.
Like, do you
Oh,
understand the
you're here?
requirement of being the legendary
Yeah.
Super Saiyan, Lotus?
To be
You have to
ugly
be
is
him.
all sin.
No, you have to be him. That is the requirement. Imagine that.
I'm just bullshitting, but yeah, no, I do think that they could walk back some of those changes and it would still be fine. I mean, because the thing is, the things that made him strong in the game before is just not the way the game is now. So
I'll agree on the normals, but I do not want those key blasts reverted. That
Yeah,
was
you
good.
play
That
Beerus,
shit
of
was
course
good.
you
That
don't.
shit
Your
was good.
entire team,
No,
except for Lapco, got cooked by
again,
it.
even ignoring Beerus, those key blasts were an issue to get in for basically everyone who didn't have a full screen anti key blast attack.
No, you walk him down. You're not getting zoned out. Wait, moon jump at him. It has a dead zone.
Yeah, you have to moon jump long before he even starts firing in order to get that high.
You have to buffer it on, like, you have to buffer it as he's stopping. If you buffer it as he's stopping, he can't catch you even if he does the up one.
it's also way easier now than ever before.
And it's
Then
much
you'll
easier now.
Then
than it
you'll
was
just get thrown.
Yeah, but that was a read. It means he knew you were gonna jump. That's the strength of it.
Zane feels
Like,
a lot
that's-
stronger about this character than
Zane hates Z Broly. Zane literally hates Z Broly.
Listen, I use him as my training dummy every single time. Him and Vegeta are my two training dummies. Every time I get in training mode, I feel you. Trust me, I do. Since day one of both of their release, I fucking hated both these characters.
No, but I feel like it was extremely unfair for him. Like, really unfair.
Yeah,
Like,
I think he's not, because again, when characters get nerfed, people try to pretend like they're bottom 5 all of a sudden if they're no longer the number 1, and you do hate to see a character get gutted. You could slightly buff him in to be okay. Moving on, Ginyu mostly stay the same in my
Stay
opinion.
the same.
I don't know about you guys, but Ginyu is another one of those characters, kind of like Nappa, I guess, where once he gets his game plan rolling, he can very quickly snowball you. Obviously, he plays a mean game of keep away and just doing Ginyu calls, and he does ridiculous damage. I feel like his combos just keep getting crazier and crazier and crazier. And yeah, he's not the craziest mix-up character. He doesn't have these full screen, medium scaled EX lariats that go through projectiles and everything, but I think he's for the most part a pretty solid character. Obviously,
this is me being a little salty. I just wish his spin wasn't key blast involved, because like why?
He does have
What did I miss?
He does have the truest darkness in the game with body swap, by the way. I'm so glad that Goichi and Sonic both realized the evil of their ways and did not actually take those characters to reasonable way back when.
I came back at the perfect time because I'm gonna tell you all Garlic Bread's new strategy, and he's a fucking dickhead. All right, this 15-year-old kid deserved to not compete for what he was doing to people. He has been entering tournaments.
No way.
Entering tournaments. I shit you not.
He's
And his
doing
game plan. His game plan compiles entirely of this. He says, "Wow, that's a really nice $5 you spent on that lab coat or that fusion." And he makes sure that he kills one of your characters, takes that other character, and then lames you out and throws sensu beans at you to keep you healthy for 300 Dragon Ball seconds. And that's his strategy. He doesn't try to kill you.
On his Goku shit. He tosses you a bean and bites back.
He kills two characters. He takes your third character, throws sensu beans non-stop, and will wait anywhere from 10 seconds to the full 300 seconds until either you leave the game or time runs out. That is his entire strategy.
That is
no way.
wild.
You see, he's gonna fuck around and find out one day.
That is
he's gonna spike the true match.
Dude, I watched Dadpool, one of the OG SoCal Dragon Ball players. He started doing it. Garlic started doing it. Dadpool immediately PS button restarted the game. Like he's like, all right, next. Like he just said,
Fuck game. No, he didn't do it once. He did it twice.
I
He did it for the 2-0.
This character can stay the same, but like, fuck this character. This character is evil.
Oh no, I feel you. I don't like Ginyu.
I feel like
I think
how everyone feels about him.
I think he is the truest darkness in this game. I think he is the hidden evil of Dragon Ball fighters. This character.
I don't think it's hidden.
Oh well, I'd be very curious to hear what you have to say on that. But yeah, I think Ginyu's very strong. I think he's perfectly fine as is. I don't really think he needs many changes one way or the other.
I want everyone to revise this after Bums with Garlic playing his new team. That's what I want to say. That is my last footnote.
Is he going to be at Bums?
Yes, he is.
Yeah. Birthday bash?
BBB.
All right, bet.
Yep. And his team is Super Baby 2, Ginyu, and fucking what else was it? I can't remember.
Krillin.
Fuck that team. That team can suck a dick.
All right, moving on. Cell. I think Cell's another character.
Honestly, that might be a hot take, but I think he should stay the same because he's like as Broly. If you nerf him a bit, just a bit, he's going to be like way too good. And he's like, I've played Shanks a lot, and he's like one of the only character I think that from level 350, that's literally a real guess that you're literally guessing for your life. He kills you no matter what. Like if he vanish or if he use assist or whatever, you're dying.
I think he should get a slight buff.
The only thing I will say for Cell that should get a slight buff are his assists.
Yeah, but okay, for the assist I agree. But the thing is, are we talking if the game stays the same? Because if we slight buff him and the top 4 got nerfed, he's literally going to go top 10 or something like that.
Yeah,
but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like I think that's fine.
Cell Max.
He's not one of the characters that I think is going to terrorize the game if the top 4 get gutted. I think there's a few characters
I don't know about that because the level 3 is really like if you abuse it from your game plan like Shanks, it's OG. Like really,
it's strong,
really good.
but it requires a lot of resources in being in the corner to like.
I mean, yes, but not that much because we're talking about DBFZ. While literally now you can do whatever into the special tag into rolling crush, and that literally build 1 bar or 1.5 or something like that.
So the only buff I'd actually give Cell is make his perfect attack H priority. I don't think it should be clashing with air special moves.
I agree on that.
Defeats the point of it. Outside of that, I think he's fine. I feel like he has a very clear intentional issue, and he's supposed to struggle in neutral due to how strong his pressure, damage, and mix-up is.
Right.
Like he's one of the very only characters who can true string 50-50 on a block string with almost every assist. And then if you guess wrong on that, immediately level 3 50-50 you to make you guess.
I think he is genuinely a very balanced character. Like I think he's strong, but he's not egregious in any way, in my opinion. Cooler. I think Cooler.
So buff him.
Yeah, I think I think Cooler needs maybe just straight up buffs, but I also do think that they're probably going to take away that J2H thing he has.
I don't know about that.
Nah, keep it.
because,
Fuck it.
Yeah, you can keep it. For me,
I mean,
like,
I'm not mad at it. I'm just throwing that out there as like I think they'll probably
All
take
right,
it from him.
I got a question for y'all, real quick. What do you think of level 3 command grabs being true to how command grab supers just work in fighting games? If you don't jump it, pull pre-flash, you get grabbed.
I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. Like for Cooler, he can keep it. If it was
I
someone
play
else,
Trunks, so go ahead.
Wait, so you want him
and
to
then
like on some lab coat command grab shit, like he will just snatch you in the middle of a block string?
Well, I mean, yeah, he's got invincibility, and if he's matched, if anybody's
his
matching
shit-
level
is
3 anyway, you're gonna get hit, right?
Is his shit
The reversal.
unreactable?
The one thing I'll say in terms of Cooler specifically is that you have to keep him where he can't grab you when he's crouching, because he can grab you out of the air too. Because otherwise, it doesn't matter if you jump or do whatever, you're just getting grabbed.
I think he should grab.
You meant like aggressively, Cloud? Like he'll do like button, just snatch you with the super? Like,
what
you meant
I'm
like that?
saying, so let's say you'd put a delay in your string, right? You try to stagger Cooler, and then he just level 3s you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that yeah, it's a counter. I like that. I thought you meant like his block string. He just does that shit.
No,
You jump
not
before
in the
flash
block
is over for
string.
you.
No.
Like, damn.
As a defensive mechanic, or like.
Oh, okay.
Well, you can't do it
not
that way
just-
anyway, right? Because the command grab
Yeah.
only comes out in the air, right?
You can crouch it, but
yeah,
they should make it that you can't. It's
No,
literally a
yeah,
level
yeah,
3.
yeah.
It's literally a level 3, and it's only blue life.
I personally believe the only changes Cooler should realistically receive is change his OTG so it's more consistent at higher scalings. I don't want to
no.
say just give it fixed scaling like lab code, because I think that shit's kind of ridiculous, but make it to where he can use it a little bit more, because right now like he can't even do like an assist route and then do OTG into another. It's gonna drop. It's pretty ugly.
On the topic of hold on, real quick, on the topic and conversation of OTGs, I'm of the mindset that OTGs are sick, and I want to see more characters get them, and I want to see the characters that already have them be a bit better. I know there's a big topic of conversation. I don't want to dive into it just yet. I know people talk a lot about lab coats OTG. I think OTGs are really cool, but moving on. Go ahead with you.
I think it's cool too, but just fix hit stun is crazy. And the only other change I would give him is like let him OTG after EX dive kick. Give him a reward for DR crushing you, and he's chilling.
So
sorry, go. Go ahead.
I was trying to say, to me, for Cooler, and that was something we used to talk a lot with Kaiden when he was playing the character, the EX dive kick should be definitely not twitchable. Like, at least give him that. Like Goku SAJ or Trunks, you should not be able to edge that move every time. So at least it will make his pressure better. And what you guys said before too. And the character will be definitely better just with that.
I think if you give him combos off the dive kick, it has to be 2Hable. That would be really
No, but that's
stupid.
the thing. He can't combo from dive kick. Like he can literally level 1 or level 3.
You know, I think it would benefit him more to give him the combos, but leave it 2Hable. But I mean, they both can do the same.
Yeah,
purpose.
but the thing is, he still his pressure literally, because right now he's staggering you, and the main mind game is from DR or EX Flash at high level. I mean, and literally that lose to mashing 2H. It should not be a
6M
thing.
and I feel like 6M in his low stops that. That's the point of his low, having a noticeable gap like that. Like he's actually able to hide where he's putting them pretty well because of the system mechanics in the low, though. I think that's how he works. I know what you're saying, like supposed to just tech his DRs with 2H, but like he can like hide it pretty well. I feel like right now. I feel like his issue just lies that his reward for successfully conditioning you doesn't match his risk, right? So like you said, like either making it un-2Hable, which would fix that, right? Because less risk using that move, he can kind of just like use it just to annoy you and pressure. But like I would much rather see him being able to combo off it to actually make him a little scary in a block string.
I also
So you
just
have to,
feel like
pay
from like a
attention.
design and aesthetic standpoint, it's kind of weird to have a character jump up to the top of the screen and do this dive kick and it not be 2Hable. It's different when it's like when they made like 17 Rekka not 2Hable anymore, right? But when the character's jumping out, it's like I should be able to anti.
He pulling up from deep, like what's going
That's
on?
what I'm saying. Like, nah, son, you gotta hold this anti.
He's definitely pulling up on me from the top rope. Let me 2H you.
Right then, Frieza. I think we can all agree Frieza's another character that needs buffs. He's a character that, for one, I think he has probably the worst assists in the game. So I think those need to be changed. I don't even blame the majority of Frieza players I come across for running his C assists because it's probably the best out of the three, which is really sad to say.
Probably.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then just him as a character. I mean, like they want him to be a zoner in a game where zoning wasn't that strong, and I feel like it's even weaker now. And they've given him things like making his JS beat Super Dash and stuff like that. Obviously, they buffed his normals. They've gone back and buffed Golden Frieza a few times as well. But it just still feels like it's not enough. Like he's not a character that like I ever feel particularly threatened by. And it's not to say that I can't ever lose to the character, but like he just doesn't strike me as like very threatening, even still with all the changes that he's gotten over time.
Well, that's always been my main issue when it comes to basically them buffing Frieza, basically since the beginning of time, up until the most recent patch where they actually buffed some of his zoning capabilities. All they've been doing is buffing his rushdown, buffing Golden Frieza, making him have a full screen 5M, doing everything that helps him get in when he's literally made to be a zoner.
Yeah,
His
like
zone
giving
is kind of like already ridiculous.
like
though.
giving
How
him
would
that
you even go
full
about
screen
buffing that?
5M though is like, but that defeats the point of the character. But like I get it because that was like something they were doing across the board. But it's like you're helping him get in. He's a character who wants to stay away. And yes, his zoning is strong for sure, way stronger than it was in the past.
They gave him like whiff cancels on his anti-air and shit too. Like that was a huge buff to his zoning.
Which
like
is
he's whiff canceling an anti-air key blast.
which
Like that's
is
kind of ridiculous.
crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
His,
but,
his key blast is faster than anyone's in the game,
Mhm.
right? They also pierce, so that's
Yeah,
already huge
That's
quality.
what I mean. They recently buffed all the zoning, which is a good step in the right direction. But I think they need to do more of that. Is what I'm saying. Because all they've been doing is buffing his ability to go in, use Golden Frieza to go in, try and mix people off, things like that, giving him the extra dash and all this other stuff.
Yeah, and if nothing else, they
just ignore
absolutely need to buff his
zoning.
assists. If nothing else.
So
They definitely
I'm
need to buff his
obviously not a Frieza player, but from my conversations with other Frieza mains and from what my knowledge about him is, I personally think he's actually fine on point. He doesn't even need to change on point anymore. It's actually just a support value. Like I actually think Frieza is another one of those characters where if you're not too careful and you change the top tiers and you buff him, he will become one of the next top tiers because like
Yeah, I agree.
he actually has some ridiculous things about him on point. Like Golden Frieza is ridiculous. He's fuzzing you by himself. Like he has some of the most craziest zone. He has one of the best EX moves in the entire game. EX Slash is ridiculous. It's just one move, the entire screen is cleared. Your assists are gone.
You know what's
combos.
weird? Now that I think
like,
about it,
it's his support. Which
obviously,
is
I'm someone who plays online more than I play in tournament, and I've played in tournaments. But the majority of my Frieza experience comes from online. I don't know if I've ever played. I've played a Frieza offline once ever. I think at Combo Breaker or Frosty, but majority of Frieza players I fight don't play him on point. I feel like now that I think about it, and they absolutely should.
Yeah, he's broken on point.
And
Like he's actually
a
like
hell of a lot
genuinely
better.
he has really good tools on point. Like really strong tools that are kind of point tools, right? Like piercing key blast,
Yeah.
screen clearing EX moves,
And also just the
anti-airs.
fact that his assists suck so much. It's like I should probably play this character on point.
Yeah, so like realistically, I feel like they should change his assists. Like I think he's completely fine on point. I think buffing him on point will actually break him completely, in my opinion. Like depending on what you do to him. Like
We could go ahead and just put him in slightly because I do think his assists are terrible, and that is
he needs
something
help
that
with the
needs-
assists
that
though.
needs to change.
He needs a lot of help.
Anyone else have any opinions on Frieza?
No.
All right.
Hey,
Well,
the
next one is
we see who's next. We already know where this dude's going.
yeah.
He's going to the nerfs.
brother.
So here's the thing. There's like 17 different things you could change about him. I feel like maybe giving him more landing recovery on 2H so he don't get mixed off. That would be a good one for him. Let him keep his mix off of some of the other things. The 2H is kind of OD though.
I'd rather just say do the line of UI where after 2Hs you can't dash in the air as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Or that.
Yeah, I agree too.
How you nerf the 2H to me personally doesn't matter, but I do feel like it is something that could be nerfed so he doesn't get mixed from 2H.
He just needs to not 50-50 roll off the damn thing. That's
Yeah,
that's the goal.
he can get his mix off the record.
So that's the thing too. Like he has other ways of getting mixed. Like
I just don't want to be 2H halfway up the screen because it reaches that high into an assist call into 50-50 with almost nothing they could do about it.
Right. it's kind of ridiculous.
I personally
If it
feel
goes halfway up the screen, that's the issue.
So I talk about him on stream a lot, obviously because I main him. I try not to be biased, right? But from like me trying to make the game healthy, trying to like be unbiased as possible. The way I actually think about this is the way you go about nerfing him is I don't think Blue Gogeta is necessarily that big of an issue. He is an issue. He does have things that don't make sense, like having air actions after a 2H. That's something they had in the game before. They realized they did not like it, and they took it away from everyone. So I feel like him having
DLC though, so then I'm saying they gotta.
Yeah, I feel like him having it realistically is an oversight, but I don't know. But regardless of which, he should lose it, right? I think he should also be made a 7-frame character.
Agreed.
I don't think you should actually change how his 5-0 works. I don't think it should be a 6-frame.
I was saying, like, you can keep everything else about it literally the exact same, but if it's 7 frames, it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, right. But like my take on him actually is that he's not the issue. Like him in a vacuum, he's actually not that bad. He makes a lot of sense. The issue is him combined with Vegito assist.
Well, so that's the thing.
He's
is that
not the issue. It's him playing with the assist.
The top tiers
like,
synergize so well with each other.
Yeah.
And then it's like when you play Gogeta and Vegito together, they're just perfect, and it makes Gogeta that much better.
Yeah, so like realistically, the pressure a lot of people feel about the character is by design. He's kind of like pretty similar to Cell in the sense that his pressure, or not really his pressure, his mix-up and damage output is like outrageous, right? But in return, he's supposed to not really have that good of pressure, and his neutral is supposed to be very committal. Not bad because the things he does is strong, but just very punishable if he's wrong, right? He can't safely check different options. He has to kind of like commit to it if he wants to check it. But like with Vegito, it completely breaks all of that. Like he gets even more damage. His neutral becomes some of the best in the game. His pressure becomes some of the best in the game. It like really breaks him. I had this conversation with a lot of players at a battle hour too. Like I was talking to Kane and them, and he was just like, he also agrees that like Blue Gogeta does need to see some nerfs like the 2H and the 5L, but like outside of that, I know a lot of people ask for a lot more buffs to him. And I'm like, if you do that, but you're also gonna take Vegeta on the same patch, he's gonna become like not a bad character, but considerably worse, like more so than what people actually think. Like when you see this character played without the help of like Vegito or 17 assists, you don't really see him that much. You actually never see him. The times you do, he doesn't feel nearly as overwhelming as he does with like the other support, right? So I think like he shouldn't be nerfed as much as people think he should. Vegito needs to go, and he needs to see some slight tweaks, and then I think he makes more sense.
Also, for me, they need to nerf his air assist, not kill it or whatever, but just the situation where I hit you and he still like smoke me for hitting you
when you trade and you still get the wall bounce.
Yes,
that's kind of
and
stupid.
Yeah, that needs to go.
I mean, how would you program that though? That kind of makes sense for a wall bouncing assist, right? If you trade with it, that means it hits you too, right? So how?
No, as in he doesn't want a situation where you hit the assist, but then the assist also hits you.
Yes,
yeah, like you trade. You meant like when they call it, or like as he's already flying and you try to trade with him. Which one? What situation do you mean? Like, do you know what happened to Yasha against Goichi at UFA? Like that situation, where like the assist, like like him being called defensively, and like you talk about that one, like when like you're trying to punch him.
When you call him defensively, I still hit him, but I still like I eat trade. Like I got smoke for hitting Gogeta.
I say that should not
no
be
reason.
a defensive assist.
Yeah, he's not a defensive assist. He actually spawns at the normal assist position, but like he does a slight reel back before he kicks, and that's why sometimes he does.
You shouldn't get the benefit of a defensive assist with the way that it works.
Low-key, you shouldn't. Maybe have him spawn a little bit more forward. I do think like if he's already out and like he's transversing the screen, if you come in contact with him and you trade and they wall bounce you, that's your fault. You try to trade with a wall bouncing assist. You're gonna have to hold that.
At least make it hard to confirm or something like that. If you keep it the same, make it hard to confirm, because right now it literally go back to you. It does the same as base Goku, like it go back to you while you can call him defensively. That's not a.
All wall bouncing assists function like that though. That's not just unique to him. Like if you trade with a wall bouncing assist, that's what's gonna. It makes sense though, right? Like it's a wall. If it hits you, it wall bounces. So if you trade, like both of your hit boxes came in contact with each other, hurt boxes, so you're gonna get wall bounced, right? Like that's just. I don't even know how they can fix that. That's just how
it's so
games
hard.
are.
It's weird.
Yeah,
It's
that's one of
hard to
those things where
fix
like
it,
I don't think
they
you
should.
can. Like they would have to maybe give the wall bounce property not frame 1, but then that'd be very weird. So it hits you and then it wall bounces you like a few frames after it hits you would be the only way I can see that. But that'd be very weird.
Yeah, I think we are in agreement that the character definitely needs to be toned down. I'm.
Oh wait, have you talked about the situation where you reflect the JM, but he still stay in front of you, like he doesn't go, like when you reflect some character who doesn't have a multi-hit JM or 5L, they go far, like
I think that's actually fine. Funny enough, that's fine.
The thing is,
only because it makes
both as JM and 5L both auto just not even 5L just auto beats reflect on their own.
Yes,
his
5L.
It shouldn't be like that for him. Like
his 5L doesn't beat reflect. The reason that's happening is because you're going through most of your reflect frames on his JM because it's multi-hitting, right? And because it's multi-hitting, he's not getting pushed back yet.
Okay,
like,
speaking of his
all the other
JM,
multi-hitting
that reminds me. How do we feel about every hit of his JM being overhead? Should it just be the first one like Gotenks, or is it fine as it is?
No, it should be the first one, like Gotenks to me.
I feel like it should be like Gotenks.
We talked about this yesterday, right, Lotus?
Yeah, you and I did, but I want to hear everyone else's input on it. If anyone has any input on it.
Nah, I think it should be like Gotenks.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
same.
If they took it away from Gotenks, they should take away from him.
Yeah,
I mean, I
because
agree.
it's
That's
way too hard.
how I
So
feel.
I mentioned this to Lotus yesterday. They actually addressed that. Whether or not y'all agree with how they addressed it, whatever, but like they actually are aware of that and they made changes to the game to not let that happen. So the reason they gave that to Gotenks or took it away from Gotenks is because he has a 2LO and it enabled him to do empty jumps with it, which would be completely unfair, right? Like he just IDs at you and he does triple overhead versus empty jump low. That's impossible, right? They didn't take it away from Blue Gogeta only because he can't empty jump. They actually nerfed him in the recent patch, nerfed him quote unquote, because they gave his JL more active frames. They did that so he actually can't do IED JL anymore. It will always hit. Like he can't whiff it no more. And they did that because they didn't want him to do multiple overheads into low. Like other characters are like that, by the way. TN's his JL is multi-hitting, but the second hits aren't overheads because he actually has a 2 low, like a 7 frame low. Like they, whether or not y'all like the way they addressed that, but they actually made sure that you can't do the truly cheap shit, the thing they didn't want people to do with Blue Gogeta. He actually can't do it.
I feel you. I still feel like it's kind of OD.
No,
No. If you want to take it away, fine. But I'm saying like they actually know that.
No,
Like that isn't something they're unaware
even
of.
with your quote unquote rule that you just said, Piccolo still has it and he has a 2L. So,
Yeah, Piccolo does have it.
I didn't even think about that, but yeah, you spit.
Piccolo.
Yeah, but he can't. It's not on the same normal, is what I'm saying. Like other characters have multi-hitting JMs, right? Like you have Bardock, you have Kefla. They just don't want the like be able to whiff it and also go low. Like on
What do you
like
mean?
multi.
You could do JM like and then just whiff into 2L.
Yeah,
No, I meant like empty jump whiff, like no overhead, just whiff go low. Like I think that's what they wanted to avoid, and because they took it away from Gotenks, TN doesn't have it. Gogeta, the change they gave him the 2L, but they also increased his JL so that he can't do it. I was like, when I seen that, I was like, okay, so it's pretty blatant what they don't want to exist. Like I feel like characters like maybe it's 3 hitting normals they want to do it too, but like at least I assume based off those changes, that's what they were trying to avoid. Because like I was trying to figure out why they would do that to Blue Gogeta's JL, and I'm like, that did nothing for him but hurt him. But I'm like, wait, that was the point. Like they wanted to not let him do that.
Yeah,
So-
I just think he should always. If I'm reflecting, you should definitely get pushed back because that's the whole mechanic is to push
I mean,
you back.
would you use that argument with Kid Buu then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think he shouldn't be able to anti-reflect off his overhead either?
I mean,
I feel like that's the point.
I mean, his goes forward. His is a little different.
I would say his is
it's
an advancing normal. Right?
Yeah. His literally goes forward. Gogeta does not keep he doesn't have a 2-part. And also, sometimes when you do reflect Kid Buu JM, you're able to 2H him. Gogeta, if I reflect your JM, I can't do anything. I'm just stuck.
I mean, it's not all the time either. Like if he does a JM and he does all 3 hits of the JM, it doesn't work like that. He gets reflected off. The only time where his JM anti-reflects into his 5L is the last hit of JM into 5L, which is usually off Rekka mix with Vegito, right? That situation actually isn't as common as you think. It's because you always see him with Vegito. Like it's like the timing of how the reflects line up and when the reflect frames ends, his second hit will just anti-reflect. Like, but it only does it with the last hit of JM into 5L.
His 5L also doesn't push back too, which is kind of funny to me.
On reflect?
Yeah.
It does.
Not always. If you do it instantly, like if you hit the 1-part overhead into 5L, it does not push back.
Yeah, the first hit of JM into 5L, right?
Yeah, that part does not push
yeah,
back.
yeah, that's what I just said. The only time his overhead anti-reflex is that situation, is what I was saying.
But that's the best part to have it, because that's when you get your 50-50. Like, what?
No, it only happens with Vegito assists.
Okay, I definitely seen it with 17, but okay.
Then that means I don't see how you saw that with the Rekka mix. That usually doesn't happen. Because if you reflected him, he would reflect the Rekka, not. Never mind, whatever.
Regardless,
Yeah, let's move on.
Regardless, Gogeta's saying
I would say Gogeta's getting nerfed one way or another, and I don't. They might, bro. I don't know.
I don't even see how they would buff him.
I think this next character is very
I want to
interesting.
hear Cloud on that one.
So let me say my piece, and then y'all go ahead, right? So I am of the mindset, and I've been holding off on saying this, that there's a case that Adult Gohan is actually secretly, but not so secretly, the best character in the game. I think level 7 is that good. I understand you kind of have to work toward it, right? It costs resource and everything. Well, you know, it's not
Yeah,
it's not nearly as hard as it used to be.
Entire game.
All right, but check me out. You know what I'm saying? I think level 7 Adult Gohan is the best character in the game. That's how I feel.
Oh yeah, I agree.
And it's, well,
Yeah, he's literally on his own tier,
it didn't sound like everybody in here agreed on that earlier based on some things I was hearing.
No, that's just Cloud.
I don't agree, dude.
I
don't agree, dude.
So okay, so I'm okay, but even if you don't agree
And
with that,
Foggy.
I am of the mindset that Gohan is one of those characters where if those top 4 get gutted, he got to come down a little bit. Not a lot, just a little.
I can kind of agree with that sentiment. Yeah, sure. I mean, so saying your piece. You got anything else?
No, that's it. You can go ahead, go in.
Oh,
What they should nerf to me, I can add something.
go on.
They need to nerf the 2S. Like it
2S is a
shouldn't be
DP.
like that.
2S is a fucking DP, bro.
like that 2S need to go. Like literally when I'm playing Wawa or Nitro, whatever, and I'm pressing them and I can hear them or see them mashing 2S, but I can't do that much.
2S is a fucking DP.
It's the fact that he has a DP and 2S. So if you're looking for one, the next one's gonna come.
That's what I'm saying. I think
That's the only part that kind of
It's
gets me a
also
little
plus on
salty.
block. So like.
I think Gohan's one of those characters who's like in that top 5 conversation, and if you ask me, I think he's arguably the best character in the game because of level 7. So
There's an argument to be made. It's kind of like the Phoenix
at
argument,
level
right?
7, yes. Before level 7, no, and that's why I think he's not the best character overall. At level 7, yes.
that's fair. He's still very strong though, even without the level 7.
It's not worth
I
it.
mean, sure, he's
Like,
strong
level
at
7 is
level
worth the
7 when
wait,
he
though.
makes you block, or when you put him in a block string. But why are you, as a top 4 character who has far superior neutral, giving him his win condition of going in?
Bro, wait.
His neutral is good. now.
Wait. Do we not discount that he had legs that have the full ability to have movement out of them? And then he also jails you to the ground and it's plus on block?
Well,
He has,
look,
like,
just because
the
you're not
best
good at
key
the
blast angle in
matchup, just
Dragon
because
Ball
you got
too.
2H legs at the back fist spread does not mean legs is that crazy and neutral, okay? Listen, I can't take you serious when I saw your Frosty Foster performance against adult Gohan.
Well, I got hit one time off of not jumping forward one time.
Twice.
I play Nitro all the time. Of course, I'm not going to always jump forward.
Why would you jump forward? Why do you not hold the super jump macro? He does 2H whatever L legs.
No, I did not get hit by that.
Wait, are you talking about level 7 when he's just looping DP legs?
No, I'm not even talking about EX legs. I'm talking about like
No, light legs, right? DP
Yeah.
light legs. So the issue is he can check that jump. So you have to be careful because if he back fist your shit, you can get TOD.
Now wait a minute. I ain't gonna hold you.
Back fist.
I ain't gonna
EX
hold you.
legs,
Someone in my chat just made a great point. Cloud is also one of the toppest of tier down players because Cloud one of them niggas who every single patch since season 1 swore Kid Buu was dead, and that nigga was not dead till Lab Coat came through. So I'm hearing you out, but I'm taking your opinion with a grain of salt because niggas swore Kid Buu was dead every patch, and every patch he was top 5 until Lab Coat came out. I don't want to hear it.
Nah, Kid Buu went down the gutter with season 3.
Season 3?
Season 3 is cap.
Wait, was he? Was he or was he not in like 2
I give
of
you
the
Kid
national
Buu's not
grand
good
finals?
now, but like
he got power crept in season 3.
By whom? Who was doing his job better?
He was still good.
Wait.
Power
Power crept implies that someone
he
is
was-
doing his job better than him. So who in the hell?
Nitro and Pred was still smoking everybody with Kid Buu.
121, easy.
Okay, 21 was better Kid Buu. Big deal. He was still top 5 or at least bare minimum top 10.
Wait, how was Majin 21 doing Kid Buu's job? Hello?
The entire screen control, right?
That's not Kid Buu's job. His job is to mix the fuck out of you.
Okay, then base Vegeta. There you go.
Okay, and he didn't have it as easy as Kid Buu still.
Oh my god, what do you mean he has better neutral? First of all, we're not even talking about Kid Buu right now. We're talking about fucking Gohan.
I know, but look, he's trying to downplay Kid Buu again.
All right, well, let's we can get to Kid Buu when we get to Kid Buu. Let's bring it back to Gohan.
I think he should be slight now.
Yeah, I think Gohan is in a good spot. I do think he's very strong. I think at level 7 he's the best character. And like I said, he's one of those characters where depending on what happens to that top 4, he probably needs to come down just a tiny little bit as well, because otherwise then he terrorizes the game.
I mean,
the funny thing is about Kid Buu is like
light DP, by the way. It had
I'm
no
sorry.
recovery.
Go ahead, Cloud.
Oh yeah.
I want to hear what Cloud has to say.
My entire whole argument is just that even at level 7, Gohan's neutral is still very lackluster, right? It's
I disagree because of 2S, but
yes.
You mean JS or 2S?
Both. I mean, you gotta think. He also has a half-screen lariat that is just invincible. Like his DP turns into a lariat once he's at 7.
His DP
like it's
does
just
go
a half-screen
crazy
lariat. Like it's like Red Gogeta, but just tiers better now because like it just doesn't go through projectiles; it goes through everything. Like you cannot challenge it. Like half screen, if he starts using it as a DP, like straight up.
Wait.
So like, or sorry, as a lariat. Sorry. So like, I don't think his neutral's bad at all at 7. I think it's very stupid.
You're consciously aware, right, that being on the ground is very dangerous against Gohan, right? Like you know you're not supposed to be on the ground against him because he's gonna DP you, right? But yet you still do it, right?
Well, I can't stay in the air forever.
You want me to stay in the air with a character who has legs?
Okay, so you're saying his entire neutral is DP and legs. If you know that and you're aware of it, why are you still
DP stops you from being on the ground.
Yeah, no, JS and DP completely stops you from being on the ground. Like that's the point of those two moves. Like you don't want to be on the ground near him because of DP, and you definitely don't want to be on the ground full screen because of JS because he's going to keep sniping your assist and shit. It's going to be hard to move. Eventually, you might fuck around and get your forward momentum caught or jump frame caught, and you definitely don't want to be that.
You're saying when he's full screen, he JS's you, right?
Yeah, just keep JS.
And it snipes your assist, right? So why are you, as a top 8 player in the world, right? Because finals just happened, not dash blocking and calling your assist? Kind of sounds like a skill issue to me.
Because if you attempt to dash block from neutral, you will never get a frame 1. That is a very impossible input to do. A frame 1 dash block from the neutral position.
And he's in the air, and it's.
I know, but even every top player from every version of this game has been in that situation. A lot of characters just shoot JS at that angle, right? You have SSJ Vegeta, Teen Gohan, Lab Coat, anyone. You're mean to tell me you've never seen one player? Every player who has played this game has tried to move forward at like the perfectly timed time spot or like jumped at the wrong time and just got sniped. Like they usually stop it because they know they're not supposed to do it, so they'll sit there for a very long time. But it can just happen. Like, and if it happens, his reward for doing it is very high. So like, yes, I understand you can just wait. But in a perfect world, especially with that much time on the clock, usually almost everyone eventually fucks up. You can look at any VOD of any player of any season in that situation, and they usually get hit eventually. It just happens sometimes.
Okay.
Like, just because you can wait doesn't mean it's bad, is all I'm saying. Like it can happen. Like you can get your shit clipped.
Okay, my response to that is, what is a frame 1 option? Reflect.
Yeah, you can sit there and you can sit there and try to reflect it, but what if he starts scaring you with his movement? What if he does moon jump
back you?
I know, but what about the situation where he does moon jump forward, and obviously you're gonna have to react to that movement some way because you don't want him to get in that position. So what if people do? They either backdash, jump back L is a really common one, dash forward, whatever the case may be. Those are very common responses from anyone at the high level play, and then he baits your movement. Like,
I feel like your perception is skewed between high level and robotic level of play. In these situations.
At high level of play, when somebody jumps at you, those are usually all the responses any player will choose.
But you're under the influence that the Gohan player is going to make the right option every single time and not fuck up. You're not considering human error here.
I'm about to say that's like the human error is actually you assuming the defensive player can input frame 1 options like dash block perfectly every time. Somebody doing a moon jump forward and just pressing one button is very common. Like I literally showed my stream yesterday, me doing it to Yasha in my match. I jumped at him 4 different times and saw how he reacted before I committed because I noticed he backdashed every single time. Like that is a pretty common option, scaring somebody with your movement and seeing how they react before you commit, right? Like I'm not saying his neutral is good, but like by your logic, you should never lose to any anchor because they shouldn't just be able to get in for the most part. Because characters by themselves aren't designed to just skip neutral with things that just like it's my turn. No top tier really does that ever, actually. No character, actually. But like then again, they're still strong anchors because of their reward for eventually hitting you or how easy they can hit you once they get the block string. Like that's what makes an anchor strong. And as far as Gohan goes, he has arguably the highest reward this game has ever seen for hitting you because he becomes the best in the game or puts you in against your character if he's already at that level.
In some spin,
and the highest
I don't want to play
damage for doing
neutral. Make Bardock jail Lariat into Vanish again.
No.
Jesus Christ.
Wait, I'm gonna have to disagree because I'm in the same set as Nitro. I just think you guys aren't good at the matchup.
Wait, you have to say you play the character.
But Naito only says that on stream, off stream. This fella just says, "Oh yeah, this fucking character is broken."
No, he definitely was memeing. I was literally with him at
Yeah.
Evo, and he was losing his fucking mind because of a dope Gohan.
Yeah,
How
it's
unfair
I
it
was
was.
just saying, like, I
Yeah.
also feel like, I mean, he was already playing Gohan before, but then I actually picked up the character. He was like, all right, I'm sick and tired of
Yeah,
fucking losing to Wawa's Gohan. I'm gonna play this little shit myself.
He literally said he picked him up out of spite to show people how easy the character is. And
Yeah,
how
he's on his
strong he is.
fucking Tempest.
It was
He was
out
like,
of
Leo's
spite.
fucking broken. I'm playing him.
Yeah, and then now he plays the character, and now on stream he's gonna fucking say the character is not that good because he's playing the character.
He's having fun.
All that being said, though, we're having all this debate, but I think like even Cloud yourself, like you agree, is like maybe slightly tone it down.
I
It's
mean,
not like
yeah.
we're saying he's like.
Yeah, sure. You can make some adjustments on him, but again,
I don't want to see the character get
level
gutted.
7.
Yeah, I just.
So my question is, how would you guys like to
everybody.
see him nerfed? Because I kind of want to see how y'all want to work. Because like everyone can pretty much agree, like he's a little too much, right? But how would y'all want to see him? What changes would y'all want to like
Nerf the
see?
2S, please.
Slower startup.
Slow the key blast down a little bit. I don't know. Maybe a certain type of scaling when he's at level 7 could also come into play.
Air 2S, I don't care. Ground 2S needs to be slowed down. You can't just mash that in block strings with almost nothing I can do about it.
I'm not gonna lie. Though Gohan Tekken with 2S is the scariest shit I've ever seen. Because if you just tried to cross him up and he thought it was a DR, you just got punished. Like it's
DR, if you stagger, you go for a
Six
command
him.
grab.
Yeah.
If you do anything, pretty much you just get 2S.
to EX legs. Nah,
Yeah.
but the change I would like to
that's
see
the only
him.
thing I can think of. Is,
Oh, light DP,
Like
please.
I personally think
Oh yeah, Fred.
he should not be able to how do I say this? On block, he should not be able to cancel medium DP at level 7. That is the only change I want to take away from him.
That I also agree with. I don't think. No, I think on like hit or whatever he can do whatever the fuck comes.
Yeah, let him nuke you on hit. Have fun.
Yeah, but he should not be able to fucking do DP into fucking free and get out of free card.
DP into plus frames is kind
Yeah.
of crazy. A DP that will TOD you without spark into plus frames. Like
yeah, he
if he's
also
by
TODs
himself with like
everybody.
5.5 bars or 5 bars, he doesn't even need spark to kill you from a EX DP. You just die. You
Yeah,
lose your entire character.
He killed you off of everybody. Literally everybody in the issue
Literally,
with one
back
time,
fist will
yeah.
kill you. Like the thing you said earlier, Cloud. Like if you just hold up with light legs, he actually has RPS where he can back fist you to catch your jump timing. And if you held up and he did that, you lost your character. He actually just kills him.
Off
Like
L legs, you can get.
No, he does
Looks
L
like-
legs into delayed back fist to catch your jump frame, right? EX back fist into EX legs, and that is a TOD if you have enough meter. It just kills you. Like 100. Like, I'm not even gassing. You just die for doing the guarantee check that you said. Is it really that guaranteed? And if you block set back fist, you are in another mind game with another DP. So like it's like, all right, come on, like it's a little bit too much. Like it's like trying to not interact with him is a bit scary because one interaction would just lead to you losing your entire character. So it's kind of like, I guess.
But also, even if he like most characters in this game, you're like, oh yeah, just jump forward off a light and stuff, and then he hits me with fucking light DP, comes trying to jump, and then he's plus, and I have to take a 9-way 50-50 because he has double air dash JS,
Nigga
which
said
you
9
can't,
ways.
which you can't even 2H when because the JS is plus.
Like
JS is
he
like-
should be the
Oh.
strongest at 7 for sure. That's not fair. That's unfair for him not to be the strongest. But I feel like that DP is a little much.
Oh,
like,
I also
on
don't think
block.
JS would be JS would not be plus.
It's like it makes so much sense. Like the other issue I have with him is I thought the point of the character was he was supposed to be less than of a character at 0, right? Like that's the point. But like the more you level him up, he becomes average, then above average, slightly above average, and yeah, you're doing too much, right? Like I think that's the point. So why is he hitting harder than Blue Gogeta at level 0? From a mix up. Like he hits harder than Blue Gogeta off a 2 low in the corner at 0. Like what's going on? That's not less than, that's more than.
I mean, I feel where you're coming from with that ideology or like that concept, but I never looked at. I guess it makes sense because it's literally 0, but I never felt like level 0 is supposed to be like less than. Like he just gets better as a character the more you level up. I guess it makes sense to look at it that way.
Yeah, like 0 is less than, right? 1 is like he becomes complete. He gets all the stuff he's supposed to be, right? Then 3 is like, okay, you're stronger than what you're supposed to be. And 5 is just like, all right, you're a little bit of a cheater. And 7 is just like you're 7, right?
If that's how they're
Complete your
looking,
levels.
if that's how they're looking at it, that wasn't always the case because you got to understand obviously that the level up system is severely different now than it was when the game came out. So the improvements he gets are vastly greater than what he got as a character in season 1. You know what I'm saying?
I'd say historically he's always been kind of less than of a character at 0 though, right? Even in those
Yeah,
previous
he
seasons.
Well, yeah, he was always weaker, right? Like level 1 is where you actually got, you know, the 3L stuff, and he got
Yeah,
more
like-
damage, and he actually got, you know, the different loops and everything. Like, yeah, he always became better. Which
Yeah,
is,
like
which
this
is a big
season
reason why
he's
you
like
never wanted to play him
literally
on point.
better than average at 0. Like his things are better than average at 0, which is the first time that's been a thing.
So you just feel like he just needs to be even worse at level 0, or
Not necessarily, but it's just the example of you've overtuned him. That's what that's showing. The fact that he's doing more than other characters even at 0 is a pure example that he's been overtuned. Like Blue Gogeta's 2L start in the corner does about 4.2. Adult Gohan does almost 4.5. Like solo builds 2 bars with the sliding. Like I'm like, you're at 0, no doubt. Like at level 1, you're doing more than my characters with mediums off your L. Really? Like that ass. Like it's like is like I feel like I know what they tried to do, but maybe giving him the damage increase per level and the new routes was too much in one change. They usually do that too. Funny enough, they'll like do too many nurse in one change, or like too many bustle character in one go. Think Blue Gogeta, right? What you want to avoid it desperately. I genuinely believe they did that with him, like hands down.
I mean, they also gave him the 2L buff and the light DP buff in the same patch too.
5L, right?
Yeah,
Like
the 5L and the light
yeah.
DP. But I think light DP they should make it to where it has like on hit you can have the same recovery like you do now, but on whiff this is to not have no recovery.
Yeah, like so like the weird thing about him is though, like I talked to my stream about this. Like realistically, like at level 3, he starts doing the best in multiple categories in the game at the same time. I think that's kind of too much just for 3. Like he has arguably the best movement at 3, right? Because he legitimately just has the most ways to change his air momentum in the entire game easily. Right.
between the
double air
the
dash,
chain
legs,
the key
and
blast
JS,
and the legs and
fastball,
Yeah.
right? He has the highest damage, right? He starts doing too much. His routing is too strong. He has arguably the best block strings. It's like, all right, that's enough slices. You're doing too much now. Come on, like, like you're only at 3. Relax.
Infinitely looping fucking 0 on block because his fucking whole auto combo goes into 2L again.
Like, come on. But like, and that's just at 3, right? And a lot of people seem to be wrong about how they view the character because they think like, oh my god, he starts becoming too much at 7. Like, no, that starts at 3. He starts doing too much at 3. Like he gets a guarantee. He gets like Red Gogeta's level 3 mix up in the corner, but better.
Okay,
He
so
has an
let's just
instant
say
low, right?
they nerf his damage across the board. You think that normalizes it? You think that stabilizes the character more?
It will help a little bit. I think like the damage is like the damage is a little too much, right? Because at certain levels he's just doing more than the rest of the cast already. Then at 7 he gets even more routes, which enables that even more. But I think the biggest issue realistically is the DP cancel at level 7. Like I'm like that's just like come on, like I get it. Maybe if they just that's what they're going for. Like if he spends 7 bars, he gets access to all that. But my thing is it's too strong for how easily he can get it. Like it used to be a meme, right? Like he has to spend 7 bars. Like yeah. Like how many times have people seen Wawa like get the brakes beaten off him his point and mid character? Same thing with Nitro. And Adult Gohan just comes in with 7 bars.
That's
like, you know
another
the
thing
whole
too, is
meme
like
7 bar spark. It's just like he's one decision away from just
it was
being the best.
It used to be a meme where the Gohan classic was you get to level 7 then you die, right? Well, you used to have to work a lot harder to get that and to build that bar and everything. It's significantly easier now. I mean, obviously people have optimized way more. The game has changed, building bar, and especially when you're playing with like Vegeta, Gogeta, who synergize so well, and then with the introduction of like the special tag or the active tag, whatever you want to call it, and everything. It like Nitro and One, they pull it off every match, basically. You know what I'm saying? And we have seen, like Enzim said multiple times, where they're down to Gohan, but he got them 7 bars though. So if you get touched, or let alone he already DHC'd into it at some point, you know what I'm saying? So it's like,
God forbid he's winning.
Yeah, like God forbid he's winning and he's got level 7. Like it is over for you.
And it's just like win or lose. It's so favorable for you just for him existing.
Yeah,
which is again, I like things to be strong, but maybe a little too strong.
Yeah, it is funny though how the meme has reversed, where it used to be he got to level 7 but he's about to die, and that is the case, and like it could still be the case today, right? It's not like it's impossible for that to happen, but the roles have definitely reversed, where level 7 is not nearly as impractical as a lot of the guys out there in the Twitch chat or the YouTube comments might believe. If you watch the high levels of Gohan, like again Wawa, Nitro, and I know it's the highest of the high level, but that is what we're taking into account right now. It is not impractical really at all. And we have seen them destroy entire teams using that level 7 Gohan. Once he's activated, he is a force to be reckoned with.
like I don't know if you've seen the memes on Twitter, but it's just like it's a clip of Adult Gohan at 1% health against a full team. The second he gets 7, that shit just ends to his windscreen. Like that shit is so true. I've never been more afraid of a character in my life.
It is great.
Like Nitro literally kills his characters to get into 7. I've never seen that. I was like, wow, this is not bad. And they're like, that's the issue. How this is not the worst thing to do. Like he'll be blocking Adult Gohan and be like, all right, DP level one with the next character, just so he can live. Like he'll literally I'm like he's literally killing his other characters just to get him like 1 level. And,
It's actually
like,
kind of fucked up.
slowly
With
work him up.
It's more fucked up because he has it with 18, and 18 doesn't get the hardest fucking punish. Like you don't get medium studies.
Yeah. So I'm just like, wow, like that's the level of strength this is at, where you're more than willing to sacrifice more than one of your characters just to get him to that level, right? I'm like, that is ridiculous. Like level 7 is valued more than multiple characters. Think about that.
No cap. The way we talking, it sounds like he should be a nerf.
No, he should be a nerf realistically, but I don't want to. Again, I love because he is one of those unique characters. I love the idea of him. Like I feel like he is one of those in-depth characters. Like a level system is so cool, but so I don't want him to ruin it. I like the idea. Like I think at 7 he should be the best. That's only fair, right?
I think
but
I just got
maybe
back.
not by much.
Are we still talking about Adult Gohan?
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for him to finish this point. And I was like, all right, I think we spent enough time on Gohan. It's probably time to move on.
Well, wait, but we're talking about another Gohan already. I gotta go after this Teen Gohan one though. But
All right, for sure. All right, so Teen Gohan, I think he should mostly stay the same. Thoughts?
Yes. Agreed.
I mean, Obi and Pride play him. So.
I know. Pride
Yeah, that's why I was waiting for one of them to speak up.
Realistically, I think majority of it. I think majority of his stuff, like he does really good. I actually only really want 2 changes from him, and like I'll let you guys know what it is. You guys can think I'm crazy or not, but I think sometimes bomb randomly drops, like literally just randomly drops. I think that needs to be fixed. That's more of like a bug thing, and I think his lariat should be like his air leg should be M priority. Not scaling, but priority. Because every lariat in the game is in priority, and he's like the only one, and I get hit by every jab in the game.
The flying kick, like the lariat.
Yeah.
No, wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so I think everything other than that should just. I think that's the only thing I kind of want buff for him.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I don't really think a lot needs to be changed. Like he just. It's kind of like he's a character that if you buff too much, then he's kind of broken too. So.
Right. What about you, Obi? Any strong thoughts on Teen Gohan?
That's kind of true, I'd say. Realistically, I don't really see any changes to him.
Yeah, he's another one of those characters where I feel like
at all.
He's pretty solid as is, and there's nothing in particular. I guess that's kind of a quality of life thing that Pred is saying with the legs and the bomb. I don't play him, so I don't know how common of an occurrence that is, where it feels like characters just follow the bombs, but. Yeah,
it'd be a little annoying.
Yeah.
I feel like he's fine.
Yeah, it just randomly happens, and then like the thing is about Dragon Ball, it's not forgiving if you drop a combo. It's like, and that's how the game should be.
You drop a combo, they down tech 5M, you die.
Down tech medium is crazy, bro.
Yeah,
but
that's what we do.
I mean, boot that shit up, bro.
No, that's what I'm saying. So like. And then I also have landing lag on my bomb, so it's like
that's what I'm saying. You drop that combo, they down tech 5M and you explode.
Yeah, and then I just don't want leg change. So that's why I think he should be. I don't know if you would consider that slightly buffed or mostly stay the same, but that's kind of.
I'm okay with putting him up there just because in the context of the conversation, like we acknowledge what it is that needs to be changed about him, so he can go up there. It's not like he needs like anything drastic, but.
Yeah, because I think he's like S Broly. Like you buff S Broly too much, he's just the best in the game.
He's already like a very solid, like he's a pretty consistently a top tier throughout like majority of the seasons.
Yeah, it's not bad. Like that's what I'm saying. Like it's not. Some people will be like, "Yo, I need this buff," and it's like, all right. Some characters are just not meant to be top 5, and that's fine.
All right, so we can move on to Goku Black and Obi. I want to hear your opinion on this because you've obviously somebody who's played the character at the highest level for a while, and you've tried to make him work on more than one occasion, and you still play him at some times. So I feel like he's definitely in the slightly buff or buff category. So any changes that you think?
The one thing I've always wanted with Goku Black,
Yeah, the one thing I've always wanted with Goku Black is his dive kicks to be plus on block.
Like cool.
There's legit no reason for it to not to be when there's characters like Cooler that has it, Gogeta 4 that has it. You don't like the most oppressive characters. There's legit no other reason
for him to not have it. And I'm talking about his medium dive kick as well, not even his light one, his medium one. Like it's only
Medium EX?
useful in even EX. Especially EX, actually. I'm bugging. Especially EX.
Well, I mean, but he
I
can
was talking about
combo
the
off
medium one
his.
because only in a corner.
You get super dash.
Well, no, because you can super
Yeah,
dash.
you can always
off-
super dash
off
no matter
the-
what.
Off the EX one, right?
If you're
No, that's the
nasty, you
medium
can
one,
do.
not the not.
No, even with
No, off,
You can always super dash off EX dive kick. You can even
Off-
do
yeah.
IED with JH medium button if you're fast enough.
Oh, I didn't know
Yeah.
that. That sounds kind of
Yeah, that's the EX one. I'm talking about the medium dive kick. It has
Oh,
no
I thought we were talking
reason
about EX.
like, behind it. Oh yeah, EX one. Yeah, you can super that shit, but the medium one is only useful for combos in a corner.
Yeah.
You can't really confirm of it unless you change characters.
Yeah.
So that shit needs a buff. I don't know till this day. I don't know why he hasn't got a low too well. Please.
That would be. You
I'm
think?
saying-
I personally think that would be way too much. Don't do that. To him.
Okay, I
That
was gonna say,
he
but
would
he's
instantly become
one of the
best in the
I
game.
mean, they
so
gave it
people
to
have
that.
always said that. Can y'all believe, by the way, can y'all believe we lived in a timeline where once upon a time niggas wanted Vegeto's too well to be a low?
Jesus Christ.
Anyway,
That-
no,
that
Goku
makes
Black's
no sense.
Goku Black's one of those characters where like he would actually benefit supremely from having a low too well though.
I think that would easily
I
make him one of the
mean-
best characters of the game without question, and that would be way too much.
Yeah, exactly. So why not give it to him? Make him.
That,
actually
no,
more
no, no.
playable.
That would break him completely. Look at his pressure. He
That would
already
break a
has
lot of
some of the
characters.
hardest pressure to get out of in the entire game. Right? He's looping block strings by himself.
That would break a lot of characters. Like, really think about it. Characters that shouldn't even have a low too well have it.
No,
Nappa,
but like
they
you
give
gotta think he has two different moves that set him up for mix up. Like just in the air, like he would just true string three ways back to back to back, and you have to guess which side he
And
was
what
on
are
when
those-
he does it.
Okay, and what are those two moves?
Light instant transmission in EX. They put him in the air right beside his opponent with an air action with no land recovery. He would just 3-way you with every assist almost. With
That'd be
unreactable 3-ways, right? Like
Okay,
people
so-
think Blue
so-
Gogeta's
so
fucked
what
up
if-
with his bad neutral. Imagine Goku Black doing that.
Okay, but what if they give him the low too well, and then you only get that off of EX plus an assist?
That would still be too much because his neutral and block strings are too strong for that. Like his block strings are meant for him not to be able to mix you easily. He's
I would say,
looping
well,
like
that's
block
just where
strings by himself.
that is the design that they.
I mean, that's
path
the
they
whole
chose with the
discussion of
character.
making all the characters good.
No, but like that's like further than good. That's like in my head that's like giving Vegito a 2-0 low. Literally the exact same thing actually. Like the
No,
exact
Vegito's
same
one
thing.
wouldn't make. That wouldn't make sense at all for Vegito to have it. Like, it would actually
Why
make
wouldn't
sense
it?
for Goku Black to have it. Now, why not? Give
Why
him more
wouldn't it
mix
make sense for
potential,
Vegito?
like other characters.
I'm saying why wouldn't it make sense for Vegito but make sense for Goku Black? Because in my eyes they're kind of the same level of category where like okay why would you give one the other but you give this one that? Like they're both obviously meant to be neutral pressure characters, right? Like both have very inescapable pressure, both have very very strong neutral, right? Like why, like in my head I'm like why would you give him that? Like I actually personally wanted them to speed up his 2M to make it 10 frames or potentially 9 frames, not fast enough to be truly unreactable but enough to make you pay attention. Having a truly unreactable low would be way too much. Like think about it. He corner carries you true full screen with every combo, right? Like he will put you in the corner no matter what. If you get hit by him, you're going to the corner. EX God Slicer. So you would have that.
I mean, you say all of this, but lab coat exists.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
so
but
but let's not use the character who is clearly designed to be the best at everything, right? That's the outlier, right? And even that, her corner carry doesn't even come close to Goku Black's. Goku Black can air to air you with no air actions, like already uses double jump and send you to the corner with just one EX move. Like no matter what, he will put you in the corner. Like he would have that.
I mean, yep.
He would have his neutral. He would have his block strings with every one of his buttons being safe, like literally all of them except for his H's, with 2S, which is plus frames, with a command grab, with 5S, which is he can loop plus on block, and it gives him his assist back every time he does that. Like that would be way too much in one character. Like way too much.
So you don't want all characters to be good? That's what you're saying?
No, he would be broken. That's not good. That's broken. That's like disgustingly
make
broken. That's like
characters
lab
broken.
coat's
I mean,
level
that's just
of
what
this
I
doesn't
want.
make
I mean,
sense. Like
Let's do
I'm
it.
just
If it
saying
makes it
like
completely broken.
That sounds great.
I'm
do it.
saying like that would be
Exactly,
like
it sounds great.
y'all
do
want
it.
characters to be like
Make him have it.
overtuned?
Let's do it. Party.
Wait, so wait, you want characters to be like
Why
overtuned?
not?
That's fighting
I
games
mean,
in a
I don't know
nutshell.
about
I mean,
Because like
Yeah,
I'm of the train of
that's
thought
the
that
whole
people
point.
didn't like when lab coat was overtuned. We kind of want to move away from that, you know?
You're
Like,
not gonna
lab
compare
coat-
lab
It's
coat
because
to
it's
Goku
only-
Black over here.
No,
Yeah.
but Goku Black with a
He's the only
2-0 low
character that
is
has
a
all
overtuned character. Like that's completely overtuned. Like,
I mean, is he overtuned as a character? Or does he just have like one really strong mix up?
No, so the way the way he is right now is he's like really really good in a lot of categories. Like his pressure characters for the most part aren't meant to be able to just loop strings by themselves. Like probably the characters on one hand who could do it. Like I know Baby can do it a little bit. Goku Black can do it. Outside of that, I actually don't see anybody else who can just do it like they can. Like for a character to be able to do that with his pressure, all of his buttons already being safe, and having some of the most bullshit neutral in the game. Like people don't realize how strong his neutral actually is. Like that 5S shuts down a lot of matchups. God Slicer shuts down a lot of matchups. He has Walmart, Empty Vanish. Like he has like a lot of strong stuff. Broken corner carry, like good meter gain, tag cancels and stuff. To give him the one thing he's meant to not have is access to easy mix-ups. So because of that, he has access to all this stuff other characters don't. So if you give him that mix-up,
I'm sorry, I can't believe. I'm sorry, I have to stop you there. I can't believe I'm hearing this from a guy that's defending Gogeta 4.
wait. Hold on, rewind it. You thought I was serious when I was defending him? That was a troll. I thought that was obvious, but I was clearly trolling. I was laughing the whole time. I'm not actually defending that.
You can't be trolling at times like this, my brother.
He's a very serious mouse. You understand?
Oh, I mean, everyone in my stream knew I was trolling. I thought that was the memo. Like, I'm pretty sure even like Nitro and Pred knew I was trolling. But for obviously because you don't know me that much, that was obviously troll, the auto combo shit. The Blue Gogeta shit, I wasn't trolling. I genuinely mean that, right? Like the Goku Black, I'm like I'm very adamant. Like I don't want them to give characters like things that would just like imagine they made S Broly like all of his buttons are like -4.
I get where you're coming from because
like,
characters are not supposed to be perfect, right? They're supposed to have flaws. There's certain things that they excel at, and there's something else that they can't do. So I understand your train of thought with like Goku Black is good at all these other things, and he has really good pressure. He's designed around not being able to easily mix you. So if you give him easy mix up, then he's just an all around really strong character. And maybe he's
I think he'd be like top 2, top 3 if you gave him a 2-0. By the way, I'm so serious. I think it would go that just like he already has a lot of things. It's just like that one thing's holding him back is like his assists are kind of okay, and he can't really hit you as easily.
I mean,
like,
yeah,
that is
opening you up with the character is obviously his biggest fault. Like he's got a strong assist. He's got obviously the good neutral. He's got the combos. He's got
some of the most broken block strings in the entire game. Like that shit is
I don't know if I'd go that far calling it that, but he does have strong block strings. Obviously, he's got a special move that lends very well to like tagging in other characters, and his DHC is still not great. I think that's another big weakness for him, but
that was actually going to be my next point as well. His DHC.
Yeah, just changing his DHC to the light grenade instead of the
light grenade. I know Axice isn't here, but when I was talking to him when we was in New York, he said the one change he'd like to see with Goku Black is that he wants them to change his DP super. There's certain functionalities that it actually had before they made it a DP that he can't do it now, and his DP is kind of almost useless because he can just banish it.
Right.
So it's like that actually, in his opinion, that actually served to nerf the character in anything. So maybe that changed. Obviously, he's not here, but I like adding points of like other people who made the characters.
Nah, that's actually a good point because you actually can banish his level 1 super. That's actually kind of stupid.
They should make it that so you can't.
Yeah, on reaction.
Yeah, like like maybe like have him throw it a little bit more downwards or fix the hitbox so like it'll just catch the vanish, like kind of like Cell. But yeah, I know I was pretty adamant about that Goku Black.
You had much stronger opinions on that than I expected, but I think we can safely move on to the next character. I still think that he needs buffs. Whether or not that's a low 2L, obviously that's a hot topic of conversation.
I would never drop him if he had a 2L. Jesus Christ.
I think GT Goku is slightly buffed. I think this character doesn't need crazy buffs.
I think there's only need to buff his assist, and that's it. And
that's what I was gonna say. I think if you bust A assist, he's fine. I think GT Goku is actually kind of underrated right now and a lot stronger than people are giving him credit for, just because he's been nerfed and he lost the assist. If you give him back his assist, I think he's good. Cloud, you seem really excited about this one. So
sure, give him back his assist or whatever. But what I want back is his his same side or cross up power pole mix. They nerfed it to where he doesn't get reverse Kame if he stays same side.
Oh, really?
When he crosses up, he gets regular grounded Kamehameha, right?
Is that why I never see that mix up anymore?
Yeah, exactly.
I thought people just sucked and they weren't using it. I'm gonna give it a stack. I didn't know they took it up.
No,
I didn't know he lost it either.
They nerfed it because he auto corrects to face you now, unless you do a really deep cross up and then back to same side.
Oh,
but at that point, your opponent is just gonna fuzzy jump out of it or something, or 2H you, right? Because you're so
Also,
far and so high.
I just would like to also add, by the way, that I knew this was going to take a while, but it's taking even longer than anticipated. So I would like to start going through some of these characters a bit quicker. But yeah, especially because we already had a few people leave, and I'm sure the rest of you guys are still here.
Yeah,
we're gonna have to start taking off.
Absolutely. But that's my piece. Just GTA short, but also power pole mix. Bring that back. Let him get reverse Kame because it's better and safer than Beam.
Give my man his assist back. That's it. He's already got like.
Yeah. Blue Goku, I think, is
Stay
another.
the same.
He's another one of those characters that I feel like is really high up on that tier list, and maybe not quite as strong as some of the others that are in this conversation. But one of those ones I think he's in the conversation for 5th best character in the game. I don't think I quite put him there, but he's in the conversation. He makes a strong argument, but I think he's fine as he is.
Yeah, he's fine.
Just a little bit. EX dive kick recovery.
Yeah, that's it.
And
I agree on
want
the dive kick.
That's it.
yeah, and I want the punch from light command grab John because his command grab is like 4 frames more recovery than other light command grabs, but that's another can of worms. So I think we could all generally agree upon EX dive kick recovery.
Yes.
Yeah, that move makes no sense.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. Just gonna move him down just slightly. Just give him like literally a slap on the wrist. He'd be alright. Super Saiyan Goku.
Nitro's team is on Slazener.
Yeah, I didn't even realize.
His entire team is slightly nerfed. Oh wow! Oh my
Let's
god.
go.
Super Saiyan Goku, another character kind of like GT Goku, where I think
Slightly
his character is
buff.
underrated right now.
Slightly buff.
I think he's
Slightly
the same.
buff.
Honestly, I
Where's
think
my
Obi will.
I would say
think
mostly
Obi
the
will
same or
agree.
slightly buff.
I say
No,
slightly buff.
I think he will stay the same because right now he's like underrated because the better character like the top 5 are so good, but when you play Wawa who plays the character now and you're like, bro, that character is so good, but literally you have no reason to play him because the top 5 exists. But if they're not here, literally the character is really, really, really strong, and he's better than when he was in season 2.
Yeah, I was gonna say
you have played
like,
Wawa when he played Goku.
he stepped away now, but Sage. Some of you guys may not know this, right? Because it wasn't streamed, but Sage almost made it out of the LCQ for World Finals.
I know, I was there.
While playing Goku. I mean, all of you in this call know. I'm talking to Twitch and YouTube. But Sage ended up getting 4th out of however many LCQ entrants there were. I believe he lost to Noka and
He lost
no,
to Wade.
no, he beat
and,
Noka. He lost to Wade and I forget who.
Kite. Wade and Kite.
Wade and Kite.
Kite
Yeah.
lost
Oh yeah,
to-
I actually saw the match against Kite. Yeah, he was playing like Baby Goku and I forget. who
Gogeta
was-
Blue.
Yeah, Blue Gogeta. So, and,
Yeah, no,
and mind you, Sage is obviously a phenomenal fighting game player and was at one point one of the best DBFZ players. He plays the game kind of loosely here or there sometimes, but I think it does speak volumes as well. Not only his strength as a player, but the strength of the character, right? I do think Super Saiyan Goku has a lot of good things going for him. I think his Tatsu, while obviously not a perfect move, like if it whiffs, it's very easy to punish, but I do think they've made that move a lot better. He gets access to
They
his own
should
plus
make it more
frames.
consistent.
Yeah, like if it hits you, maybe like
Yeah.
a little bit of a
Vacuum
capture
up,
hitbox.
That is one of those
buff I
moves
will
where
give.
it should kind of like if
Vacuum
you
you
legitimately get hit, it should kind of vacuum you in. Yeah.
The only other change I always like to say he has that I hear no one say is I really hope they give him a 1M and have it be just the season 2 to him. Like the same distance, the same frame data.
That would
Like,
never happen, but that'd be.
I feel like that would be fair for him. I feel like for him, like that's kind of his whole thing, right? Like his blockchains are extremely stable. I feel like him not having a safe medium could be fixed, and that is it. Like I think it'd be really cool if he could just start using 1M in a blockchain. I think it would also add depth to the character. When to use 1M and when to use 2M, whatever.
I feel it. All right, UI Goku,
That's like
nerf him even more. Fuck this nigga.
Jesus Christ!
Buff
no,
this
him.
asshole.
Nah, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But I
Buff this asshole.
he's
The
not.
reason I say
Ain't no way you convince me he belongs in that top tier.
Well,
But
the reason I say he would be in buff is because I want his A assist back, which is a huge buff, right?
okay. Also, I don't care what anyone says. It's a bug. It's not a feature. Fix the fact that if he does air Kame and I vanish, I end up in front of him instead of behind him. I'm so sick and tired of not being able to punish that move or evade that move. I don't care what no one says.
Flips backwards as he shoots it.
I don't care. If I vanish after he does the flip, I should end up behind him.
You can only have that if he can actually super dash from his beam because he can't do that right now. Him and base Goku,
which is kind of weird. At first, I thought it was kind of weird that people were asking for that, but then I was like, wait, no, Cell can do it, so Goku should be able to do it too.
A lot of people kind of I actually do agree those characters could have it, but a lot of people actually mistaked what they meant by that patch. They didn't mean for you to use it in combos. They actually meant what they said they meant. It's for you to be able to use it in assist and neutral and stuff and get pressure from it. Like that was on purpose. a lot of people mistook them from wanting to use it in combos. That was, but I mean, I would also love them characters to also get it too because I feel like it would be fine. Realistically, the change I want to see from UI is I think he should be able to super dash after his EX into beam, that mix up. So at least if he's solo, he can actually convert off it if you do get hit by that one instead of just vanishing. And give him the beam super dash chain so his routes are a little bit better. So that his reward is a little bit higher for being able to hit you and stuff. I do know that if Nitro was here, he used to always complain about the character that the RPS situations he puts you in, he can't actually force you to interact with him because you can always just hold S and super jump away from him. Like if he does medium, like the lariat, that's -2. He's like the whole point of him is kind of like he can press 5L, and if you want to check him, he can steal his turn with the EX move, right? Like hit whatever, like that mind game. But like he can't stop you from just holding super jump and backing up. Like he literally can't do anything about it. So you can always leave his mind games, which is actually like I think he should have something to at least stop jump, like at least make you block in the air if he knows you want to get away, to at least force you to interact a little bit with him. But outside of that, I think he's cool.
So do you think the changes that he could use warrant putting him up here in the actual like straight up buff category?
Because doing that will put him in the categories these other characters. I can see it a little bit, maybe.
I don't know. If
it looks a little weird though.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
it looks a little weird.
I feel like the optics of it just a little bit off.
Yeah. So you put him in slight buffs maybe because it definitely looks a little bit better. But like maybe not all those changes, but realistically, he just has an issue with the reward he has for doing what he's doing, and you can choose to always leave his point of interaction, which all the other type of characters like him, you can't really do that. Like Red Gogeta, you can't leave if he knows you want to leave, right? Hit, you can't leave if he knows you want to leave. Like, he's the only one that kind of does that mind game, but can't do that.
All right, how are we feeling about Base Goku? I think this is a character who, at one point, I think at one point, Base Goku had an argument for being like a top tier character, and he didn't get that time to shine, and now he's fallen really far behind, and he definitely could use some help now. I think there was a point where I felt like the grapplers were the best in the game, right? So like Z-Broly, Base Goku, etc.
Yeah, before UI, right?
Yeah, and then he never really got that chance to kind of be shown off, and then now he's just like completely in the gutter. So not completely in the gutter, but
he kind of fell off early season 3.
Yeah, he's fell off quite a bit, so he definitely needs some changes. Whether or not they need to be big ones or slight ones, I'm not certain. But I mean, Enzim, you've played this character extensively, so how do you feel?
Oh man, I know my stream's been waiting for this one. The amount of money this character has cost me. All right, so first things first, 2M and 5H needs their range increased. All the other Gokus of his archetype got it. He's the only one they just shafted for whatever reason, right? I do think his 3S, 1S, and 2S series needs to have a little recovery removed off them. For reference, they're -45 on whiff, right? For him whiffing one of them. To put that into perspective, Majin 21 whiffing her up beam is -42. Him whiffing a Ki Blast is more unsafe than a character shooting a beam. So that's like, it's that bad, right? So maybe take a little bit of recovery off it, maybe to like -40. Normal Ki Blast at around 37. So I think a Ki Blast that has that special property should maybe be a little bit more negative than normal Ki Blast.
But it shouldn't be as bad as a beam.
But not yet. They shouldn't be worse than the beam. That's
worse than a beam.
The other change I would like to see from him is his Spirit Bomb charges. Right now, like the other charge moves of this game, or like the stockpile moves, like Majin 21 stocking her steals up, so they're more plus with each one. 17 doing Power Blitz, so they're just plus. His Spirit Bomb is always -1, and regardless of which charge he's at, it's -1. And I think that's just stupid. Like, I think there should be a reward for wanting to charge up the move instead of throwing it. I think it should start off as maybe -1, maybe even like neutral, because realistically 17 charges once and he's just plus. I think that's crazy. Not crazy in the sense that it's too strong that like Base Goku doesn't have that. But like maybe the normal one is minus or 0. Then if he's at level 2, maybe +3 or 4, and if he's at level 3, plus like 10. Because I think that would just give more incentive to actually wanting to charge the move. You know what I mean? I feel like that's unfair to him if he just charges it for no extra thing. I know Klaus said something really interesting that I never thought about with how his B assist works. With how if he charges it, there could be maybe a special input where if you hold back and call his assist, he'll throw it instead.
Yeah, I heard some talk about that. I don't know how I feel about that one. I think
it could be a bit strong, but I think that is something
kind of
unique.
OD.
I think that's cool. It could be kind of OD.
I think that would be kind of nuts. It's a
The
cool
only-
idea, but I just feel like that'd be kind of nuts.
I thought that was such an outside of the box one. I thought that was so cool. I wanted to mention it. And the last change I want him is not a change for him, a change for other characters so he can be used. His DHEs just suck. Like his energy sucks, right? He's not meant to be put on every team, obviously. But the characters they gave the ability to spare bomb are really only point characters. Like they keep adding characters to give it, and most of them are point characters, and that doesn't really help him too much. Because obviously he's meant to be played on the back, right? I mean, the more characters are dead, the stronger he becomes. It's kind of them screaming at you to play him in the back, right?
Right.
So with that being said, usually teams are meant to be built around him with that idea in mind. And if the team is built around him and the way to use the strategy of the team, which is the spare bomb, is on the point character, if you lose your point character, the strategy of the team is dead. And that doesn't help him at all. Like a support character needs to have the ability to spare bomb. That's why SSJ Goku, base Goku, was so good. Because SSJ Goku is in the back, and even if your point character died, well, the strategy of your team is still alive until you get rid of the character that can set it up, or just get rid of him. So like, I wish more supporting characters kind of played in the mid or anchor role, had the ability to spare bomb. So that would help. He can actually be played on certain teams. You know what I mean?
Makes sense.
Outside of that, he's chilling.
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement though. Slight buffs. Doesn't need anything supremely crazy, but he definitely has fallen off. Then Gotenks obviously needs.
He needs to be fixed. Other than that, he's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I do think Gotenks as a character is so strong. He's got legitimate bugs that need to be fixed with his auto combo and stuff, and his assist.
That's it.
And then that's basically it.
Yeah, that's it.
Now this is gonna be one I know y'all gonna have some strong feelings about.
Okay.
Buff
Hey,
hit.
let me get mine out of the way. Mine is super simple. There's only one thing I want for him before y'all come for the boys. EX stands should have a little bit more recovery.
Yes, thank you, please.
Yeah, that's it.
No,
And
that's
the
not
maybe an
it.
assist
That's
rate.
not it.
That's
But
fair.
yes.
That's it for me.
No, that remains the same, and I'm going to tell you why. Because of all the hits options, and everyone stop for a minute. Everyone stop for a minute. Of all hits options, that's the only mix potential he has, which I don't even consider a mix.
Oh,
wait, what?
Is he
not
wrong?
true.
Is he wrong about that?
Well, I mean,
I'm-
the fact
I'm-
that you
am I
have to
wrong?
stand up against hit and his cross up is faster than most because of that is kind of
I
ridiculous.
mean, you have to stand up against it because his low is so fucking slow, which it needs the buff, by the way.
Oh my
Make hit 2M
God.
OTG.
And you know it. You guys know
No.
That's the only thing
That shit is barely
But
reactable as it is.
Make hit 2M OTG.
Bro, the thing about hits
You
to him
stay
is that
at
bitch is
27
barely
frame-
reactable.
Hold on. You're staying at 27 frame low is hard to react. Are you kidding me?
In the context of what you have to look for in the character, yes, it is. Same way, sometimes a beam in neutral, which can be more than 30 frames, is hard to react to because they're looking for other things. The whole point of mix up is that's the point. Like it's when you actually see people block hits to him, it's on one of the last frames to crouch. It's never early. You never see that shit. When they block it, it's like the right before the frame it hits because that shit is hard. Like
I mean,
that shit is
but-
actually legitimately difficult to block, bro. Like
I don't think you lost me on that one. I ain't gonna hold you, man.
Hits to
you
him.
must be trolling.
Yeah.
You must. Be
No,
trolling.
I'm being so serious.
Like,
Like, if you actually go back and watch any footage of anybody fighting
I
the
hear
character,
what you're
look
saying.
at the timing they blocked it to him.
understand-
It's very late.
I understand the idea of mental stack. I understand the idea of like obviously there's all these other things you're looking out for that makes this option that much stronger. And yeah, people reacting things late. I think there are other factors obviously playing to that, such as obviously the tournament environment, nerves, any number of things, right? But granted, I'm not competing against Wade and OB
It's
on a
not
regular
hard to
basis,
block
but
at all, my friend.
No, you're capping. It's definitely not easy to block his 2M.
Yeah, if it was easy, there's no way world class players would get hit by it.
Yes.
well,
as much as they do.
I'm not saying it's easy per se at when you're playing against these two niggas, but it's just hard.
but-
to
No,
read.
I know what you're
the
saying. I'm
thing-
more so just saying it's like you saying it's a 27 frame move. There's no way it's hard to react to. Is crazy because they're taking out the context of like what it's being used with.
I
is all
feel
I'm
like
saying.
more often than not you're going to react to it. I feel like it has a lower success rate than success rate. I mean, a lower failure rate than success rate.
It does, but then like it's just a normal at the same time. So like he's doing it and then canceling out of it, and then if you start looking for that, you're not going to block the cross up. If you're looking for both of those, you're getting DR'd, and if you somehow take the DR, there is no way in hell you're dealing with EX stance. That's just not a thing. Like it's not even humanly possible to look out for all of his options at the same time. Like I've yet to see anyone do it successfully.
Let me ask you, Obi. Do you feel like there's anything about?
It really is.
Do you feel like there's anything about Hit that actually needs to be toned down at all, or do you feel as if he's fine as he is? I know you play the character, so your answer could be biased, but that's fine.
He's fine the way he is.
I figured you would say that. I wish Wade wasn't
He
asleep.
is fine the way he is.
No,
if
bro.
anything, he needs air options. He has none. Absolutely nothing. In the air, all he does is just jump and float around. He has
They
no
made him
other options.
bust as fuck on the ground.
Okay.
Don't fair enough.
What-
He's a ground character. Like that's how he's designed to stay in the
Can I
ground.
For what it's
start
worth,
with-
He has
Hit's-
no options.
For what it's worth, Hit is another one of those characters that I also feel is very strong. I don't know if I necessarily have him in the like possibly top 5 conversation. I think he is lacking in some areas and very good in some others. But he's another one of those characters that I feel like people could start could start picking out of spite, and he goes up significantly once the top ones get gutted. So
Out of spite.
Wait, can I start with?
well, because
what
I
needs
feel
to
like
be
every
left
top
on
player that
Hit?
doesn't play Hit hates Hit so much. Y'all all feel so
I
strong.
feel
about
like,
this
don't you feel like there's a little reason for that? It's
No,
kind of like
Lotus.
unanimous across the regions. That's kind of rare.
Yeah,
you know
but
what I mean?
no,
Like
but
every region came to the same conclusion about that character.
Okay, and you make a
There's
valid
another
point,
thing I
but then
mentioned
my
yet, but I don't
counterpoint
think
is
that-
if he's that good, if he's that much of a problem, why don't more people pick him? Why are there only 3 Hit players?
But that's the same for
Thank
character
you.
like that's the
I-
same for character like
That's what I'm
18,
trying
for
to say.
Beerus,
There's only
Zamasu.
2. No, stop for a second. 'Cause I know you'll go crazy. I'm gonna
There's
go crazy
3,
first.
there's
There are
3, there's
only 2 Hit players that give
4. No, there is
the
4.
world problems.
there's
So
only
I-
2
I
at the
do-
at the highest level, giving people
Raptor
really
count.
Wow.
Raptor is not bad.
Okay, no,
He's definitely
Raptors.
giving
Listen,
trouble
listen.
to these people
Raptors the
with
homie. He's incredibly talented, but Raptor is not regularly traveling and competing to these events because he's all the way in
Also,
Australia.
Raptor uses
So at the
Hit C, so
at the
he's
highest level
probably-
on a regular basis, there's only 2 niggas actually playing this character. There are really 4, I guess you want to count Neo and Raptor for sure.
No,
right?
That
But-
is true, but you also
wait,
got to look at it in
Lotus,
the context of the
literally-
situation. Like he's an unorthodox character. Like
Yeah.
there's
No,
a
no,
reason
no,
people in
Oxford
season
Chat,
3
Oxford
weren't
Chat, who
picking
are the only
Gotenks,
players
even though
that
he was
give people
arguably
problems?
the best in the
well,
game at
that's
the time.
partially because
Like,
Gotenks
that's
actually
just-
took a little bit of execution and skill to play to some degree compared to some of the other characters. And I feel like that's still the same case. Like people can say whatever they want about Hit, like not taking skill or being like brain. I don't like saying that phrase, but you know what I'm saying, or just mashing EX stance and stuff like that. But if it was that easy, more niggas would be picking that character. I don't
Yeah,
care what
but-
I don't care what anyone says.
I
If a
honestly
character
think
is
not
that strong
really.
and that
Not
simple,
really,
people pick
because
it.
wait,
And I
Lotus,
don't even think Hit's that weird or like that
No, but-
unorthodox.
You don't think he is?
In
I
the
don't
context of the
I
agree
mean,
game,
with
his combos mainly resolve for him being on the ground. That's not normal.
well,
His
let me
2M being that
I just
slow
mean-
is not normal.
What I mean
His
is like
neutral theory is
no,
not normal.
no,
Did you say-
I agree. What I mean is that so I feel like a very common opinion of Hit, especially more so on the casual side of play, right? Which again, this is the one I'm more in tune with. And I even used to feel this way, is that Hit's like hard or like too weird to play. But as somebody who used to feel that way and then pick the character up, he's not nearly as weird to play as people think. Like, yes, his combo routes and everything like that, the way you play him is different, but in terms of like the weirdness or like the unorthodoxness, and like it's not nearly as bad as I feel like people try to make it out to be, or as they believe without having played the character themselves.
I still think
No,
he's
I would-
pretty far removed from the
I would
base
actually-
character than most other characters in the game.
I mean, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. That's why not many people play him because he's so
Yeah.
different. From
No,
most
but
of the cast.
when you ask
Using-
people why they're not playing Heat, literally when you ask every French player why they're not playing Heat while we all complain about him, they just say because he's boring as hell, which is true. He's boring,
That's
and that's
cap.
the same.
Hit is sick as fuck.
I mean,
That is
yeah,
objective. That's whatever.
But yeah,
Or
that's what I
subjective.
was
That's
saying.
subjective,
And,
yeah.
and literally, you
Whole
can say the
combo
same
from
about
that.
when you ask them about, yeah, you're complaining about 18. Why you're not playing 18? They all say the same. It's boring as hell. So maybe that's the reason why people don't play him, because they feel that he's boring.
I mean,
But
that
if he
is
stays
fair
the same,
because from my standpoint, I feel like fucking Vegeto's boring as all fuck, but everybody plays him
Yeah.
anyway. And
Yeah,
I
it's
feel like
just
there's like
subjective.
UI
Yeah,
Goku,
that's-
like everyone
that's
played UI
factually-
Goku in the most boring possible way, but he was on every fucking team that won a regional. So
But it's like so
Exactly.
the thing
only
about
thing boring I can say a Hit is just his combos. His combos are boring as hell.
So
Even I'm
the-
admitting it. It's
so-
just his combos.
the argument though of if he is this strong, why is more people playing him has always been a terrible argument to take in most fighting games or
Agree.
anything in general, because there is way too many cases for different reasons as to why a character's not being picked, even though they are arguably the strongest in the game,
okay,
or a character's being picked a lot, even though they're weak. Like there's
and-
so many examples.
and
That's a
you're
terrible argument to
right.
take.
You're right in what you're saying, but all I'm saying is that if a character is that strong or is really that good, niggas play that character.
So like the thing about Hit
There you
that
go.
actually is why the top level players don't like him is because a lot of situations where you'd have to choose something because you'd have to interact with them, right? Like it's Key Blast versus Aerial RPS or reflect versus this or whatever versus whatever, he removes those interactions of RPS with his tools. He doesn't have to. Like that's the actual reason why people hate him. That and how his assist caters to being wrong and still being fine because it's defensive assist.
So
But
I think
like that's actually why people don't like playing against him.
That's slightly nerf. To me, what needs to be nerf about that character? Okay, I'm a start. So the assist should not autocorrect. Like there is no way that assist autocorrect for no reason, literally. Then the EX kick. I don't know why that puts you in an RPS situation. Why I block it? It's already hard to block it. Like it's hard at high level. And when I block it, I'm in RPS. Why? It should be at least in -7 or -8.
I mean,
don't
that's the
care.
same with 18 though.
Or if you keep it the same, that's only blue life. Like make it blue life because it's a DP. Literally, you can't level 3 that because it will punish your level 3. It's more safe than a DP.
so. Let me ask: Does everyone here? Wait, did I die?
No.
Okay, everything got
you're fine.
super silent for a second. Does everyone here other than OB think hit needs a slight nerf?
Yeah.
Yes.
Actually, I for the most part,
They
I
just
only
hate
want to
fight-
see
they
him
just
not
hate
be able to
fighting
cancel
character.
EX that fast. Slow it down a little bit, just a little bit.
Right, like 2
and then just
frames,
stop his
maybe
assist
3.
from fucking auto correcting. There's no way I see him look left. I jump behind you and he turns around and happy birthdays me. And I'm like, oh, I guess you're better than me.
Okay, you know,
Also,
I'll give you that.
I forgot. Wait, let me add that. He literally when he got Meter, he literally have the best run start in the game because 5M or EX kick, you can't do anything about that. You need to leave the situation.
Yes,
but
yes, you can.
They play.
Yes, you can.
No.
Stop right there. You can.
No.
You just jump and punch.
But
What if we do this
punch.
right? What if I change the
You
slightly
just
nerfed
jump
tier to
and
slap
punch
on the
it.
wrist and we put hit in there? There we go.
I feel like that's actually better than slight nerfs. People get weird when they see nerf.
Yeah, I again, I'm big on like the connotation behind certain words, and the more I think about it, I'm like, because all the characters we have here, like, I don't want people to think like, oh, this character is just way too good. I was like, no, like give them a slap on the wrist and they're okay, you know.
You know, Lotus, there's one thing I never even mentioned about hit, which people are not even gonna agree on. You know what that is?
Go on.
Give him
It's
DHC
5M.
on the assassination.
What about the
No,
5M?
it's 5M. Like, for the love of God, why does his hurt box come out so quick? You know, it could be punished by multiple
It's a
things.
teleporting normal. That's just a style of normal they have in this game. He's not the only one that has that.
It's
the way they programmed
it actually reminds me of like the issue with like Beers 2M where the hurt box is active way before the hitbox. So like I feel you on that.
It's literally the same style of move as Blue Gogeta's 5H.
And that's
It's actually
exactly
the
the
teleporting
reason why
normals. Actually, they do that because he's teleporting. Like because the move is like that. There's certain situations where it's actually better than every other 5M that goes that far in the game. What it's worth. Like you can use it to pass through assists.
And that's why that's why nerfing EX stance wouldn't even make sense because his 5M is good, but it's not reliable. I promise.
Do you think he should be able to cancel EX stance that fast though? Like as fast as he's doing a move that is for a frame 4, half a bar, fully invo, not just invo. It's full invo. Like that's not normal in my opinion. Like it's a fine for him to have that, but do you think he should be able to cancel something that fast? Like that's doing something full invo that tracks to you.
Yeah, but it cost him a lot, and hit needs bar.
A half a bar?
He does. Yeah.
A half a bar?
He does.
I do think hit is one of the most meter hungry characters in the game.
If he can't, but the thing is that if he cancels it straight away, people would be mashing anyways, unless you spend another bar to do EX stunts.
You said the who's mashing? Sorry.
A lot of people be mashing him.
Oh, like mashing on him?
Yeah, exactly.
No, I meant like the context of like in neutral and block strings. Like he can DR crush you with a medium starter. I've seen it. Like that's how fast he cancels it. He cancels it so fast that you saw the EX flash, mistakenly thought it was a DR, teched with a button, and he had the time to 5M you before that button came out. Like that's how fast he can cancel it. Like he can in neutral situations, he can literally do EX stance cancel to pass through an assist, like immediately. And there's like out of all the characters who can pass through assists, he by far has the best one because he can choose not to commit to anything. He can just ignore the situation, and like there's nothing you do about it because again, it's full invo, not just invo. You can't even super it.
But people don't really notice, and I don't really want to say it because it's my character. But he can only do that one string, and that's his 5M. If you don't do it with his 5M, it's gonna whiff every time.
What's gonna whiff?
His EX stance cancel.
Into 5L, I'm guessing you mean?
Yeah.
Talking
It's
about
Yeah,
the
no.
weight
every time unless you
Yeah,
catch.
no, that's why I said he's gonna DR Chris you with a fucking 5M. He's gonna do 5L EX and cancel 5M. That shit kept happening to me at install, and I'm like, he does it that fast. I'm like, that's really 5M, because I thought he was gonna DR me, the character who has like 4 different DRs.
I mean,
Like,
he
come
can't
on.
really. He can't really DR, but that should be obvious though. If it's not a 5, it's a 5M, not a 5L. Don't you agree?
No. When you see the EX flash, you think it's a DR, so that's what is DR crushing you, the EX flash. But he does EX flash cancel 5M, and he does it so fast that it will actually hit your DR
Okay.
button, even if you tech the 5L. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's able to cancel it that fast that he can hit a medium button for a DR crush. That is kind of crazy.
What else has he? I mean, he needs it. What else has he got? Honestly, what else has he got? What, a 27 frame?
Honestly, I would like
one
to
of the
make a
best assists in the
whole.
game.
I would like to make a whole video of just getting Obi, Wade, Enzim, and maybe a couple others, and just having a whole conversation about Hit, because I and Kasuga as well, because I know so many of you guys feel so strongly about this character. I think Hit's a really cool character, and I would just like to hear it from myself. But that said, I would like to move on because we still have a good handful of characters to get through.
I feel you. You can move on, but to me, he stays the same. I'm sorry.
I mean,
It's just that suck up fighting Hit.
I would also put him in mostly stays the same, but for the sake of everyone, I'm gonna put him in slap on the wrist here, and then we just gonna keep it on. Now Janemba, another one of these characters who I think is in that top 5 conversation. Like, legitimately, I think he's the new Z Broly. I think he's very strong. I think he's one of those characters, depending on what happens to the top 4, he might need to come down a little bit. I think he's fine as he is currently in the game, but I might put him in slap on the wrist. But the thing is though, I would also be fine with putting him in mostly stay the same, because I legitimately don't know what the fuck I would change about him, but I do think he's really, really good. But what do y'all think?
I should just real quick. I'll just get mine out the way.
2L, 5L, 2L.
Make his 5L a 7 frame. The same blue Gogeta treatment. It's doing a little too much for a 6 frame, and just add a little bit of recovery to his J2H, so that if it is baited out, you can actually punish it.
But
just
also
a little
make
bit.
his J2H better, so that it wins in the air.
What do you mean it always wins? That's just an anti-air.
No, it loses his spin.
Okay, but what doesn't?
Not really.
No, actually.
It clash with spin only if you do it like really early, like Wade did against Fenrichi.
I think that's a super situation.
So it clashes if you're guessing. Stop guessing. React.
Yeah. Exactly.
Never mind then. Yeah.
Right, well, yeah, I guess we don't really have to stay on Janemba too much. I think we actually all feel very similarly about him. Okay, so slap on the
we
wrist
don't have
here.
more French players here for Janemba. That would have been a war.
Well, Wade was supposed to be that boy knocked out.
More so like Kane and Yasha, they hate that character so much.
They need to nerf the stagger, the teleport, and it should be good.
Jiren, I think, is mostly stay the same.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
I agree. I think he's legitimately perfectly fine as is. I feel the same way about Kefla.
No, she definitely needs to be buffed. I'm sorry.
There you go.
Wait. No. Let me say why. Literally,
This is his character. Let him rock. Let him rock.
There is literally no reason that characters still do 3k damage mid-screen from like a light starter when characters do a ton of damage. There is no way that her rejump is harder than every other character while not being optimal, and the fact that doing the 226M, the up ball, is more optimal than doing the rejump, but it's character specific for like 100 damage more. Like, no, they definitely need to buff her damage, and also their damage on 2H sucks. Like, yeah, no, they need to buff damage at the very least. And then after that,
I'll give you that at least. I'll give you damage.
After that, they need to buff the dash, but not in the ground, in the air, because right now it's so slow that if you do air key blast into that because you react to someone super dashing you, the super dash will literally autocorrect and punish you. While I react to your super dash, I should be safe at the very least, but
That's
no.
fair. That's fair. I'll put her in slightly buff.
I actually feel like a little bit about this character because it's actually one of my favorite characters that I just won't play because I feel like she's not complete. The only 2 things I realistically want to see from her is I do think her combo theory isn't complete yet. She's still doing season 3 combos. And I think the reason that is because her knockdown is tied to an S input instead of a light, medium, or heavy. So she can't choose to add more to her mid-screen route and EX it to guarantee her knockdown. If she does an assist route, she literally just can't knock down anymore. So I understand the point of that was maybe because they wanted her to corner carry you first, so her combos are in the corner. But I do think her mid-screen route being that lackluster is pretty bad for a point character because she can't consistently 2-touch. Right. It's just that, and take a little bit of recovery off her Hell Zone so that you can't normal guard cancel it on reaction, even if she uses single hit high block stun. I think that's a bit unfair for her.
There's actually one thing I want to mention about Kefla.
Oh, I have something else to say.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Excuse me.
I was gonna say her level 3. Like her level 3 is fucking sucks. Why is it so slow?
It is
like
too
there's
slow.
so many
It
times
is
I
too
press
slow.
them.
And I get it because
Like,
it hits
times
literally
You gotta be
full screen.
careful buffing that.
That's
though.
what I'm saying. You can only buff that so much because it hits literally everywhere on the entire screen.
I agree, but it shouldn't trade with Key Blast.
Now that is
Yeah.
ugly. We can change that one. That one's ugly.
But what I
Funny
was
enough,
about
that's
to
the
say,
priority system, but they should do something to Super to stop
what
that.
is they need to change the or either the nerf lab coat on that or change Kefla, but there is no reason her 6H is -10, like literally being -10 while lab coat low crush and -5. I'm like, bro, what's the point of doing that?
Kefla's is a little bit better though. I will point that out.
I would say I think that's just more of like it's kind of unfair to compare someone's tools to lab coat just because lab
Yes,
coat is lab
but at
coat.
least
So I
make
feel
it
you.
safe.
But I do feel you though. Yeah, I don't think it needs to be -10.
Sorry guys to interrupt, but I actually need to go. I didn't know it's the time.
Yeah, it's all good, man. Did you have something you wanted to add on to Kefla before you took off, or you got to go right away?
Fuck Kefla, man.
Wow, what did she do to you?
For sure, for sure. Moving on to Kid Boo.
That was okay, man. That's not I need
Glad
to
you
say.
still there, buddy?
All right, there's 3 things I want for Kid Boo. And I feel like 2 are reasonable. Level 3 happy birthdays
2.
again.
That's
fair.
Give
it to me. Yes,
That's
Yeah,
fine.
That's
yeah.
fair.
Okay, and his damage for his other level ones go back to what they were.
I think
That's fine.
also fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the third thing I want, y'all gonna tell me no, but I want L command grab to be a grounded command grab where it grabs you on the ground. Man,
oh shit!
You had me in the first half.
You had
me in the first 2/3.
I'll give you 2 out of the 3.
that's all I want, right?
That'd be
Of course,
lit.
the supers are
How
reasonable.
fast is it?
It's 17 frames.
Oh yeah, you got me fucked up. Yeah, you got me. Only if they make it like 21.
I'll take that, dude.
21 frame command grab?
Kid Boo's
Lab code's
command
debuff
grab-
is 21 frames.
The only
That is true.
The only time Kid Boo's command
24.
grab outside of like an OD, your fucking amazing read is like when they do a bad
doing so
vanish,
well.
right? Because when did you ever see Kid Boo players EX command grab, right? Very rarely, almost never. And a lot of the
Combos.
times it would whiff,
Yeah,
right?
remember
Combos,
like week
but I
1 of
mean it as a
DBFZ
read.
of getting snapped and getting yoinked out of the air on snap. Good times.
Imagine that. That shit would have to be 30 frames. Nah, if Kid Buu had a command guard, that shit would dead have to be like 30 frames. That is completely unfair.
I just
Let my man cook, dude.
I don't know.
But yeah, the first 2 for sure. The second one, I knew y'all were gonna pull stuff.
I'll give you the first 2. Krill
Anyway.
I was actually a little hesitant on the super damage buff because his routing
Krillin's
is
nerf
kinda
assist.
crazy.
Yeah, I think Krillin is mostly stay the same, but Rock's assist could
Nerf
be-
assist. If we're nerfing Beer's assist, we got to nerf Krillin Rocks.
I'll
But
give you
I-
that.
Do y'all
I-
think
I just-
Sentu Bean should give 100% blue health, like all of it back?
Hold on. Before you get to that, hold on. I gotta stop you right there, Zane. Here's the thing: you can't call Rocks holding back like you can call Beers holding back, right? It's an actual
That
skill
is
check call.
That is a great point because they do get two different things.
That is true. But if you hit someone, Beer's orbs go away. If you hit someone, Krillin Rocks don't go away.
That is also
That's
true.
fine. Beers is a much better character than Krillin.
I do say that, like, I agree with that, but I do think, I don't remember if it was you or who it was, but I feel like there was a few people who were really underrating Krillin, in my opinion.
Yeah, Krillin is crazy. He's not top 10 or something like that, but he's barely out of it.
I feel like if you don't want to change his assist, make him a little bit weaker on point. I feel like he's doing the Vegito thing a little bit, where it's just like, yo, that is support is godlike, but you're actually boxing me while you're out too. Like, this is kind of crazy. Like,
I think his boxing, as you put it, right, is okay at best, right? Like he's good when you put him out there, but he's not gonna
he
be
has broken
steamrolling.
set play on hit with a 2L low, bro.
I think
What's his
Krillin
broken
is
set
kind
play?
of fine. If you're tuning down anything, it's kind of just the assist a little bit. And other than
Yeah,
that,
I think he's tuned down.
Yeah, tune down the assist. Everything else is fine.
I think Fat Boo is also very much in that category, like a Ginyu or Nappa, where he's already pretty good. Specialist character, some of the nastiest mix in the game. You kind of might need to build around him a little bit, but I think he's
Give him a little
very
more
strong.
damage.
Give him a little more damage.
Yeah.
Majibu, yeah, Majibu's 6 touching you out here.
Roshi.
I don't
Give him more
know.
damage.
For a mixing character like that, like
I would say like, well, a set play character should have lower damage, right? But also,
He actually can 2-touch too if you just optimize.
Yeah.
I would say like he's got the combos. They're just really hard. Apparently, I've never tried them for myself.
Can we just give Roshi his BSS back and call it a day?
Well, no, I'll give you the
don't
first
know.
nerf. I'll give you first nerf be assist back. Not OG Roshi.
Yeah,
because
OG Gramps.
I do think Roshi is also kind of underrated and underexplored right now. I think that
This
character has a lot of like secret sauce that people aren't really.
This fucking
Yeah, Cloud?
character has his own specific scaling on 2-2H. Why does that shit low crush?
Yo, I was
and
saying it's
anti-air?
low crush,
and
anti-air,
it's a TOD.
right?
And
It's a
This
TOD
is
starter.
what
Like
experience looks like. Stop playing with him.
that's what I'm saying. If you do what is it, 2-2S into whatever his fucking the other EX joint he has is, like you get like 6K solo off of like B&B with that shit. It's insane.
I mean, he does unscaled EX launcher into EX move. Like that is your health.
That's what I'm saying.
You're gonna die.
It's ridiculous. It's like lab coat doing fucking, well, not quite the same, but it reminds me of 236H into 236H.
Is that not what actually happened with her? The original one? That's kind of what was happening, right?
Yeah,
that's what
it's
It's just Roshi's is a hit even harder because it's not a multi-hitting move. It's just single hit, then you explode.
Right.
At least Labco took some of her scaling or timer of the combo away because it's multi-hitting and shit. But
and then Piccolo's a character that I think is good. Maybe he could still use some slight buffs. I feel like there have been so many points in this game's lifespan where Piccolo was really, really strong, but it just so happens that whatever character is like actual top tier or top 5, they have tools that specifically screw him over. So
what do you want to buff on?
I have no clue. I don't play Piccolo.
honestly, I feel like Piccolo is one of those characters where, in the context of the top 4 and the top tiers being toned down, he does not need changed.
Yeah, I feel the same. Like I feel
Because he will go back to being broken as fuck.
The
As like
only thing I could think of that would be fair is if when he throws out orb, if he holds the button down, he throws out the second one faster than just throwing them down one by one.
Maybe I've seen a tweet from as a Japanese player who played Piccolo. I don't remember his name, but he was asking for JH into elbow EX combo mid-screen. I will give you that. Yeah, why not? And the beam, like being able to confirm the beam with super dash would be good. But I think that's the only buff I will give him, because other than that, he will be way too good.
Because he still has one of the most broken assists in this entire game. It just
Yes.
is getting overshadowed right now.
And if
Shout out to Reality
Vegito got
Stone.
nerfed, Piccolo will literally be the next one.
Yeah,
for sure. All right, and then Baby, I think Baby
Super
also,
Baby too.
Yeah, I think
She'll stay the same.
I think he's perfectly fine.
The,
as it
the
is.
only thing I would say is his assist, right?
Fix the assist.
I
Everything
feel like
leave
his
the rest.
assist worse fucks me up as the one having to deal with it because I'll try to reflect it or hit him and
That
I'll
shit will
whip.
miss.
Yeah.
Oh God, I've been like completely stationary at times, and that shit's still missing. I'm like, how?
Nah, for sure.
They
Tien,
need to fix the A1.
Tien's fine.
I think Tien is fine, but they'll probably just
Yeah.
do something else that gives him more damage yet again, because that's all they ever do for this character.
Maybe
Probably,
a very
probably,
slight
but he
buff
is
to his
fine.
A assist.
He is
Maybe.
white bread the character in this game. I think he's good, but like people talk about, I don't play this character because he's boring. No, people legitimately just don't play Tien because he's boring. The character's good.
I like
Character
making
good,
people
Tien
explode.
I
with
don't
Tien.
know.
It's
It's
good.
hype to play Tien. He's
Yeah, he makes
like,
people
Oh yeah, he's
explode.
solid. The
bro,
only thing I
you're
can
doing
see
a
Tien having
BNB
is like,
and you're teoding people for doing a BNB.
Yeah,
That's
if you ever want to celebrate the 4th of July early, just play Tien.
Okay, y'all are saying that. This is the first time I'm hearing those words because everyone I've ever heard talk about Tien say he's one of the most boring characters in the game.
No, isn't he
I
hype?
say yes.
It's pretty
oh no, he's boring. Exploding people is the fun part.
Yeah.
Wait, Lotus,
Okay, that
Lotus,
makes sense.
Isn't it hype to watch Kane doing one random combo when he's not dropping it and
I'm
he's
not
killing
gonna lie.
because
You,
that's BNB?
nah, Casca, I'm not gonna hold you, bro.
Good
You,
glass of water.
if you talking to me, you cannot put Kane and hype in the same sentence. I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ.
Watching Kane is look. That's not supposed to be shade. I know it sounds like that, but like Kane is not a hype player for me to watch, bro. I don't know. Nah, watching Kane play Team Gohan and Trunks and Broly, that was hype. The shit he played now, that's not hype.
Well, I feel like he's hype, but
I disagree.
okay.
Oh God damn.
Trunks
I'm
at the top of buff. Please,
Jesus.
please.
Whoa. Relax.
Yeah,
relax.
take care how you nerf that, how you buff that character.
Trunks is bottom 3. I don't care what you say, Enzim.
Oh my God.
Wait, that was Cloud. Cloud, I remember
I
back
said that
in,
too.
I think like bottom 3 in this game got to be like Trunks, Super Saiyan Vegeta, and maybe Yamcha. Like
Yamcha for sure. I think Yamcha's worse than Trunks.
I think those are the bottom 3 characters in the
now you
game.
think
Like
that,
who's worse than Trunks, Inzum?
Yeah, dude.
All I gotta say is Trunks. A lot of the strengths top tier shares, he has them. The issue is they're backed behind execution and how expensive they are. So if you wanted to
That's
buff
a
Trunks,
big deal though.
it is a big deal. But it's also important to realize that because if you put them in the buff category, which these characters receive considerable buffs, right, over slight buffs, you're gonna break the hell out of them. You're gonna break the hell out of him. Think about it. He has a post level 3 mix up that is a true guess, and he can spark bait it. He does have access to 50/50s everywhere. Granted, they can't be guard canceled, but you know that is still strong, forcing people to switch their team comps and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He still has some of the best movement in the entire game, like probably the most flexible movement, arguably, maybe outside of Zamasu. Flip is like really flexible with what it can do.
I mean, Zamasu and Gohan are up there, but yeah, I give it
Right.
to you. Obviously,
And
Flip
he
is
has
very versatile.
very strong counterplay neutral, especially to the things that are strong right now, which is Key Blast oriented stuff like Vegito A.
Yeah, CTF
So
is.
you got to be a little careful how you buff him.
So
because in my opinion, if you do too much, he will become very, very strong.
The things I want for this character though
almost.
aren't really that crazy in my opinion. I do believe he should be able to hit confirm 5S and CTF much easier. Give him a
Take
few
away
more.
his level 3 Oki. That's what they're gonna do.
What Oki honestly,
yes,
because who's doing it? But not like I mean the Oki is strong, but it's very difficult.
Wow, I boot that shit up every time. I think I've only ever seen him fuck it up once in his entire time playing that character in the last year and a half, and that was one time in the
But
European
you
Finals.
can't use an outlier.
We're talking about the literal best.
I do not believe a player can be an outlier. I disagree on that completely.
Okay, you could say that maybe a player cannot be an outlier, but we are talking about the literal single best player in the entire world at the game.
Okay, but Shanks
but
doing it
he's
every time.
And he's the only nigga too. Because when Goichi was trying to play Trunks, he was fucking that shit up. When I've seen anyone else try to play Trunks, they were fucking that shit up. Even Jersey Sage, who was like the most technical Trunks player, he wasn't getting that shit 100% of the time. He was getting it a lot.
The Trunk mains I know say it's actually pretty easy now with how they change his flow.
Well, it is.
So
Easy.
I don't play Trunks.
It is easier than ever before. Yeah, I will admit that. But it's still much more difficult in comparison to like 21's old level 3 or 18 current level 3 and shit like that.
It's like I do think one change I do want to see them make for him is have his level 3 just throw you the opposite way. That would already change a lot for him, funny enough. Or give him an alternate input so that he throws you backwards like Bardock can do it with like side switching level 3s.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe do something to his routing where he's not forced to spend as much meter as he is. Or I know a lot of people like to say remove meter penalty off his EX.
I want JS in the 236L mid screen.
Yeah, that could be cool. But like my thing is like I just have an interesting opinion on Trunks. A lot of people like to downplay him as one of the worst in the game, and I'm just like, you not realize
here's
he
my
shares
thing,
a lot of similarities to top tiers. It's just that they're back behind.
He does, but he has the great value version of all those qualities though. So like my legitimate question to you is like, name me a few characters that you think are like a lot weaker than Trunks.
I won't even say great value. Some of them are like in the concept of them stronger. Like the tiers of level 3 mixes, for example, are like level 3 mixes that are just straight guess, right? But the better ones are the ones that are a guess, but they can actually spark bait you, and the spark bait is identical to the actual mix up, right? Like those are just the strongest. He has the strongest version of a level 3 mix. Like he has he has a 50/50 that can be used everywhere, even in the corner, which some characters like Vegito can only do a mid screen, right? Like he does have them.
Well, no,
wait, like to act like he doesn't.
Like
but he does.
If he hits you in the corner, no, he doesn't.
No, he can pull you out the corner auto combo. And yes, it can be guard canceled, right? That is a weakness, but he can do it.
I'm saying like if I do a combo, I guess there are some new like routes that I've seen that can give it to you if you're in the corner, but you have to obviously.
Yeah, you can literally do.
Well, that's another thing too. I put a
combos.
lot of stock into a high execution barrier, I guess, and the obvious very meter dependency of those situations.
Yeah, which is why the buffs I suggested would fix how dependent he is on meter and his reward. As far as the execution, I realistically don't think that should be changed. I do like it when a character's hard. I just think their rewards should match that difficulty, similar to how base Cheetah works, which is why like I actually like how base Cheetah works.
Yeah, because base Cheetah has the same shit, but is much easier.
They're just better versions.
Definitely much easier, yeah.
The neutral's the hard part of Vegeta, not the other things.
Well, they didn't used to be. It is now.
Base Cheetah?
Yeah.
I feel like neutral's always been harder than other characters. It's
okay,
just the
so
hardest
base
it's ever
Vegeta
been.
is a character who I remember at one point people said like he was weak, and then we realized he was actually really good. Then he nerfed him, and everyone said he was trash again. And one of the things people would say was that he had weak neutral. And I'm like, I don't know, man. Between these Ki Blasts and this Rocket Kick, I don't feel like my neutral's that weak. But now you can't really use that shit as well because of all the lariats and stuff in the game. But I think if like, depending on what happens with lariats, I think base Vegeta's neutral is perfectly fine as it is. Like, not the best, but it's good.
Yeah.
That being said, though,
Like-
I do think Trunks does need legitimate buffs. Inzum has a very different opinion from me. He does think the character's a lot stronger than I give it credit for.
I think he needs buffs too. I just said like I think he actually is in that category of a few wrong buffs and he would become one of the best, right?
No,
Like that happened to Blue Gogeta. He went from one of the worst to damn near the best and very fast.
Well, I think even back then Gogeta was stronger than people give credit for, but he was significantly weaker and wasn't amazing. But yeah, no, I feel you. I definitely understand what you're saying because he does have some of those tools that makes a character top tier. His are just locked behind a lot more resource and a lot more execution behind it. But they're just other, they don't even have to like change that stuff. Because for me, the character becomes significantly better if I can actually hit confirm 5S, if I can actually hit confirm CTF.
I think he needs that too.
If I can get sliding knockdown mid screen, you know what I'm saying? Just certain those are damn near just quality of life things. Like they're legitimate changes, but just things that make actually playing the character and confirming these tools that are supposed to be so good actually good. And like
I think like the side
consistent.
switching level 3 is like one of the biggest ones to be honest.
Yeah,
So
and that would
specific routes that like hinder his damage and meter gain
Yeah,
just
that
to get
would-
the chance to do the mix up.
That would also be great. Yeah, I know it being me, I could spend all day on the character, but we've already spent so long. Blue Vegeta, I think, is really good and perfectly fine as
It
is.
should stay the same, or maybe buff.
Wait, doesn't he have a bug though that hasn't been fixed?
Does he?
The level 3 one, yeah, that still needs to be fixed.
What bug is that? How does that work?
The less meter one?
Yeah, the less meter one.
Nah, that shit got
Hey.
fixed because
Oh,
they
yeah.
took it away from Janimba too.
Oh, okay.
I haven't seen that in a while. Yeah.
If that's
But,
the case, I think
there's-
he's literally fine. But
There was
I
a
think his
buff
assist should stay the
Adrian
chain
told me he
thing?
wanted for Blue Vegeta,
which
actually.
is
So you know
What's the
how
buff?
you know how Goku, right? Super Saiyan Goku will jump, do air beam, and point it downward to the same side mix you.
I want that shit with Big Bang. That'd
Yeah,
be sick.
he wants that with Big Bang.
No,
but he doesn't need that though because
why?
he's mixed from Rekka.
Yeah, literally. Why would you do that?
Yeah, he definitely is
Like
booted up
that
the
would
Blue
would be
Gogeta
cool,
mix.
right? And I wouldn't be mad that he has that, but he literally
feature.
does not need it because he already gets mixed.
Yeah,
I'd say
that's whatever.
His mix
like,
up is by far like his issue is actually his support value to a team. That is
Hey,
it.
hey,
It is
don't
not
argue
his
with me,
neutral.
dude. Go argue
No,
with
no,
Adrian.
No, I understand
I
that.
hear
It's-
you. I'm just
top
saying, like,
tier
I
discussion. I'm
don't know
not
why of all things that'd be something Adrian wants because he's already mixing people with.
maybe it will make him better as an anchor, like a solo character, but that's literally not the character. You shouldn't play him.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
anchor.
he should be a point.
They
regardless.
kind of
Also-
scream at you to play him on point, right?
Also, I don't care what anyone says. His assist is good.
I
Oh, I
think
love his
the
assist.
B, I
Weird, but
think the
it's good.
B1 is the best, but A
No, I
is
think
not
A
that
is better.
bad.
A is better.
I
like
think
A
C is
better.
better than all of them.
What do you guys think about? What do you guys think about making his normals the same as the other Vegetas in terms of on block?
No.
Is it not already?
No,
I was gonna say,
basically, I think each of them are framed less on block. So like instead of -2, it's -3. Instead of -3, it's -4. Stuff like that.
I mean, yeah.
I mean,
don't-
Vegeta's is the only one with a -250. I think he's the only one that has that. I don't know. I feel like if they did want to change something about him, it would just be his support value a little bit. Like do something to his assist to make him a little bit better. Like take away the pushback on B assist a little bit so that he can actually enable mix-ups mid screens, something like that. A assist is a good assist. I hate to say that, but it is.
I've been
It's
trying
not
to
broken,
tell. I've been trying
but
to
it's
tell
fine.
people it's a
The,
good
the,
assist.
the mind games you can enable is not bad. I'll
Thank-
give it to it.
Bro, thank you. And then if it does hit, it has a million frames of hits done.
Yeah, literally, yeah.
But it's
really
like
does.
so weird.
But that's the thing is like it's just a weird assist. It's not a bad assist. It's a weird
It's
assist.
weird, but not a bad weird thing. Like it's good. Like you literally can play it. It's not
And
as
it's a
bad
medium
as people
starter. I feel like you
pretend.
just lied to me. Is Blue Gogeta A assist a medium starter?
No,
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 but
it's
y'all,
not.
y'all remember when
Yeah.
base Goku A assist was a medium starter? Good
Bro,
times.
yeah,
Edit-
you could
edit-
COD
edit built
of it,
meter?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Edit built meter. That was
yeah,
sick.
that was ridiculous.
Wait, his A assist built meter and it medium started you?
yes, when he
Yeah.
first
But he
released.
can't have that.
Okay.
He can't have that.
No. But the character himself
them.
was trash at the time, but the assist was
Oh
ridiculous.
yeah.
In them, imagine 21 was able to TOD you from that assist only.
That's hilarious.
Super Saiyan
SJ
Vegeta, another one of the worst
I
characters in the
think
game
Great.
right now.
like yeah, buff.
Bring back
Buff.
A assist, bro. Bring back him being able to cancel Ki Blast into light DP if you
He
super dash
can't.
him.
Wait,
no,
if you go through it, he can't.
No, that was a nerf thing. Unless they brought it back, but they nerfed that because they're like, damn, Goichi Fenrich, not too strong. Nerf.
Really?
Yeah, I don't
feel
know
like he
unless they
can
brought
do
it
that.
back. They might have brought it back, but I haven't tried it. since they got originally nerfed in like
It's
season
kind of
2 or
crazy how they
something.
would take that away from him. That's just
Yeah,
a
that's
system
stupid.
mechanic. That's just how the game works.
Like, correct me if I'm wrong. Anybody in chat fact check me here if they reverted it. But yeah, they nerfed it, and Fenrich and Goichi were like, "Damn, that's crazy." And then Goichi dropped them, and Fenrich was like, "It's my bae."
He's my king. I can't.
Yeah.
Should
Yeah,
have dropped him
I
too.
think it's pretty much unanimously agreed that Vegeta is one of the weakest characters in the game, and he needs some definite help.
He needs some new routes. He ain't got no bombos.
All right, I'm gonna do
Maybe
these
make
next
that rocket
ones.
kick not just perish on blocks.
I'm gonna do these
Bro,
next
that
ones a bit out of
character needs
order.
God.
As we wrap it up, I think Videl and Base Vegeta are both perfectly fine as they are. I would personally
Yes.
like to see Base Vegeta get a buff to his rocket kick again, but
All I want is to give him. All I want for Vegeta is make his light rocket kick 9 frames. Some people tell me I'm asking for too much. I'm like, I feel like I'm not, but
I
whatever.
don't think that's a huge ask.
It's 11 frames right now.
Yeah, I mean, we fucking blew Goku's shoulders 9 frames around start, and
it's
it's Ki Blast in Vol, so
Is it M starter?
Yeah, but all of them are.
yeah.
That's just a thing all of them have, to be honest. I don't like.
And
I don't think
Videl,
there's any light.
Videl's a character I
that's
think is
light.
supremely strong. I always wanted to reflect for her, but I get why she doesn't have it. It just kind of sucks. But she has some of the best mix in the game. She's got damage out the ass. She's got really sick combos. Videl's
Good
really
meter
really
build.
strong. She could probably maybe use some tweaks to like her Gohan calls or whatever. But I think the character is really really good and in a really good spot.
At best, buff the damage on level 1, but that's it.
The one thing I wanted for her was she could basically Rekka her Gohan calls.
Like,
That'd be
what do you mean
sick.
by that?
Like just rapidly call them, or
Gohan call.
Yeah, exactly. There's no like
Oh,
delay, like I have to
that-
wait 40 frames for Gohan
oh
to
like,
come
like
back.
so like not,
it's
not-
more so like
no
10 to
cooldown on it like
15.
you do with like 17.
Yeah,
assist
there's a
call. It's like-
cooldown, but it's not like the 30-40 that she has to wait. It'd be like 10-15.
Does she have more cooldown than 18?
I don't know, but
I
18's
say-
reward is insane.
Gohan do be posing before he leaves.
I would say I don't know the numbers, but you are locked out of Gohan for a
I
while.
think-
It
I
feels
think
like
it-
after you call it.
I think that's fine. Let's just make it though where she can do that, but she has to go into a different Gohan call rather than just
Yeah,
doing
yeah, yeah, it has to be
rather than
different.
just doing the
That
jails
makes
into
sense.
vanish or the anti super dash Saiyaman kick.
So
just doing that one
almost
over and over again.
like almost kind of like Ginyu with his Ginyu force call.
It's essentially,
Yeah, exactly. You just have to go into a different one, and then after that, you have to do kick into stomp, and then after the stomp, you could then choose to go back into kick or do something. You have to do something
stay
besides
sharp,
just
fact
doing the
checking me.
kick over and over again.
I got fat checked and checked. Yeah, you can't LDP out of Ki Blast.
Like right now?
Still, he
Like
Apparently
like,
they tested it.
gas. I gotta test this.
I
This is
was-
breaking my brain.
you
He
take
can't
their
cook
word
you
for
for
it,
super
but-
dashing. What?
I mean, the next 3, I don't think we need to argue about it.
I was gonna say, like,
man,
we're throwing Yamcha and Buff. Obviously,
Yeah.
21
I mean,
Vegeta.
Lapko should
my
be
boy.
first.
That's
Lapko
my
should be
boy.
first, like literally
For
first.
sure.
And Zamasu, I
Zamasu-
think he's
And here we go.
Yeah.
I
He
think
needs a slap on the wrist.
I was just saying,
He needs a
I
slap on the
think
wrist.
Zamasu is fine for now, but when the
No.
new changes come through, he gonna need a slap on the wrist.
Listen,
All I gotta
listen,
say is
brother.
just take away the frame 1 whiff cancel that is invincible.
I also
He doesn't
think
need a
I also
frame
think
1
that-
invincible whiff
I
cancel.
also
That's
just
it.
personally think the 2H is a little crazy, just a tiny bit. But that's
Yeah, a bit crazy, not gonna lie.
What
Am I
I
the-
wanted for him was, and then Zane gave me his perspective on it. I said flight time should be cut in half. Zane said flight should be slower.
Yeah,
But it should-
I agree on that.
I said flight should be slower because the main issue with characters not being able to catch him is that he flies as fast as they run.
Yeah, you can't catch him.
So if they run faster than he flies, he's much easier to catch because once he dashes through, if you jump at him, then you can just super dash at him and you're in on him. Where right now all you could do is super dash at him and then just dashes through. And even if you make that frame 4 in Vol, Zamasu players will adjust to just dash through it anyways. The same way Janemba players can J2H a super dash.
Yeah.
You know, I just don't like the idea of a frame 1 whiff cancel that is invincible from a beam. Like, the idea of just saying that out loud doesn't make sense. I feel like it's one of those like belligerent options that just shouldn't exist. Same thing with like lab coat spin, blue Gogeta's Lariat being a medium starter, Vegeto's original 5M. I think it's on that par of like, why do you have a frame 1 invincible whiff cancel? Like
See, the
you're
thing-
whiff canceling a frame 1 invincible move. Like, come on
Yeah.
now.
The thing that blows my mind about that, real quick, is that you know how it gives you the smash property, and you always get the confirm after it. And if you have one assist, they're gonna fucking die. You could have
Like it OS itself too.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
you get the smash
Crazy.
property if they're right on top of you though. I gotta say that at least.
If they're but if they're not, they block it. Then you dash in and you
if
tail
they're not,
them.
if they're not, again, I'm not saying anything. I'm only talking about the smash property. I'm not
Yeah.
saying. I'm not trying to downplay how stupid beam into dash is.
It's pretty crazy.
I feel like it's a little overtuned. That's all.
There are some things against it, but those are very far and few between. So,
yeah. Overall, Zamasu was another one of those characters I had in my picks for. I don't think I rate him as highly as Cloud does, but I did think he was in that conversation for maybe that top 5 spot.
Cloud had him in top 2.
Cloud in his chat have been trying
him as high as Cloud.
They've been trying to spread the propaganda to me that Zamasu is like top 1. I'm like, I don't think he's that high on the list, but he's
not
up
top.
there.
Why would it be top 1? No.
But I did think he was up there with like Janemba, Beerus, Hit,
It's
maybe
literally
as well,
between
18. But
I think it's him or Zamasu for me. Him or Janemba for me.
I think
Yeah,
like
those
the
are-
top tiers are so like
Janemba for me, so.
close to each other in strength that whenever I look at somebody say, "Oh, this is the 5th best character," or "This is the 5th best character," I'm like, I don't agree, but I understand.
Well, so that's my thing is that I feel like the top 4 are very, very close together, and they are a noticeable difference, like above, or like a noticeable gap above the rest of the characters. But then you have so many other characters who are very similar in strength, at least in my opinion, right? And that's why I have so many.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, oh, they're in the conversation for like top 5 because that 5th spot is really open to a large pool of characters. Because after that fall off from Fusions and Labco, I just feel like the game's pretty well balanced after that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then if we just want to do a quick drive-by on like Labcoat, Gogeta, and like Vegito, obviously, like I think we could all probably agree like Gogeta should not have medium scaling on his Lariat. Vegito should have some whiff recovery on some of those specials. Maybe snap the 5M. Labcoat has a number of things.
Well, I mean, break his arm, man. Break his arm.
Like give it some more recovery or like nerf the range, something. Like they toned it down. I still feel like it's a little OD.
They gave it the SJ Goku treatment.
Well, yeah.
Or the one they gave him now.
Yeah. Beyblades should not turn around. They should not autocorrect.
Autocorrecting on spin should probably go. I understand why
because you don't get the
way that it does,
smash.
but yeah. What if they just start treating it like an actual DP?
Yeah, 214H should be a DP, right? If it's blocked, you explode. You know,
realistically, I thought it was a DP. Like when I looked at the move when it initially came out, I was like, I feel like they had this as a
definitely
DP.
use it like a DP.
No, like I swear they actually had that move as a DP when they were like making her, and they decided against it. Like,
I mean,
it's 9 frames. I felt like that was a dead giveaway. I'm like,
I mean, maybe
rising 9-frame move. I was like, I feel like they thought this was the DP and they changed their mind.
It should be a DP.
Yeah, the crazy thing about H spin is even if you reflect it right on your level 3 Oki, I'm Gogeta 4, I do double air dash, medium back S in case they spin to reflect it, right? It's so fucking long they could call an assist, right?
They get
and you
past
can't
assist
hit
lockout.
anything. Yeah. She gets past assist lockout from H Beyblade, calls an assist, and you're like, damn, that's crazy. I have to hold this next mix up.
Yeah, it's ugly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean that's the list. And it's funny because I mean there are some slight differences, but this looks very similar to basically obviously
Wait.
I was a big contributing factor. Go on.
You forgot Yamcha. You just put him up in buff and we didn't say anything.
We spoke very
Well,
briefly.
he deserves to be up there. So.
I threw him up there. We didn't spend a lot of time, but I threw him up there. I was like, yeah,
Bro.
we all agree Yamcha's one of the weakest characters in the game. He needs to be buffed, and then we kind of just moved right past it. I mean, is there anything in particular you wanted to talk about with him?
That character needs God.
Make it where at least if his 5M hits at any range, make his 2M not whiff at farther ranges.
Like maybe I don't know if that's like you buff the hitbox on the 2M or if you like bring them in closer.
More active.
Just make him
more
go,
active.
Just make him go farther. Just make
Bring it back.
He's got one of like the smallest 2Ms ever. Just make him a larger 2M.
Yeah, I'd be cool with that. I also don't think he needs that much with recovery on Wolfang. I think they went OD with that. Both.
Yeah, they were destroyed that move.
Yeah, that and Base Vegeta Rocket Kick. Like I don't mind there being with recovery on it. That makes sense. But they just went so ham with it.
Yeah. I think H Hurricane should give him a ground bounce because he air to airs you. And then what the fuck can he do?
You just spin.
Right?
Like, I don't play Yamcha, but I know like Faulty Thing. He plays him. He was like a huge fan of the character. He was what I was hearing him talking about the characters. He believes as if the character actually doesn't need a change in his like mix up or like damage. He thinks it's just neutral. Like he wanted him to have like his S, like how it hops backwards. He wanted him to have a different one that stays in place or is forward advancing so he can get a little bit aggressive with it and like take some of the recovery off the Wolfang. But he believes the character's issue lies in the neutral, not the damage.
I mean, they have buffed his combo game significantly. I feel like
he does a lot of damage now.
Damage is pretty good.
Especially in the corner.
Mix is okay.
Someone
But
else
and then his buttons and neutral are.
You guys say his damage is good, but I think he has one of the worst, at least when it comes to air damage output.
I mean, yeah,
right?
mid screen his damage still isn't amazing, especially off of an air-to-air interaction. But in the corner, and then obviously off of like a 2H or something like that, he gets still pretty decent damage.
So one of my streams said he hits 4.6 off a 2L.
As
corner.
well as
That's
long
probably in the corner.
I would say
right?
in the corner, I believe
Still
it.
very high.
Yeah.
As long as Yamcha can get high enough to be able to do the dive kick into the Wolfang Fist, he's got good damage and good meter gain. The problem is he can't always do that off every hit.
Yeah, because he doesn't have a conventional J2H, right? So he can't position himself high enough anywhere and everywhere.
Oh no! What if they give him something like Videl, where mid screen off of something like a Vanish, he can 2H into Super Dash mid screen, which then gets him into that dive into Wolfang Fist. Gives him more consistent mid screen combos.
I mean, you could still do it off of a Vanish, but you have to like dash, like medium, like you have to delay every air hit to get yourself at the height.
Yeah,
So there's a skill trick.
So just make it where he could do 2H into Super Dash even
I
without the
agree.
smash property.
I agree.
I mean, this list looks pretty.
Yeah, I think this list makes a lot of sense.
Yes, to me, yes.
I mean, obviously, there are going to be
how, like,
some
this
people
game
who have some
changed, man.
disagreements, especially if it's about a character that they play. But for the most part, I think this is very, very reasonable.
I like how Vegeto's in nerf instead of toned down assist, even though everyone knows the assist needs to go too.
I mean, he needs both.
Yeah, we don't exactly need to say that. Everybody knows what we mean about for Vegito.
Right.
Well, I mean, I would like his legs not to space him so goddamn far when I block him.
I love that. Don't take that away from him.
No, here we go.
He's supposed to be the block
everything from
string.
him.
That no, I'm serious.
I'd
He's
also
block
like
string
to
the
be able to
character.
punish those when they whiff, but that's.
You can have that. Like, let me keep the spacing though. That's like, come on. He's supposed to have annoying block strings. That's the point of him.
So
Come on.
that was the point of him when he had a lot less than what he has now. Or when
He's always been catch me if you can. I'm about to piss you off.
Yeah, so he
Like,
was
that's
always
the
supposed to be
point.
neutral the character, but he's so much
Yeah,
more than
neutral
that now.
and pressure the character, and then they was just like, oh, we're gonna give you even better neutral and better damage.
Yeah, I was saying we're gonna give you
then
better
that's what-
neutral and better block strings. And oh, by the way, you've had mix all along, and then you also have this mix. We're giving you
like,
more
don't
damage.
forget,
we're giving
he
you
has
better
pretty sure
reverse
his
speed.
intended design was that he's supposed to be a strong support character, but once he's in, he just is meant to piss you off in neutral and block strings. Not necessarily be able to hit you easily, but like if you get impatient, he's gonna check you for it, right? So you can't get impatient, so you just have to wait. And then they like overtuned his kit, so he's doing that. And he's also kind of being a point character while
So,
also having like, really strong support.
I think Vegeto's a character who, and I again biased, but I always had this opinion. When he came out, he was better than people gave him credit for. Then they actually nerfed him because he had ridiculous meter gain and stuff. I remember JS giving you like 6 million bars and shit.
Yeah.
Bring it back.
So they toned him down, and the people didn't think he was that good. It's just over time he started like kind of creeping up, and then he got to a point where I was like, "Hey yo, like I know y'all want to hear this because like I hate the character, but I think he's like really really good right now." And then he got buffed severely like 3 more times, and now here we are. And like even the assist has always been good, and then they overtuned the fuck out of it. Like it was a great neutral assist, but now it's the best defensive assist in the game, and 1,000,000 frames of hit stun that you can easily confirm off of from full screen and shit. It's just like, at what point was it enough slices with this nigga, bro?
It's actually funny because I feel like Vegito becoming that was a little intentional because they buffed him on point, right? I don't think they took into account what the system mechanic changes were going to help him, how much it's going to help him to.
Yeah, right, because and that's another
So
thing too
it was
about
like,
these top
God
4.
damn.
Like part of the
Like,
reason why
once
these
he,
top
like-
4 are top 4 is because they benefit so much from the mechanic changes.
Yeah, it's like I feel like like the level 4 out of all the changes he got, the level 4 was the one that made the most sense to me. In my opinion.
Why? Like, why do you have that?
No, because he was a support character, right?
But
Like,
it was
that's
so-
what they wanted from
but-
him.
but
So they was like, okay, so let's
but
give you
at
a
what
little bit more
point?
killing
Because-
potential,
because
and then they made him stronger on point.
But for why? He already had so much damage.
But at least make it level 5.
No,
to make
I meant like
sense,
so like he like they wanted him for a support character, right? That was very clear. My thing is like out of all the changes they gave him, like though I was looking through the patches, I was like level 4. I was like, that's kind of OD. And I thought about it, I was like, oh, that makes sense. Same reason why they give level Trunks level 2, right? I was like, okay, I see what they're
No,
doing.
I
But
don't think
then
it's
they
that.
also gave him the other things, and I was looking down the list. I was like, all right, this 5M is crazy. I'm like, I don't know why you did that. The speed up on
speaking of
2S,
level 4,
I-
like
I-
going back to Trunks real quick, y'all need to do something about this fucking level 2. I don't give a fuck. I know what I'm but if you whiff it, it's not worth it, and it's situational. You got to set it up certain ways or play certain teams. Buff the fucking level 2, man. Anyway, I'm sorry.
I agree on that, but for Vegito, I think in them you're thinking way too deep. Like they're not that smart for the developer. They only see the other blue have a level 5. They said, oh, okay, he needs a level 4 or 5.
And then also they just did it because he
And
did it in the
that's
anime
it.
when he fought the monsters. They're like, I
Yeah,
guess we'll give it to him.
No, like I
That's
legitimately
the
think they
only
did that
reason.
with the intention of giving him a support character. The only characters who
No,
got
I don't
extra
think they're thinking
supers,
But why did he need to
are
be-
the characters who were support ones or who are meant to be played in support roles.
I'm
I'm
gonna be
give
honest.
characters that they don't do that.
I don't agree with the idea that that's how they were looking at him, because I just don't think that was the intentional design.
Why do you? I mean, it's very clearly he's clearly a support character though, right? We can all agree on that, right? Or at least
is-
by intention, they wanted him to be support, right?
Maybe now, but I don't think that was his original intention. And they buffed him a lot more in other ways, and then also buffed him as a support when it's like, okay, they made him where he has both instead of one or the other.
Yeah, which is why I said when they made during the season 4 patch, when they wanted to nerf the support out the game, they made a mistake by not taking his support. Like I said, they took the support away from most of the other characters, right? Like Baby lost his support values, Roshi lost his support values, but then they're like, okay, we're gonna give you stuff on point to kind of make up for that. They kind of like GTA lost his assist. They really wanted to eliminate support like characters more, but then they let Vegito keep his, but they also gave him the buffs on point, right? That's what I said was the actual issue. What happened with Vegito? Like realistically, if they took away his support value, like they did every other character, but gave him those changes on point, I don't think a lot of people will agree or like have a problem with him. He would just be a very strong character. On
I
point,
would
but
still
it's like,
hate him,
all
but
right.
he would be much less of an issue. Yes.
Yeah, the nature of how his game plan is, you're not meant to like him, right? He's supposed to actually.
Well, yeah,
annoy
he's
you, right?
he was
Like, everything
obnoxious on
is
he was obnoxious on day
He's
one.
obnoxious. He's meant to be obnoxious, right?
Yeah,
like, that's just the point of him.
Yeah.
Like, but like they let him keep his support while also making him that stronger point, which is where we are now. Right?
Honestly, you nerfed the assist, and I'm significantly happy with what the character is. But
Oh,
there's still a couple other things
also-
I want to see.
To me, they need to make the sword JS a key blast, not a beam.
No, that needs to be a beam.
No.
I mean, if you do it, I'm not gonna complain. I don't know if that's necessary, but I'm not gonna complain if that happens.
That's the point. It's a spear sword. That's literally the point of spear sword. It's a fast ass beam.
Give it some more recovery or something on whiff, or
I mean, it has a shit ton of whiff recovery.
My issue with that move is,
or make it so that you can't special cancel. I don't know, something.
that move's
Reduce the scaling?
hitbox
It's
is
a life
too
starter.
wide. I think that move's
It
hitbox
is
too
JS
wide.
or 2S?
it is
Which
deceptive.
one?
JS is deceptively wide because it doesn't look like it feels like it hits you from a lot wider than the actual sword is, which I guess probably is the case. But it's like I'll be in game. I'm like, that shit did not touch me, bro. But here I am in this combo now.
Say, y'all have an issue with JS actually?
Yes.
And I'm only asking because this is the first time I've heard people actually have an issue
Yes,
with the JS
like
of all moves.
to me, the situation where he air-to-air me into sword in the there, I think you see the situation. I mean, right? We're in air-to-air, then he did a sword, and you do jump 236H after it. That needs to go. Like
Jump
it needs to be a
236H?
keyblast. Yeah, to avoid the situation.
I mean, he just checks you for trying to move, right?
Yes, but no. Like literally, you were doing air-to-air. You shouldn't put me in jail in a jail situation from that.
He doesn't.
He's the only one who does that.
It doesn't jail at frame traps, but the thing about him is, I don't know. Like he's very clearly designed to be very strong in the air. Obviously, right? Like everything he does is like I'm broken in the air. I'm broken in the air. I can
He's
stall my
also
movement
very
in the air.
strong
I
on
can
the
throw key
ground.
blasts in the air.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, no. Yeah, they strengthened him on the ground, which was the interesting decision. Why I said when I was looking at the patch notes, I was like, all right, I don't know if he needed this, but like he definitely is meant to be like one of the strongest aerial characters, right? Like anti-air grab, his key blast only is in the air, GS in the air, whatever, air
FPS
level
from
3.
Super Dash.
And, like everything's aerial, right? So like him being able to do that makes so much sense to me. I don't know. That one at least I was just like I've never seen anyone complain about that one. Like the JS situation, I'm like, all right, he checked you in the air. It's not even if he takes a turn from that, by the way. You just don't air dash where you do most other characters. You have to wait. Like, he doesn't even take his
you make
turn.
sense when you bring up points like this, but for me, it's just like it feels like they never actually picked one or the other. It's like, okay, this was originally what we were gonna do. Now we're changing the idea of what this character is, but we're not nerfing these other options. We're just gonna keep improving these other options that we want him to do now without taking away from anything else. So it's just been constant, like him getting better in every way.
Yeah,
So
'cause
like
we live in
the
the world where
the
this is what he is, not what he could be.
yeah. So the thing about Vegito though is right, he's meant to be strong in the air, right? By clear design, is very everything he does in the fucking air. But he also was meant to have a strong mid range. He's always had a strong mid range, even before these buffs. Like
Very
before
much
everyone
so.
got the buffs, his mid range is also ridiculous.
Yes, it was always really good.
So I'm pretty sure what happened was they're like, okay, we're gonna strengthen the overall mid range of the game, right? A lot of characters got that change, and they looked at him and was just like, well, your mid range is supposed to be better than everyone, so I guess we'll make it better than what the current standard is, and that should happen. I'm not defending it. I think it was a very bad idea, but like I'm actually 100% sure that's exactly why he got that 5M like that. Because they wanted to keep his mid range better than most other characters, but they increased everyone else's mid range, so it's just like, well, shit.
I just want to point out, and it's funny because, like, on one hand, I feel where you're coming from. Obviously, I don't agree with everything you say, but you do make some really logical points. But someone in chat was like, ends up talking about bottom 3 chunks, like if they buff him, he's gonna be broken. But then also saying, nah, the fusions are supposed to be like this.
No, well, wait. For the person who said that in chat, let me ask you: before Blue Gogeta was buffed, where did most people have him on the tier list? Was it not bottom 3?
I disagree with that placement. Though.
Yeah, no. I obviously you could disagree, but I was saying where majority of the opinion was he was around that low, right? Now, what happened after a few changes to him?
No.
So, what happened?
Mind you, the person who said that is a regular in my
What
stream. The person who said that is a regular in my stream. So he's been around long enough to know that I was one of those people saying that about Gogeta. Is like, if they do this to this character, you're all gonna hate him because he's gonna be too strong. And then that's exactly what happened. So he knows. I just thought it was funny when I saw the comment.
And the reason that's the case is because even the worst character in the game is still a good character. There is no bad characters in the game by any means of the stretch, right? So when you look at a tier list and you look at whoever's the worst in the game, a lot of people can get that confused with, oh, he's just bad. Like that's also why I say when I make tier lists, I feel like the letters matter a lot. I feel like the lowest tier is like A, worst.
Yeah,
so like
because I don't think any of these characters are like awful fighting game characters. They're just in the context of this game, yeah, they're weaker than these ones.
So like because it's like that though, even characters like Goku, Black, Trunks, whatever, SJ Vegeta, they're a few changes away from just being like too strong. Like Gogeta level 2. I mean, we've seen what happened with Blue Gogeta. He's a living example of that.
Depending
right?
on what changes they get, I mean, I guess you could say that about any character, really.
Yes, everyone's like that. Everyone.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, it's also true for the low tiers, which I don't think people realize.
But they're only strong if Vegito's there, right, Enzem?
Depending on how they work, they need that support, right? Like Blue Gogeta would still be as belligerent as he is if GTA also existed. He just needs a very strong supporting assist to help him.
I would say I think Gogeta Blue is just a very strong, especially point character in general, as long as he has. Oh, go on.
I disagree with that GT take because you could snipe GT with the Key Blast. You can't snipe Vegeta away. So I disagree.
Shooting Key Blast against him in neutral, though, if he's setting up his structure, is pretty dangerous. So I know what you're saying, but like just a strong supporting assist in general.
Yeah.
Right?
They're just more options to
like him
hit.
with Krillin Rocks is also just as damn near annoying to fight. It's just like, oh my god, I can't. What makes you weak doesn't matter anymore. Like assist that does that for him. But like I know what you mean. Like Vegito, it being like very hard to snipe is an issue. That's why Vegeta can't fight him. He's just supposed to snipe assist and he can't snipe that damn assist. But like, yeah. Elaborate on the whole, they gave them a level 2-4 because their support characters thing from earlier. Yeah, no, they just gave characters extra things to kind of help with what they were good at. I do think the only reason they gave Vegito and Trunks level 2s is because they were played in support roles traditionally, and they wanted to let them support even more. I think that was I thought that was like pretty obvious because the only characters who received extra supers is like those characters.
Oversight in Vegito's case.
No, I think Vegito actually, it was fine for him to have it. I'm not going to say he needed it because I don't think he needed it. But when he had it, I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And then I looked at the other changes and I'm like, all right, so wait, you made him stronger as a support and you broke him on point. I was like, this is going to end terribly. Like I literally called it. I was like, this is about to be terrible. And he's my favorite character, right?
I mean, I think we're basically saying the same thing. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I just they improved him in all aspects and just didn't think maybe he should only be good in one of these areas instead of both.
And
of
again,
them.
I swear to God, it wasn't on purpose. It's a Dragon Ball game. Right before things started popping off again, Tor started going off. They buffed the fusions.
Yeah, I mean, like I don't doubt that either. Like they're DLC characters, they're the fusions, they're historically some of the strongest characters in Dragon Ball games, some of the most popular characters in Dragon Ball games, and just some of the most iconic and popular characters in general. I don't doubt that actually does play somewhat of a factor. But obviously we all agree that they're overtuned.
Think like how reason why. Sorry to cut you off, by the way.
No, you're fine.
Think about how like people pick TN to secure 2 touches on teams. Like having strong meter dumps is a support value. Having a character in the back who's able to dump a lot of resources to guarantee kills is good because your point character, you can choose characters like Majin Buu, Kefla, or whoever can struggle to two touch a little bit and have that extra safety net. I'm like, all right, I will kill you with this sequence because this character's on the team. Think of it like that.
Yeah, I think that'll do it. 5-hour stream. Honestly, that wasn't too bad. I know obviously we've lost a lot of the bunch at this point, but
That was funny.
I had a lot of fun today. I think we came to some pretty good conclusions, had a lot of great discussion, and hopefully everyone out there in the stream and in the YouTube video enjoyed it. I have no idea how I'm gonna upload all this because this is basically like 4 hours at least worth of content that I have. That I don't know if I'm gonna split it up or just throw that bitch up on there or what. But
so I'm going to assume we're going to release this to Twitter and watch the world burn, right?
Yeah, for sure. So first and foremost, I want to thank everybody who came through today. Well, the biggest shout outs to Cloud, Enzim, Kasuga, and Zane who are still here. But then also shout outs to the Kill Sage who was here earlier, Cali Mac, Pred, Nitro, Obi. I would still shout out Wade. He came through, but that boy uttered like 3 syllables the whole time, and then he knocked out. But yeah, just big shout out to everybody. For those of you who are probably wondering, by the way, because I did invite Yasha. He said he would be interested or whatever. But when I did message him, he also said that he wasn't really active on social media right now, so if he might miss some messages or whatever. And so after we had that conversation, and then I came back to extend the offer with the Discord and everything, I never did hear back from him. So hopefully he's doing well. Might just be taking some time off because I know we all could use some time to decompress and just deactivate from Twitter and shit once in a while. So I don't blame him for that. But shout out to him regardless. And yeah, man, I had a lot of fun here today. I'm gonna probably end up taking off and wrapping up my streams. You boys got any closing remarks before I dip?
Yeah, make sure y'all. Oh, you can go ahead and.
I'll just say Bandai, whoever, please, for watching it, please make Base Goku playable. I just want to play my favorite character. That's all I want to do. That's all. I just asked for him to be playable, not broken, just playable.
Anything else? Anyone?
Next time, Obi and other people bring up the nobody plays hit excuse, and then they bring up how Zamasu and Beerus needs to be nerfed. I want to point it right back at him.
Honestly, though, now that I'm thinking about this, I was my plan for this. For those of you who don't know, I made a Discord server, right, which is where we're all in order to have this thing happen. And originally, I was gonna be like, okay, well, once it's all over, I'll just smoke it. I'll just delete it because I just don't think there'll be any use for it after. But honestly, with all the people I have in here, I feel like this is a great little place for the players and creators to all just be linking up on some content type shit. So I don't know if any of y'all want to stick around. Maybe I should leave this open. We can come back, talk about the patch whenever it does come up, or have other discussions, because I'd be more than welcome to have you guys back both on my stream and on my YouTube channel. So if y'all are down, I would be down to let this thing stay up and rock.
Just the DBFZ roundtable.
Well, I mean, you know what I've been saying for a while. You know, this is like a great reference point for me, even though their outcome wasn't that good. Y'all remember that whole big e-girl blow up thing on Twitter?
No, actually, I don't.
Oh, okay. Anyways, all these e-girls got together in a group chat so they could just, help share each other's shit, right? I was like, why don't fighting game people do that?
I mean,
right?
I'm down, especially like in a community like we have with DBFZ, because like I didn't think about it this way until literally just now, because I was just gonna delete the server, but I've already got a bunch of people in here, and we could bring in even a few more names and stuff. I think it'd be cool to have like a space where we can converge and obviously conversate about what's going on with the state of the game and create content and stuff.
Yeah, share each other's content on social media. It's like if one of us eats, we could all eat, right? Oh, just a quick retweet,
for sure,
bro.
for sure.
Oh, hey man, are you free? On XYZ day.
Yeah, and I just think it's a really convenient way for just everyone to be in contact with each other and then all at once and shit. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it up. If people want to interact and engage, then it's there. And if not, and it dies, then it is what it is. But the option will definitely be here, and I'll be around. So
and especially if rollback is good.
Oh yeah, especially if that rollback is hitting when it do drop. Oh, you already know we pulling up.
For like newer players too, this is like really helpful too. Like especially because like when I was newer to the game, I used to look at little things like this, and it helped a lot.
Yeah.
Well, if anything, after the next patch, we'll treat it like the battle hour when lab code came out. We can all come together and say this is broken, and we're all gonna hate it.
But we're all also gonna use it. But all right then, boys. I'm gonna get up out of here. Once again, I can't thank you all enough for coming through and kicking it with your boy, especially for you guys who stuck around through this entire thing. But I'm gonna go ahead and step up out of this Discord. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up my stream. But I appreciate y'all.
See you.
All right.
Y'all boys be easy.
All right.
Later.
Take it easy, y'all. Have a good night, everybody.
And as for you, stream, yes, I will be ending my stream for the night. Your boy got 2 videos up today. I went ahead and did this little 5-hour stream. It went way better than I could possibly expected. I should have anticipated it, like obviously going on super long, and I did, but it went on even longer than I thought. But yeah, man, I'm gonna go ahead and drop this on Twitter. Matter of fact, I'll do it right now. So that way I can ask some of you guys to retweet it for me before we get up out of here. Go ahead, screenshot this. Seen the P5X, the mobile game joint? Yeah, it looks pretty cool actually. I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't mind trying it out for myself. But let me go ahead and make this tweet. I want to tag everyone in the tweet, but I also don't want everyone's notifications to get blown up. I don't know how many of you guys that I was just in conversation with are here in the stream, but do y'all care if y'all get tagged in this? I mean, obviously you can just untag yourselves, but because like I want to like thank everyone and obviously show like people who were here and like participated and whatnot. But I'm also not trying to spam everyone. Is this VOD gonna stay up? Yeah, the VOD is staying up on the Twitch channel regardless. Kyle says he's cool with it for sure. Also I got a bunch of notifications to go through and thanks. I see we got a big rate from Rhyme at one point. We got a bunch of subs I need to thank, so we'll do that in just a second. I'm gonna just tag everyone. If anyone, like, people can just mute it if they want or untag themselves if they want. It's my fault for the weird sounds. Let me play some music or something in the background. All right, boom. Here's the tweet. I want to go ahead and retweet this for me. That'd be appreciated. You know, obviously, if y'all have any comments, feel free to. You know what I'm saying? In reality, you're asking who wants to be put on blast by the DBFZ community. Well, it is what it is. I mentioned it's about to be popping. I'm sure. Oh yeah, 12 retweets in under a minute. Oh, this shit's about to pop. My notification's about to be in shambles. I low-key might mute it just so that my notifications aren't flooded and then just look at it later. But yeah, well, I should probably end recording. That's gonna do it for me, boys and girls. Hopefully y'all enjoyed this video. Hopefully you enjoyed the discussion. I have a lot of footage to go through here. I don't know exactly how I'm uploading this to the YouTube channel, but a lot of great discussion happening here today. Obviously, this is the list that we ended up compiling and coming up with. And a huge shout out to everybody for coming through, man. Greatly appreciate it. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below. Hit this video with a like if you enjoyed. Subscribe if you haven't already, so you stay tuned for all this content I'm gonna bring you. With all that being said, finish off today. Remember, nothing can happen to you from the bad. Later. And as for you guys here on stream, I guess I should find a good place to drop y'all off at. There's a few options. However, I'm sending y'all over to Eunice. Please do me a favor. I know we got a lot of people here that are not like regulars. Like obviously all of you guys, or the majority of you, are followers of mine. But don't be weird. If you're weird over there, you'll be banned permanently here and there. That's why I'm jumping off. She's playing Valorant with some friends and stuff. Obviously, I assume most of you will probably disperse and go wherever it's stream ends or whoever Raptor. But I'm gonna drop love off over at Shorty Stream. If I could go over there and spam her with Asakura kawaii emotes, that'd be greatly appreciated. Hang out, drop her a follow, maybe show some support. She's been on her stream going like crazy, TikTok, YouTube Shorts, all that shit. So I'm gonna be in there watching. So y'all get that. Y'all get to acting crazy. Hope you just plan on never talking in her stream or mine ever again, or frankly any stream where I have a sword, you'll be banned permanently. So enjoy, I guess, if you want to be dumb. That being said, I'm gonna take off. Appreciate you, man. Later, peace.